present Let's Go 47. But around here, for some reason, they just call me Gringo. I'm a huge Siege fan, and after last year in Brazil, I will say I'm practically a local, right? Now, it's time to dive in and see for myself. Is Rio ready for reload?
Good morning, everybody, wherever you're watching from in the world. It's time to reload in Rio. We're good to go. We're all strapped in. I got some strapping young men next to me. Hello, I'm Milos, your host here in Reload. We're back in for day 2. My brother is here. Alfama, Fresh. It's good to see you on the broadcast. You both look fantastic. I missed you. I really did.
We've missed you too as well, Milos. We were sat there yesterday watching. We were like itching ourselves ready to get on the broadcast today, so we're so excited to be here.
We wanted to jump in, you know, it's Brazil, it's Siege, you want to be a part of it. You know, we were there almost a year ago.
Good.
The energy was crazy, so we just want to replicate it here on new version of the game.
Yeah, and you always have this fight of, do I watch the games from the pool or do I want to be here and watch them in person, right?
We did most of them here in person. We did end up watching the draft show from the pool, me and Leo.
The pool won in the end.
In the middle of a birthday party, no less.
Well, I hope you enjoy the draft show because that was the first time we had ever done it here in Siege, and we got some changes to make it even better for today. However, here in Reload, we have a different format than we've ever seen before in competitive Siege. The first time that we get to see Siege X, a brand new game and update, really coming into play in the hands of the best players in the world. Here's what our format looks like. Just to remind you, at the start of every single day, 20 teams are walking in here, flying down to Rio de Janeiro, getting themselves ready for competition. There's $520,000 on the line, $170K that is on the line, at least for the winning team, but that will not be until next weekend. And let's just remember, a year and a bit ago, in Sao Paulo, Brazil, only an hour flight away from Rio, where the audience was going wild, and that's what we're expected to see again next weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, here at the Olympic Village in Rio de Janeiro.
I still think back to that, Milos. I still think back to 2023, 2024 SI, and the hairs on my arms, they just stand up, just thinking about being in that arena. You know, it's, I remember there was a time on the desk, I remember you giving me a question and I couldn't hear it. It was just that loud.
you knew all about it because you were there all the time at FOMA, right?
Yeah.
You absolutely were not in another dimension.
Okay, so like to be fair, I was mostly doing what we call the telestation, and so I was aside from the arena. I was actually across the street, but then as soon as I could, I was running to the arena, and I wanted to experience the crowd. And I have to say this was the best esports event
I'm so glad we're back in Brazil.
of my life. It was amazing. The crowd is amazing. The stakes were amazing, and I'm just hoping we get as much fun here in Reload.
Now, gentlemen, yesterday everybody started, all 20 teams started with 6 bullets. They could put down a maximum of 2 per day. That is also the case here today. But there are cards that could be put in. We divide them between passives and active. There's one passive one that we got close to seeing yesterday multiple times, and that is the Flawless card. How does that work, Jack?
Yeah, exactly. So the flawless cards, teams will, if they win their game 7-0, they've been flawless. They've not lost a single round. You get a benefit for doing that. So however many bullets that you reload in, you will win that because you've won the game. So that can be 1 or 2. But then if you win that game 7-0, you will earn an additional 2 bullets.
So if we count right now, the maximum amount of bullets you can reload in this round is 2.
Plus
and
2.
And if you beat someone 7-0, then you can get 4 bullets, right?
What's 2 plus 2? You're the accountant.
4.
Minus 1.
3
Quick math.
times by 70.
That's really hard to do.
210.
You're the accountant. Actually, yeah, it is just
That was
3 times
definitely
7.
not confusing at all.
Yeah.
No, it's don't do math on broadcast is what people say, but we have an accountant here and it's kind of a cheat here. However, if you missed out on the action yesterday, there's a lot of emotion happening in the player booth. Here's what it looks like.
Dia Rio vai começar o reload, vamos pra cima.
I'm not gonna lie, dollar hat gonna yagi, her brain fried. My lady Papa Zenny, out her lady popping Molly, why she waiting on me? You're in my area, you're in my area. Keep on heading if you want, I gotta let you know. I don't wanna hear you, 지겹잖아 이제 넌 like I'm Bango, cutting my hair. I just keep going though, 소식껏 날 믿고 I fly non-stop. Kelly에서 New York, 구름 위로 hop on. Drive out and riding birds, honeyberry counting dogs. I do what I wanna do, 지금 나의 문이 원. 너는 굳이 말만 많지, just do it. Like Nike, just do it. Get to money and I'm in flow. 각 잡은 눈이 분위기는 chill. Fendi snakes on my belt, yeah I'm feeling first class. Yo, don't cash flow. Ooh, pop it on my glass. Ooh, pop that pass. Ooh, smoke that gas. Cash play, blackjack, monkeys on my pig. 100, 200, multiply. Dollar sound, smile, lullaby.
It's incredible to watch all of our players together. It feels like every time we go to an event, it's like a big family reunion.
It really is. And that videography, by the way, was so good. I was loving watching that.
Props to our videographer, our kind of running videographer, Sébastien de Saint-Angèle. Not only is he good at the videography, but he is a bassist at a wonderful, actually a very top like French band. I don't know if I can say their name or not, but I know Easy, our observer, is a big fan of theirs, and so are all of we, to be very honest. So yeah, we got a lot of talent that's being shown up in every single part of our event. However, Siege X, you mentioned that Leo, it's the first time that we get to see Siege X in the hands of these competitive players. How's it fared so far in day 1?
So many new things to come in right now. I think overall, like obviously the quality of the graphics like baffled us for sure. But like in professional play, the rappel system was especially interesting to see. We saw a lot of Chalet yesterday, so you can see how more fluid it is. You can now run on the walls, we can turn it around corners. So giving one example, on Master Window on Chalet, you can now go to Solar Window in a span of 2 seconds, which would have taken way more time before.
And we think that'll have big changes on other maps that have been upgraded that we've not yet seen, particularly Bank and Cafe, especially those 2 maps. We only saw 2 out of the 5 upgraded maps. We're still waiting for Bank, still waiting for Cafe, and still waiting for Border as well.
I would be very happy if we didn't see Chalet at all today, just to kind of refresh it, although it's a fun map to watch.
It's a great best of 1 map. I understand why we saw it.
We do would like a bit of variety, please. Thank you very much. However, we did get a lot of variety in the game because we have our new operator ban system. Gone are the days where only 4 operators are banned, 2 on attack, 2 defense at the very start. How does it go now, Jeff?
Yeah, exactly. So if you start an attack, you will ban a defender, but you won't just ban 1, you will ban 2 in round 1, and obviously your opponents will do the same. So we will start rounds 1 to 3 with 4 operators banned as usual. That is pretty much standard. That's what we've seen. Interesting bit is when we get to round 4, another operator gets banned out by each team. That creates 6 operators banned in total, which is something we've not seen in Rainbow Six before until yesterday. Once we get to the half swap, the bans reset, as you can see on your screen. So you now go from attack to defense, you're now on defense, and you're now banning attackers, which creates different dynamics because it's completely reset. The same will happen at round 10, so we'll have 3 bans on each side. And then should we hit overtime, the round that a team is playing on, the bans that was relevant to when they played on that side are the bans that are in action, and obviously it flips all the way to round 15 if we need it.
And this has a lot of impacts for teams to adapt in the game. I'm gonna give you one example of what happened yesterday, because it was the first time that we're actually experiencing it.
Yep.
Team Secret versus Team Liquid on Clubhouse. This is one of the most basic maps of the game. And so one of the things that you need to do absolutely is open up the walls, right? Yeah. Server wall, jacuzzi wall, so you need a lot of arbage. What happened? They banned Mav, they banned Hibana, they banned Ace. They were only left with Thermite and Arbage tools. And in reverse, in defense, what was banned? Kaiden Bandit. No more active wall denial, only mute left. And then also banned Mira. So it's completely reshaping the way you play the game. And it's also going to be useful whenever you play Eject yourself, because that whole ban system will also be renewed in the new game.
And not just that, but the ban in the middle of the half is massive. In the Fnatic versus DZ game, for example, Fnatic were banning away shields against Spirits. They banned away the Blackbeard and the Blitz. Okay, DZ said, cool, we'll ban Warden and we'll play loads of Ying. Fnatic then were faced with a choice in the middle of the game. Do we carry on our original plan, which I think was to ban away another shield from Spirits in the Monty? Or do we ban away the Ying that he's now going to abuse because he's ready for that? They had to ban the Ying, so they had to course correct in the middle of a game with another ban, and that's incredible.
You have to think of a game of Siege in terms of quarters now when it comes to how the bans function, how they actually impact the game, but you also have to look forward as a team, whether attack or defensive. What happened the last round? What do I expect to happen? I have to think maybe 2-3 rounds in advance, and that's a lot of work for the team to do, but that's what sets apart the great teams from the best ones in the business. And actually, let's set them apart in our recap for yesterday, where we stand all in the bullets. So there's been up to 8 that have been put together for yesterday, and there's only a few teams that have actually managed to hit those 8 total bullets, but there's a decent disparity between the top and the bottom, and actually a big surprise of some of the top teams are nowhere to be found at the tippity top of our graphics. You see, Wildcard is leading the charge.
Yeah, that's a big surprise because obviously it's just one day on, right? So and they also had the first pick, so they picked one of the weakest, if not the weakest opponent they could find, which was Scars, so that they could gain a few bullets. So right now, that's why they're first. Let's check a little bit down the road.
Yeah, there's various tactics that teams are going to employ here that will determine the risk versus reward. So there'll be some teams that are going for the big reward early to try and stabilize and get wins, and there'll be some teams that just ride this out and look for the big reward later on in rounds 3, 4, and 5 when it can come into play a little bit more. But yeah, obviously Wildcard, they had the #1 seed out of anybody before a round was played. They choose who they perceive the weakest opponent, and that would have been Scars, so I'm not surprised to see them there.
Well, the bottom 10 here, as always, is Siege, at least when it comes to these standings, a game of tops and bottoms, right, Jack? And here at the bottom, it's Scars and Fnatic. But there's also a surprise because this is where we're looking. Falcons, they're also here, the ex-BDS squad. They did not fare too well, but it was only one best of one yesterday.
Yeah, that's an upset for sure. There are other surprises, right? You look at G2, you look at Liquid, you look at M80, you look at very strong teams. The reality is the reason they're here is because we're here after a single BO1, and they may have been drafted into a duel with very, very strong teams, right? In a versus matchup against strong teams here. So that's why they're losing bullets right now. They can recover throughout the rest of the rounds.
And obviously, as you can see, teams have reloaded different amounts of bullets. So you know you're going up against a tough team. You can only reload. You can reload, one bullet, and your loss is then minimized.
Well, let's talk about our first game. And speaking of Falcons, they're up on the block. First up here in their game versus Wildcard. This is a moment to recover those bullets. And we'll see what happens with the team because on paper, we've had them 1,000,001 times at these events, and we haven't seen them win yet.
Yeah, and they should always be at the top of the leaderboard. You expect that from the previous BDS roster, now Falcons, and you see them lose?
They lost the opening game. They're washed. It's done, right?
No.
Not at all. Actually, history repeats itself.
Oh.
You look at the Montreal Major. You look at Boston, okay? You look at 6 Invitational in Boston. What happens? The very first match, they lose it. And then they go in Grand Finals. You look at the Montreal Major. The very first match against W7M, they lose it. And yet they reach the Grand Finals to lose to them as well. And if you look even before, in Manchester Major, they lost the first game. They lost the third one against PSG Talon. And still again, they made it to Grand Finals. History repeats itself. They lose the first match, they reach Grand Finals, and they lose it.
Forever second is the curse.
Just to summarize that loss, they're not worried. We're not worried, and the fans at home should not be worried about this Falcons roster. We're used to seeing them have a little trip up in group phase, and obviously for the best teams, you want to come strong towards the end of the tournament.
For sure.
So Falcons are not going to be worried in the slightest, Milosh.
Good. Thank you so much to really make things clear for all the Falcons fans out there on Copium after the first game. It's all good, is what our analysts are saying. However, there were some tweets yesterday that were fired on the timeline, and there's a reason why I'm no longer really using the application. And, well, we got to hear Pengu saying something about Shaiiko. And this, I'm not going to do a Pengu accent. I'm just going to make it clear. Shaiiko isn't a smart player. I don't get why people are upset. He's a mechanical god, but takes a ton of fights that are disadvantageous and outright stupid at times. But his mechanical skill saves him. He should be rated around that IMO. Not smart, but a monster. A hot take from Pengu.
Yeah, and it's worth saying this was specifically about the game IQ, that Shaiiko was at 77, but Pengu rated him at 35.
And why is that? What's the explanation?
Pourquoi? Why do you do this to the French goat? Why do you do this to him? But honestly, like I personally, I disagree with that statement.
He's a silly goose.
I know people will say that, you know, Shaiiko is incredible at aim, so he can be also smart. I disagree with that statement. I think he has incredible game sense. I think in general, whenever you put him in a position, he's going to be the perfect soldier. Yes, he does not play a huge range of operator pool. It doesn't mean that he's not smart about the game. The way he gets his skills is usually with incredible game sense.
Yeah.
So yes, he has great mechanics, but also he understands the game very well.
And he's a specialist in his role, perhaps the best in the world at his role of being an entry fragger. So,
and that's where I pull the Pengu piece, is maybe to a fault. That's another conversation to go through. I'm sure we're going to have Pengu at some point to explain himself. However, on the other end of the board sit Wildcard. They're looking to compound their interest on yesterday's victory as they were picked by Falcons to play today. What's the deal with the squad here? Because there's a certain Frenchman on this team that reminds me of another Frenchman, and he reminds me of another Frenchman that's standing right here, right now.
You know what? He actually did what Blaz and I did.
Yeah.
Was at 20 years old, go play in NA because it's a weaker region.
oh dear.
All right.
You do realize Europe got chat on this.
We are awful at this tournament.
I actually ended up worst in the league, so I'm gonna call myself out there. But so in general, if you look at these faces, you think, okay, that's people that we don't usually know. That's people that we don't see. And in fact, it's one of the younger team in average out of all the teams at this event. And the reason for this is you have lots of rookies in Bay, Spiker, in Baby Shark. First Tier 1 debut at an international event here in Reload against some of the best team in the world, and alongside two really experienced players.
Yeah, obviously, you know, you've got Kansan in there, you've got Dash who won a major as well. You do have that blend of experience. It's a very curious roster for me, because I wonder, like, you know, looking back, how have they concepted that roster, you know? Three Americans, obviously brought in a Brazilian, brought in a Frenchman that hasn't played Tier 1 inside of Europe as well. It's like, but it worked. Yeah. They won yesterday, obviously they did get the first pick. And these two, you know, the old heads, I'm trying to point at them. The old heads on the roster, both of them incredible performances yesterday.
And I will highlight that. I will highlight especially Kansan, because eventually when I started in NA, we picked up Kansan. We gave him his first Tier 1 shot. I was part of the team that selected him in trials, and he's so talented. He's the kind of guy that has incredible mechanical skill. Also, in my opinion, the creator of the best clutch ever in this game. That was Bank. This guy is absolutely talented. He was phenomenal yesterday, and this is why you see incredible stats.
They even kind of have Sloth on their team. The NA Sloth that's on the
they
squad.
Kind of looks like Sloth.
They and Sloth are kind of like brothers. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Definitely.
Anyways, our map for the series, as always, we're following through best of ones all day and really until the end of this group stage. That will be on Thursday. No, Wednesday. I don't know. Time escapes me. Until Wednesday,
We started
final
the
day.
tournament on a Saturday. It's confusing.
That is true. But yes, let's take a look at our map ban in this case. What do we have to play on? We're going to go to Clubhouse. Okay, thank God. A bit of variety.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd say Clubhouse variety.
It was nearly Chalet.
Fair.
What I will say about this, just quickly on the teams, is Falcons/Old BDS. I've often called them as one of the best Clubhouse teams in the world, so I'm not surprised to see them go there. They're also exceptional at Chalet. So map bans, I would pretty much say this sits in Falcons' favor without fully knowing how much Wildcard likes certain maps because it is a new roster.
Yeah, in general, you will see Falcons go to, revert to one of the most basic maps. They know they're the better team, so you want to get comfortable. You don't want to go into quote-unquote flip coin maps where it was what happened yesterday when they went against Loud and played against them on Skyscraper, the kind of map that's heavily sided. You want to play on something that's quite balanced because you know you're the better team.
So part of Pengu's argument as to why he rated Shaiiko low in terms of the game IQ was that he only plays a few operators. I was wondering, in the operator bans, could you be cheeky with this? Ban away his Deimos, ban away his Ayana, and Nomad, and just get him on an operator that he just doesn't like. Maybe. I don't know.
That's exactly what we want to hear. Maybe from our casters once we get into the game. But here they are. Oh my God, it's Pengu and Dev Marta. Gentlemen, it is so good to see you on here. Not you, Pengu. You have a lot of explaining to do.
I hope you heard everything we've said so far.
James, you're here. I'm happy to see you one more time, my friend, even though you forgot your adapter. But I'm here. I got
Throw
you.
me under the bus publicly in front of everyone watching.
Just like that.
Yeah, that never happens.
Something.
That absolutely never happens. Now, Jens, how are you doing today? What did you end up doing yesterday? How was your plan so far once you landed in Rio?
It was pretty good. Like, you landed a day before me, but yesterday was mostly just chilling out. We watched a couple of the games here. We had our little strategic meeting, and then of course we had a therapy session where I was trying to console Pengu for all the bullying that he's received on Twitter in the last 24 hours. We're not quite there yet, but maybe casting Shaiiko is going to be the remedy that you
It's
need.
a great start to the day, right? What happened yesterday is in the past. Today is a new day. We'll see some 35 IQ plays today, maybe some 84 IQ plays. We'll see
I
what
hope
happens.
Shaiiko makes like 110 IQ play for you, Pengu.
And if he goes 0-10, I'm going to say a 35 IQ player, right? So we'll see.
Someone's going to win in this game, and I don't know if it's going to be you, Pengu.
It might not be me.
Well, you know what, Nick, please, I will give you the floor to explain yourself and really carry us through in this game. Gentlemen, it is a good time, a good moment to see you here both together casting, so please take it away. Our kickoff for day number 2.
Thank you very much, Gassan and the boys on the desk. Yeah, we're here, we've reloaded, and we're ready to get cracking.
Yes, we are.
But, Pengu, obviously we can't not address this drama that's broken out. You claim that Shaiiko is not a brain player. Now, everyone knows that this guy is capable of insane entry fragging capability.
Yeah.
What did you actually mean when you said, like,
does that
he's
mean?
a 35 IQ player? What did you mean by that?
So I think it's always hard because when you talk about game IQ, what does that mean, right? A lot of people are saying, oh, but Shaiko's game sense is so great, and it is. Phenomenal mechanical player, great game sense. When I think of game IQ, I'm thinking strategical IQ. We're talking the IGL players, flexibility in operators, calling strats, working the map. That's not what Shaiiko does, and he doesn't need to be. He's a different caliber player, and his skill set is entirely different. It's like good old Kento Arcade, right? Kento go kill, Shaiiko go kill. He will put himself in disadvantaged positions, like I said in the tweet, and still come out ahead because he's so mechanically gifted. And, you know, on the card, if I didn't give him 35, his average would have been like 84. Where do you put Leakyfac, Felipox, Canadian, Fabian as an IGL if they're only 10 points above Shaiiko when they are way worse mechanically compared to him? I will take Shaiiko in a 1v1 over any player in the world, but he's not my IGL.
Damn, yeah. I guess it comes down a little bit to semantics, but we'll see. If he makes some big brain plays today, then I think you are going to have to eat your own hat, Pengu. But it remains to be seen. Yeah, sure.
And this is
I'm
the
going to
one
film
thing,
that
right?
content piece. You will eat the rest of that. You will eat all of it.
I want to make sure that people understand this. Like, the Shaiiko and I, we had beef many years ago, right? That's gone.
It's not real beef.
Oh, no, it's not, right? We buried that axe many years ago. It's like some parasocial fans, they love it, and they fight this imaginary war for us. Him and I are cool. Right after my tweet, I went to the elevator. The only other person there was Shaiiko. There's no bad thoughts, there's no bad vibes. It's like, we're just people. He's an amazing player. One of the best, if not the best, one of the most consistent players in the world the past 2 years. Last year with BDS, they made every single grand final and they won EWC.
Yeah.
That's world-class level right there.
For sure, but that does kind of segue nicely into the other story about this Falcons roster. Obviously, former BDS, they've now, in a way, upgraded to one of the most flush for cash organizations in the world. Very prestigious, this Saudi-based organization. But these guys, last year, they were regarded as the best team in the world.
Yeah.
Pretty much every single event, they were the event favorites. from Manchester to Montreal, and then eventually to Boston for SI, and they were second place every single damn.
Yeah.
These guys haven't won a 6 Invitational. They haven't won a big event ever, really, aside from those EWCs, which kind of sit outside the main format. Are they good enough to actually win a major or a 6 Invitational to call themselves champions of the world? Everyone seems to think so. Perhaps this new Falcons banner is going to be the determiner. 81% of you think that they will take the cake here over Wildcard, who they have challenged. Let's see what happens as we dig into our first cast here of Reload.
Oh boy, and it is Clubhouse. One of my personal favorites, you know, the strategical depth, problem solving, and with the new Orbit Defense system, you can do a lot more target banning, and that's I think the biggest thing about this. Normally you'd see, oh, you do your basic default ban on 1 and 2, and that's it, the game plays out. With this third operator ban, once the third round has concluded, you can target a specific situation in front of you that you've seen your opponent play. So you're not predicting what they're gonna do, you've quite literally seen it. And the teams that have a deeper strat pool and more flexibility in operators, they can take the most advantage of this, kind of baiting their opponent, and off the rip, double Heart Breacher ban coming out of the gates.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Have fun attacking. 2
of the most powerful Heart Breachers on Clubhouse have managed to sneak on through. Thermite for opening up those huge walls, and also Maverick, which can be very useful should the opponent be running a Kaid or a Bandit. Of course, Kaid being banned means that Bandit is the trick, the juggle against that Thermite is what you might want to pick that Maverick for. We do see Kansan bringing it out straight away, that Bandit, but as we dig into this game, another thing I did want to touch on, because I don't believe we really delved deep into it on the desk, is the bullets that these teams have reloaded going into this match. So keep in mind, Falcons lost yesterday against Loud 7-4 on Skyscraper, whereas Wildcard won 7-1 against Scars. So Falcons, despite being the grossly favored team in this matchup, are actually currently lower on the standings. Now, they've reloaded 2 bullets out of their 5 remaining, so they are really gunning to take down Wildcard here, and that means should they win, they'll get those 2 bullets back plus another 2. And Wildcard, they're in a comfortable position at the top of the standings right now. They've got 8 bullets in their reserve. They've just put 1 into this game, which means they'll only lose 1 if they lose, but they'll only gain 1 should they win. So Wildcard don't expect to be favored in this match.
No, they're not, and sadly we'll see a rehost are being called in the in-game chat, not sure why, but we'll get right into the game as quickly as possible. It seems to be a user's maybe headset issue, I'm not entirely sure, but essentially with that Orbiter ban phase that we saw, it's gonna be around wall deny and problem solving. And the thing that we didn't really touch upon is that, yeah, only Bandit is open, not the Kaid, but so is Tubarao. You can still, on defense, if you want to really bunker down, turtle, set up your, you know, utility and hide behind it, so to speak, a play around it. And we got to talk about one thing as well, because we saw Shaiiko playing Capital there in the very first round. There was a change to Jaeger that we saw yesterday. Jaeger's ADSs will now capture, or catch rather, Capital's fire and smoke bolt. Before, it was only Wamai, and when Wamai catches something, it'll still impact the area where the disc explodes. So now you can actually play Wamai and or Jaeger and really bunker up against the Capital. We might see Wildcard have that kind of playstyle today in a couple of rounds.
That's right. We've seen the meta evolve over recent years, but that is a change that is not to be understated, how powerful Jaeger is able to counter Capital. Because it was the thing that Jaeger never countered Capital. And prior to Wamai being released, that made Capital this unstoppable force. No matter what, you cannot get rid of that fire, of those smokes. And particularly for, like you said, that Rafters position here on Clubhouse. Very, very powerful. Now you can stack them both. It's going to be really challenging to clear out Rafters takes. I don't think we will see as many Rafters takes as a result. And maybe CCTV is actually going to be a more valuable bomb site.
I could see it. If you have Asami open and you can play Jaeger and Wamaya both, I feel like you can actually finally hold this position. We saw some teams when Scopus was released try and cheese their way out of it. You play Scopus on Rafters with like no utility. You're just on your own, and you can double reinforce off the catwalk wall towards the bomb site. Normally you have one soft, you can reinforce both. If you get kept off fired or grenaded, you TP out of there and you're like, bye, and they spent utility on getting rid of you, but you're full HP on the teleport. That's how people try to cheese it, but then people got better and better. You start playing Nomad, it stuns you, you can't teleport away. So there's always these small mini games in a round of Clubhouse, I feel like.
Yeah, there's so much depth to that Rafters clear and that Rafters hold. So many different ways that you can interpret it. Jaeger, Wamai, as you said, Scopus. Another one that we saw come into favor a lot last year was Doc.
Yeah.
A lot of people are sitting there and just stimming themselves up,
Tank the fire!
tanking that firebolt. And of course, with Capital in, all of that catches in, it's going to be in a way, both the attack and the defense have all the possible ingredients they would want for those rafters clear. Another one is that Montaigne. We've seen a lot of Monty used to clear out rafters. The shield meta really came to fruition last year. Hasn't been as potent as of recently with a couple of nerfs that have come through, but it's still very, very solid.
And the new operator band system, it's hard to play shields. And that's where the desk spoke about it in the DC Fnatic game or whichever. We saw Spirits pull out the Ying shotgun all of a sudden because you can triple ban the shield operator and then Spirits, oh, he's just another operator, you know, normal player. No, he's got this other trick up his sleeve. When you think back on like the origination of, I think, that kind of player, you think of Hungary in Europe. He was one of the best multiplayers in the world in Europe, and then you had banned against him. Guess what? He plays the best Ying in the world as well. So either you ban the multi, get the Ying, or vice versa. There's no winning. Players or teams who have those kinds of players, which Spirits with DC he is, they have, again, a massive advantage at forcing the enemy's hand and still punishing them regardless of what they do.
Do you happen to recall what games we saw yesterday on Clubhouse? It was Furia Elevate was one of them. Just having a look at the operator bans, I thought it would be interesting to compare, because so far, obviously, we've only had 2 per side. We had the double hard breach ban on the attack. We had the Kaid and the Mira, I believe, on the defense.
Yeah.
As compared to that Furia versus Elevate game, straight out of the gate, we saw Elevate take down the Thermite and then the Capitao. So that's a fact that we've talked about a lot. That Capitao coming in, and as we've said, in this Veto so far, it's exclusively hard breaches. In fact, 3 out of the 4 bans that we've seen have been about the hard breach.
Yeah.
Because the Kaid on the defense, the Mira, the only exception to that. When it comes to that end of round 3, of course, it will depend on how the first 3 rounds go and what ends up being used. I wouldn't be surprised to see that Capitao ban sneak in. Or the other philosophy is you're like, we've just gotten rid of 2 hard breaches.
What about a third?
What about a third? Get rid of that Thermite as well. You've got no Ace, no Hibana, no Thermite. You're relying on just the Maverick and just the tin can openers.
Jesus.
That's going to really test an attack.
It's kind of gross when you think about it. I like this because you're getting into scenarios that you haven't had to think about in the past as a player. If you are an OG Siege player, you know, originally there was just the Thermite. If he got spawn peaked, whether it's Polyc or Random Cash, doesn't matter. You would have to problem solve without a hard breacher. If the Thatcher got spawn peaked, you have a Thermite who can't breach the walls because you can't get rid of it.
It was like, let's have 3 people spawn peeking with Jaeger, Bandit, ACOG, Rook, ACOG. Just try and find that Thermite and kill him. If we lose 1 or 2 players spawn peeking, but we kill Thermite, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We still won the round.
And then, of course, you got Hibana into the mix, and Hibana originally wasn't a very strong operator. There's a couple of bugs, obviously, that made the operator like kind of clunky to play, but also you couldn't swap the pillars from 6, 4, and 2, so the value wasn't as great every single round. So it took a couple of months before Hibana was like a solid hard-breaching operator. Nowadays, you have so much flexibility on the attack and defensive lineup, but not every player has been in a situation where you have to think really deep about these things because the system is so easy.
So what you're telling me here is that in order to really delve into and make the most of this new ban system, you have to have high IQ. That's what you're telling me.
High IQ. The thing is, right, this is where you look at Falcons, and they run SBDS last year, and Leaguefac, the captain of this team. He might have one of the highest game IQs that we have seen in recent history. Him, Felipok Semble, both teams, you know, at Furia, former WSNM, coming to the rise, winning or making a bunch of grand finals. They can call for their teammates and go, guys, I have a strat. You know, you go play this operator, you go play that operator, go in this position, I'll give you a countdown, 3, 2, 0, then use your gadget. It's very common to have 1 or 2 players on a team that have that higher level understanding, who can kind of tell the other players what they envision from them, and as long as they listen correctly, they can execute a strat from somebody else's mind perfectly.
Yeah. That's why you need a well-rounded roster, right? It's fine that Shaiiko isn't a strategic genius. He's a point-and-shoot player. Like, put him in a tough situation, give him a 30-70 gunfight, and he's going to win it.
He's going to win it.
That's what matters.
It's so frustrating.
The variety. And then you got someone like Leaguefac. He's the brains of the operation.
Yeah. One of my early games against Shaiiko, back when they were called B-Genius, for example, I had like a 1v1, I think, on Oregon basement where I was defending, he was attacking. And normally in your head, you're expecting everyone to do something, like play around the diffuser, planning whatever. And I noticed in that very first 1v1 with him, he was just running at me. And there's like, there's no fear. There's just, this guy's going to take you down, and he believes that he's going to win because he does.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? You got to shoot straighter, but it's so hard to beat one of the best people at it.
I mean, can you blame him? When he just keeps on winning these fights,
like, no one's punishing this guy.
No,
He's too good.
He does really send fear into the hearts of his opponents.
Nesk was the same back then. Nobody could stop Nesk during his prime. He had 2 drones beneath his feet and an Ashe ACOG. I wouldn't want to fight him. I'd rather run away and die to the drone.
That's right. Now, speaking of operator bans, we are on the attacking side, and that Deimos has not been banned on out. We have the Capitao pick for now from Shaiiko, but of course, we are back into the round. Apologies for that brief technical pause that we got to. A few growing pains with the new client. Of course, we're playing Siege X. We are playing the new version of the game. It is so exciting because that means there's so much change. You look at the game and you see immediately the lighting is different. We've had such a beautiful makeover of this game that we've been playing for 10 years now. On top of that, we've had balancing changes, which we've kind of alluded to a little bit. The Jaeger change, among others. And, of course, a slew of new additions to the game. One thing that we haven't talked about much, on air at least, is the ingredients, the map ingredients. There are a few of those, the smoke, canisters, the fire hydrants.
Yeah, fire hydrants.
Fire hydrants that detonate as smoke grenades.
Gas pipes.
And the gas pipes, which of course do change a little bit. Situation, extremely situational.
Yeah. There can be a case where it's massively impactful, other times where it doesn't matter as much. That right there is a Goyo Vulcan canister being popped early in the round.
There was a gas pipe there we saw for a brief moment in Lounge. Lukafac very early on, 30 seconds in, but he's been flanked. That's a good kill from Dash. A new addition here to Wildcard, Major Champion himself, back in the W7M days. Meanwhile, a great juggle from Kansan. Does take a little bit of damage from the drone hole from Bride. But as it stands, Falcons are looking a little bit silly. Opening kill already for Wildcard.
I like this, Michael, though. They're denying walls on the roam clear while also actively roaming. Sort of great shot onto Bay there, getting 1 kill back for his team. Look at the attack and operators, right? Dogobi, Heartbreacher, Capitao, Grim, and then Grenades. No matter who you kill from the attack and lineup, massive in value. And you've lost Elysian, right? Half of those crew mines already on the ground. He's suddenly set up on the bomb side. So I'm not surprised to see Wildcard playing aggressive here. The question is, do they want to take that 1-for-1 trade and now fall back? Or they're going to stick their ground on the roam and look for more?
Users will have one of those Dogobi logic bombs very shortly as well. Good pre-fire there from Shaiiko. He takes a bit of damage, but does not confirm that kill onto that roamer. Logic bomb to detonate. Users looking to encircle these roamers. Spiker gets back to site safely, but the same cannot be said for Kansan as he is finished off by Bride. That said, Wildcard may have done enough damage as the clock is dwindling here for Falcons.
They got those great canisters. The roll now from Wildcard, very spread across. One player Kansan solo on the CCTV side, Dash solo on the master bedroom side. Spiker downstairs, look at this. Whooping max! That's a 1v1 on your screen, but you had users on Dogobi behind him on the windows making pressure as well, and they had the Dogobi call come in earlier. So great adaptation of Falcons saying, okay, it's not going to be at the wall, breaches. It's going to be about kills right now. Get inside the building. Solotov found 2 in the round. Bride found the 3rd as well.
So do debutants in Spiker and Baby Shark now have to try and hold the site against the might of Falcons. Bit of a toss to C4. Spiker feeling a little bit nervy. Still a lot of time here to waste. Falcons, they're not rushing this. Wow. They need to be careful. They need to formulate a plan. Leaderboard from the grave calling out to his team. 25 seconds left to go. Shaiiko to throw down another one of those smokes as Solotov looking for an entry. Bride has made this a 4 versus 1, and poor Spiker here on Arsenal looking for something. Does not see the players, and Solotov will close the round. Falcons may have been slow, but they will not be bloodied. A single player to die, and a great opening start here for Falcons.
So we know this roster of Falcons, they have slow starts to tournaments overall. They almost always lose their first match. And what I just witnessed just speaks to the respect they have towards Wildcard. Because Wildcard, they are a bit of an unknown team right now. It's their first time at this event. It's the first time that we've seen, or second day rather, it's the first time we've seen the org play on this roster. And in this 4 versus 2 that we just witnessed, Falcons, they took a 20-second timer, said, you know what, let's just get everybody in the right position, get the utility use, get the fire, the smoke, and then peek them 3 versus 1, 2 versus 1, and just pay respects. If Falcons, they rush through that last 20-30 seconds of the round, they can easily just kind of fall apart, not clearing the right angles, and then they throw it, essentially. So they're saying, you know what, Wildcards, they're the real deal. We should win this round with a man advantage. Let's play correctly.
Yeah. Great read there from Falcons. They were not looking great at the start of that round. First blood for Wildcard.
Yeah.
And a bandit juggle successful when the only hard breach, dedicated hard breach that you bring to the table is Thermite.
10 seconds to
But then I think, yeah, Wildcard got a little bit too egregious on that roam. Dash in particular, that felt like a defining moment for me. When Dash fell on the top floor in construction, Falcons really had the round in their hands. And then even as you said, respect given, they're not going to rush in a 4v2. They're going to make sure that they do slow pushes, go together, make sure that they don't...
Just don't cut any corners, really, right?
Exactly. So a good start here for Falcons.
do want to see Wildcard play a bit closer together, especially if you see that early Dokubi call like last round. If a teammate falls in a very deep aggressive roam, you're going to drop your phone on the ground, they can hack it, and they get full camera access. So we know right now as spectators, there is no Dokubi in this particular round. The Wildcard, they don't know that just yet, most likely. So once they get that ability taken out of is, either you can play very spread apart or play very close together, but that's where the multi now from Breedy comes into play. This is not an operator where you don't want to give isolated kills on the defensive side against the multi, because he can find you, run you down, have a gun behind him, and you're basically playing 2 versus 1. Little mini play, secondary EMPs from Munty with Leaky Effect and the Thermite. They're going to try and get this wall opened up. We know there is no bandit there, it's cancelled on the Frost, and okay, the Fire as well, tripling down.
Yeah, Fire, Twitch, and the EMP
and the Twitch
to guarantee that wall was successfully opened.
That's high IQ.
Yeah, it is high IQ.
And it's Shaiiko on the Twitch, by the way.
Of course it is. And you do have to be careful when all you've got is that Thermite. You can't waste an exothermic charge. You can't afford for it to be juggled by Spiker. And now Falcons are poised to put some serious pressure onto this CCTV and cache side of the map. This player on Rafters is now trapped.
They have a really good read here. Get Munty in that garage door, get up on the rafters. This guy should be as good as that. Oh, the Frost trap! Oh no! Frost trap for it!
Breedy, that is a dangerous mistake to make, and Users has been baited into Spiker. Bay's found a second one as well. Hungry for more, he's peeking outside of that CCTV breach, and it leaves just Leakafak and Shaiiko left to pick up the pieces of what looked to be a solid round for Falcons and has now gone promptly down the toilet.
Disaster. Bay should have been a free kill. Munty stabilizes Shaiiko with a good kill inside the bomb side. Sees a second, gets shot down.
Leakafak, nothing to do. 3K for Bay on Rafters. And a very vicious reply from Wildcard. Looking 0-2 strong on that gym defense with a very effective roam and the Rafters hold at that. Oh no. Falcons are going to be kicking themselves. Breedy cannot be affording to walk into frost maps on that Montaigne.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not going to say, you know, the Siege X client, you know, made it harder, but it is a bit darker now to see the things inside the game. Breedy might not have checked it as thoroughly as he normally would, because if it's brighter in the old build, a little bit darker in the new build, you might just miss it. You gotta open your eyes, Breedy. You gotta turn up the brightness, double check. The only way Munty dies there is through a frost.
Yeah. That was a clutch pick from Kansas on that frost. Really solid.
But they knew they had a frost, right? Because the Twitch drone was inside the bomb site, spotting the frost running away. So it's not even like they didn't know there was a frost. Maybe it was miscommunicated.
Lack of composure from Falcons.
Yeah.
Even the fact that I believe it was Users immediately died afterwards at the bottom of Garage because he's like, oh crap, my Monty's just died, I need to push.
Yeah.
And then caught out by Spiker. It's really good to see, of course, Bay, Spiker, and Baby Shark. They're the 3 debutants on this wildcard roster. They have never played at an international event before. Dash and Kansan, of course, with a plethora of experience, especially Dash in recent history. Kansan, it's been a while since him on Sonics made an appearance at an international event. But this wildcard roster is full of young talent, and let's be honest, like, we were all pretty skeptical. We were like, oh, they're a partner team, so they get invited to Reload, but are they good enough? We talk about them in the similar vein of like Cloud9 and Fnatic. It's like, would this team qualify for events if it wasn't a direct invite? And look, if Wildcard can put up a solid show against Falcons, then they're certainly changing that conversation.
Absolutely. Now again, hard breaching will be a very big focus point for this attack right now because the operator bends. Now the Maverick being brought out. And I think the general vibe right now is like the attack is spending a lot of time and resources early in the round to get the first step done, right? Breach the wall, get your drone set up, that's step 1 done. Whereas in a normal game of Clubhouse or a different game of Clubhouse, you can just instantly pop open those walls with a Thatcher, breach, whatever, and it's done in 5 seconds. So this means Falcons, they will have a slow start to the round. It's about how quick can they now ramp up. For example, the first 60 seconds, we've done the same thing outside the building. What's going to happen in the following 60 seconds is very important because the lower that timer gets, the more troublesome it will become. We spoke of earlier, Capital interaction with the Jaeger. You can now play Spiker on Capital Crafters, and if he does have any ADSs, he should be safe from Capital Bolts.
I don't actually believe that he does have ADSs.
I don't think he does either.
Yeah. He is feeling that pressure. I mean, this is a CCTV cache defense, so he is instrumental. Meanwhile, Dash just found a kill, and I'm not entirely sure where that was. Seemingly a roam, perhaps peeking outside of that pool table window. I can only assume.
Yeah, there's a gap.
Yeah, and now as a result, Leakafak is going to move on in. He's the core player from down at the bottom of Rafters, uses to come and support. Is there adequate protection for this Rafters player? His Army Keeper barriers being
swapping mags.
Ticked away by Leakafak's DMR, and we can see there is the ADS from Kansan. He pops up and he takes down Leakafak. A solid headshot, and still Wildcard retained control despite the flames, despite the fire. Eventually Solotov to claim that kill. And a second one, the over-aggression punished from Wildcard. But they keep their heads above the water. Kansan to find another one. But Brede will eventually fall as well. Wildcard hold firm onto the rafters.
It's a very simple defensive lineup and strat from Wildcard, but it is oh so effective, right? They're baiting the second player. He had the ADSs. They didn't throw out that corner. They couldn't. So both fires spent very early on. Then they realized, oh snap, there's Jaeger as well. Let's flashbang him. Gets caught by the ADS. He swings out, gets another kill. This right here, it's these small moments that have massive impact for Wildcard that will just literally make them win in an instant. If you don't take out Raptors on a CCTV attack where the focus is taking Garage, you're not going to win the round as an attacker.
I believe that was a 3K from Kansan,
Yeah.
Jaeger as well. Really doubling down with the Azami and the Jaeger on that position of Rafters. Proved to be a really good decision there from Wildcard. Now, of course, as we're 3 rounds deep, we have that third operator ban for each team. Falcons deciding to get rid of that bandit, and Wildcard deciding to get rid of that Twitch. Two sides of the same coin.
Yeah, they're thinking the same thing right now. We saw the Twitch, and I think it's a genius approach from Falcons to clear out ADSs, the bandit batteries, Goyo canisters, all bits of utility. Them targeting saying that we're doubling down on util again. Now they can play one mine very comfortably, because how are you going to clear this up with guns, right? Same with the Jaeger, the Goyo, the mute jammers. It's very much a game of intel.
But at the very least, Falcons don't have to worry about countering that bandit anymore.
That's true.
That was one of the things, one of the many jobs that Twitch had.
Yeah, now I will say this though, for the roam queue at least, this is now where Thermite can finally shine. You cannot mute jam a Thermite charge on a repellable wall. So this CC wall, there's a jammer on it. Thermite can go on the repel on the top part and just pop the wall open up. So what this means now is that the roam should be quicker in the early stages of the round for Falcons, giving them more time and more resources to focus on the actual roam clear after the wall is opened up.
And what's more, we've got Brede on his infamous Deimos. We've got Users as well on the Dokkaebi. We're going to see exactly what you were saying. That new jammer completely ineffectual. Boop. Yeah, very well done from Falcons. This is not their first rodeo whatsoever.
I like the fact that the jammer's on the wall. I feel like you can make the argument that it's not worth it. I do think, you know, it is going to slow down just a little bit more. But you can argue that if those drones are inside the building to help the roamers survive more, could also be better. Bay falls early in bottom garage, I believe.
Yeah, he did.
Swinging it very aggressively.
Did you see that Shaiiko actually did a little bit of damage through the wall from inside a stock?
Oh, okay.
Just pre-firing. I mean, that is game sense, if I've ever seen it. And it did flush out the player. And now Spiker is in an awkward position. He's got some Kiva barriers to protect him here in secret, but he will likely fall off before too long, especially as prompted by that logic bomb. Meanwhile, Dash is going to take out Users. I don't know where that was, but no longer having to worry about those future Dokkaebi calls is going to be a blessing for Wildcard.
I heard a frost trap like clunk sound and then Users was injured, but there's no frost in the board. I'm not sure what happened there, but he's dead. Dokkaebi early in the grave, yeah. So far, they're still favoring Falcons, of course. Still got Deimos, though, helps out a ton. They know that final quote-unquote roamer that they were looking for is now downstairs inside of blue. Plenty of time for the attack.
We still have Kansan upstairs.
We do, and the jammer has saved him because he wasn't called by the Dokkaebi call. And
I actually have a feeling Falcons are unaware of this mute on the top floor.
I don't think they know.
For Kansan, he's a very slow operator. And now with the numbers being dwindling for Falcons, this is Kansan's time to shine. He has made his way all the way down the main stairs. Okay.
Got one there.
He's safe.
Unusual, but regardless, Falcons now poised to push on the site. Again, the target onto Baby Shark, who's already low HP.
Yeah, I think when they got that kill to make it a 3-3, it was better for the Kansan to go back on the bomb side put together, but Baby Shark swings aggressively again, now also injured. Nate comes out. I don't think it's going to finish the job. Oh, it is. Wow.
Quite an arm there from Shaiiko, and it found another player as well. Brede now finishes him off. It's all up to Spiker out of nowhere. Falcons on the back of it. Genius play from Shaiiko, and guess what? He's going to close the affair as well. The 1-2-3 from the GOAT himself. Falcons looking extremely solid on that attack of the basement.
If I'm a player of Wildcard there, I'm going to shake my head and say, why did we do that? And then I'm going to say, Baby Shark, why did you do that, right? You call Kansan back from the top floor roam to play it out 3 versus 3. Before that, when the roam was very active, he was looking for a play, it was 3 versus 4. They needed like a hero play somewhere. They get the kill, Kansan falls back, they sacrifice the roam game only for Baby Shark to jiggle peek with 20 health against the player on Blue Staircase while Deimos tracked. He gets injured. The nade was ridiculous, by the way. into the pixel angle as well. It got a kill, and it got the injured because his teammate was running over to revive him. Baby Shark's little mishap there arguably cost Wildcard the round.
You got your beta. That's the nature of the Deimos, right? Yeah. Because you think, oh, I know where he is now. I'm just going to peek him. You forget that he can see you, and he's actually got more info because it's a live ping onto you. And it's funny, Shaiiko.
I was going to say, it's a 3v3. There's like 50 seconds left. You're giving up the roam, and you're aggro peeking Shaiiko while Deimos check with 20 health.
And he's got the Deimos pistol, which farms.
Respect your opponents a little bit there, right? You want to lure in Falcons into those crossfires in bottom blue when you have defenders in different positions. That's when you shut down. Then you can bait Shaiiko, track in the player while a second defender kills him. Now you just ego swing really far angle 1v1.
So you're telling me that play from Shaiiko with the Deimos, with the pistol, with the grenade, like that was pure mechanics, there was no intelligence there.
I mean, he held the angle, he had the red dot in front of him like the Deimos tracker, it was Baby Shark making the wrong play. And not him. The thing is, if you flip it and Baby Shark was the Deimos and Shaiiko was swinging with 20 health, Shaiiko would have hit the one time. That's the difference right there. It's the wrong play, but Shaiiko would have won in that scenario.
I'm just debating you.
I know you are, but I have to take debate. No, I hate rage bait.
You have to bite. You have to bite.
It's like a dog, a bone. This is free again. Kansen has not bothered putting jammer on the wall again because Thermite can just go on the upside down lapel, so those jammers are spent elsewhere inside the building for a more high value. For example, the bathroom wall, most likely. Is that very soft, or am I...?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, I couldn't tell.
The left wall was not soft.
Okay.
It's just, yeah, the reinforcement little studs are kind of hard to see. This is a good drone from Shaiiko, going all the way down to the kitchen. He does spot Spiker, and I believe he was aware that it was a Valkyrie as well. Surely. He also spotted a pre-placed Nitro cell somewhere. Hello, what's going on here? Hey. Leaderboard is using his Gon 6 to get quickly into Strip to go and cut off that player downstairs. I don't think Spiker has any clue.
He has Diffuser though. If Leaderboard dies here, that would be massive.
He needs to drop it. Shaiiko, meanwhile, has fallen. Aggressive play. He does spot him out and take down Spiker. Good from Leaderboard. Now up the main stairs. Meanwhile, it seems like Wildcard are fortifying their positions back on the side. Baby Shark using those Kindred barriers to fortify his own spot at the back of Master. But Shaiiko has fallen. And Solotov on this Monty is trying to be that extra prong on the attack for Falcons, who have now looked to leverage their position at the top of main stairs. Solotov goes in with the Monty. He spots out Dash, but he falls in the crossfire. Wildcard are maintaining their control. Both teams bloodied. A 3v2 Dash on a sliver of HP eventually will fall to Leaderboard. A triple kill for the Capitao as he looks to plant this diffuser, and he uses having to cover now with the Grim. But that diffuser has now been planted, and it forces Wildcard for a retake. These 1v1s starting to go in favor of the defense as Kansen forces Leaderboard to ace up in the 1v2.
See if he has what it takes. Holds the first angle, sees the wiggle, goes passive instead, baits him in.
And now Leaderboard has to land this shot. He knows where he is, and Kansen to jiggle it again! The Clutch King, of course, is cool. He doesn't even care about it. He denies that round from Falcons and puts Wildcard back into the driver's seat of this game.
Oh man, there's so much happening in that round from the very get-go. I mean, it was the defense playing perfect corner play with the attack of Falcons trying to just get them out of those positions. Mixture of Capitao fire with Capitao flanking downstairs, using his fire upstairs, Munchie pushing to the bomb side, but Wildcard, they had a trade or an answer at every single turn of that round. Then they get the plant down. Leaderboard gets 3 kills in that round. It's a 2v2. It's looking really good for Falcons because we saw red pings and yellow pings across the entire bomb side. They had so much information. Then classic Kansen, he just wide swings off this, shots down their first attacker, and puts it back into a 2v1 favoring Wildcard. But this right here, Baby Shark and Dash playing together, shutting down the Munty, that is the turning point for Wildcard because that Munty would have been a huge problem if he would have stayed alive. Also, we saw the gas pipe having massive impact, by the way. In the 2v2 the plant was going down, they shut the pipe instead of connecting the door to master bedroom, and it stopped the defenders from pushing in aggressively. So the office was a 1v1, which Kansen won.
A lot of hype in the post-round camera as well from Dash. Of course, major champion, formerly of W7M. He spent a lot of time in Brazil, which is, of course, his home region,
can't
and
repeat everyone.
the strongest region for Rainbow Six. That's not even a conversation. Brazil are the best at Rainbow Six. And now he's found a new home in North America, and by
we're
far
still
and
in
away,
Brazil, James.
Pardon?
We're still in Brazil, James.
We are. It's on home turf. It means that Wildcard will have a little bit of the crowd support should they make it to the top 8. But Dash, by far and away, like the most standout player on this roster. Like, you look at the names and you're like, oh, I remember Kansas from a few years ago, but Dash, that's your big hitter. And I think you need a little bit of that fragging capability on Wildcard when you've got 3 rookies who, to be fair, haven't played poorly. I don't want to throw shade.
They hold their own, for sure.
But Dash that round, he was instrumental. His big 3K inside of Bathroom was what caused Wildcard to have that advantage.
And I want to say that my big question marks for this matchup and for Wildcard as a team is fundamentals and communication. They looked very sharp in what they want to do fundamentally from a strategical perspective. And in that previous round, how they played the 2v2s and the 2v1s, very like high in communication as well. All these small mini plays. Now Baby Shark baiting with support of Kansan as well, looking for a 2v1. There's the Blackbeard though, hard to kill him. C4 goes out. Nothing.
Does detonate that gas pipe though, so no support for a brief moment for users in Connector. That said, Solotov, of course, on the Grim, he can try and do some damage from Logistic, cut off any aggression. I think Wildcard will be happy to just fall back to side though.
Yeah, but are you? I mean, you've lost all the wall deny, sure you got the Jaeger, but that's for CCTV Catwalk Rafters. This is what I think the team should be doing. Go for Master Bedroom, connect the wall. This should be an absolute free breach. You got the Blackbeard for site information, for potential plant later on. You got 4 flashbangs, you got grenades. This is a perfect attack from Falcons strategically, but will it fall apart to a flanker? 2 guys on drones.
No. Is anybody watching for it? Leakafak seems to be aware. A bit of a spray, but Leakafak actually saves Dash by detonating the fire extinguisher at just the right moment to prevent Solotov from going for that kill. Dash is lucky to get away with his life, but low HP and Wildcard have lost a player. User seems to be lagging out, so Falcons might unfortunately lose a player. And Shaiiko and Users have both fallen. Solotov and Leakafak to find kills onto the side, leaving just the clutch king of Kansan and the core fragger of Dash to hold on for Wildcard.
The Grim Beast still gonna spot players out. Nate as well had a really good idea. If there's a team kill comes through, a trade at least. Speedy goes down, 2v1 off of Kansan, 30 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, but he's the clutch god. He knows how to hold firm in these scenarios. Leakafak already low HP, and there's info on the side. Don't overswing this! Solotov, you've left Leakafak all alone. Now he has to clutch up. Kansan baits it out. Leakafak looking for a little more. Oh, and a little tap on the behind as well. Leaves Kansan on low HP. Leakafak with the pistol. He comes through for Falcons when he's needed, and the scoreline is once again even.
And that is why Leakafak is my goat. The IGL, the planter, plays the hard support, gets the 1v1 deagle with pistol, gets it done. Kansan, small mishap, ran to the chassis there. Hate to see that for him, but I will say this. It looked like Users had a disconnect right before execute happened. That could have been a much cleaner, more precise round. Falcons had to make the adaptation. The second User says, guys, I'm crashing. And then they say, okay, we gotta hit the bomb site aggressively. The plan is not gonna be ordinary. We gotta go for plan B or plan C right now. And it took them 2 seconds, no hesitation. They just full committed for it. And that's, again, where Falcons, they are adaptable. And I think, again, in big praise there to Leakafak, who calls the strats typically.
Yeah. He does call a lot of strats, but... Oh, we're gonna hear some...
No talking.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were telling me to shut.
No, sorry.
I was like, did I just get shushed by my co-cousin?
I would never.
It's a technical pause, so yes, we're obviously Users disconnected again. I believe it was actually Users that was having issues at the start of the game as well.
Yeah, it looked like it, yeah.
Wasn't being able to get into the lobby, so now he's disconnected again, unfortunately, lagged out of the game, it seems. And yeah, as you said, the players are not allowed to talk during technical pauses.
And it's funny because like I feel like that's the rule for every event, but then sometimes I feel like it's okay that they're talking a bit, sometimes it's not.
Well, yeah, I mean, I just saw Solotov saying something.
Yeah, Leakafak's talking. Maybe they can talk non-game stuff.
That's
like,
what I've heard.
What did you have for breakfast, guys? You know?
Exactly. No, that definitely looks game-related. It does. I've heard also sometimes the admins say they can talk, but not about certain things. Because the admins are listening in the call. That said, Wildcard's not talking, so I don't know what's up.
I will say though, for Wildcard again, when Dash hit for the main stairs flank there, we only really saw the play happening on his portion of the map. What happened on the connector side was 2 defenders, Kansan and someone else. They swung into connector and aggressed as well, because the comes from Falcon is, guys, we're getting flanked. 2 guys turned their attention away, leaving the front side kind of weak.
Genius.
That combined with Users crashing and there was somebody watching it.
Yeah.
But then when Users died, that was actually the warning sign for them aggressing the bomb site door. So they kill a guy who's crashed, he doesn't matter, and then the teammate next to you just turns around and gets the kill as well. So just my point is there, Wildcard, they don't just make a solo play like dash, flank, and main just trying to get lucky on the flank kill. No, it was deliberate 3-2-1 timing, let's all aggress together. If one side comes out victorious, we'll take that.
Yeah. Oh, to be frank, I was not expecting a lot out of Wildcard this tournament, and obviously I haven't been casting the NA region, so I haven't been highly aware of what the roster has achieved in the last year. Like, I mean, I looked at their results, right? So last year, Stage 2, they were 5th, Stage 1, they were 7th. So I will say that's a bit of a glow up. To be 7th place when you're competing with teams like SSG, M80, and the like, even Shopify Rebellion,
They're great.
Yeah, a lot of
DarkZero, come on, get them all out there.
Yeah,
See?
never heard of that team.
No, I think Bolo might have played there for one time, but now he's gone, so it doesn't matter. They're irrelevant now, right?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So yeah, Wildcard, like obviously they've been all right. They've been like middle pack in
Middle lower.
middle lower in NA, and so coming to this event, I think understandably had fairly low expectations. They've already exceeded my expectations. Like, yeah, okay, 7-1 against Scars yesterday. That's taken with a grain of salt because Scars are looking in shambles right now. Yeah. But Wildcard coming through here, they were up 3-2. Now it's 3-3. This is a pretty solid position to be in. They've played good Siege.
Yeah, they have.
Like you said, they've played very coordinated, especially for a team with one Frenchman and one Brazilian.
That's the big thing.
On a North American roster. I've been really impressed. I don't know what Dash's English is like. It must be pretty good if he can play with them like this. I was actually catching the shuttle with them this morning, so I was having a little chat to them. Baby Shark, I'm obviously not very aware of his history.
Oh, I met him in the elevator.
His English is great.
Yeah, it was better than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, it's solid. Probably better than our farmers, I think.
As Alfama sat on the desk, Baby Shark and him did the same thing. They went to the easier region of North America, only to get, what did Alfama say, worst rated player that season or something?
Well, can I just say, Alfama, he went to NA, he came last, he got relegated or something, and then he went to APAC and did terribly as well.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
But he's the GOAT. That's the thing. You have to remember this. Alfama, great person, first of all. Not everyone's a great person.
Guy.
He's a great person.
1 out of 10.
Funny, charismatic, very smart, you know, in a different life. I could see myself be good friends with him.
In a different, you're
on
not
a romantic level. He's such a nice guy.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. If I saw Alfama on a dating app, I would swipe right.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, thank you. I agree.
No question.
And
he's a man of culture as well. He'd probably bring a nice bottle of wine.
He would bring a nice bottle of wine.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's also, like, I play rank with him sometimes in Europe as well. And he's just like, he has that old school style brain for the game where it's a lot about playing together, setting up those mini plays.
Support mindset.
Yeah, support mindset. It's just like he understands that he himself could make a play that's 50-50 and take a 50% chance of winning. Or you can say, hey, somebody come with me. Let's make it 75% win rate, for example. And just always play the numbers game. That's not necessarily like the current style of Siege at the highest level. It's a much more adaptable, flexible, and a bit more like playing off the field, I think, sometimes nowadays. But it's enjoyable for me as an old school timer to play with other old school time players sometimes.
Yeah. And then you guys end up every round trying to plant with 10 seconds to go.
Yeah.
You lose on time.
Yeah, and then like something silly happens and it's like, oh, we didn't account for that and we just lost the round now.
I feel like when you play that structured Siege, you're more likely to have arguments. I don't know if that's your experience.
No, you are 100%.
Definitely in my experience, like I've played a lot of ranked with Guz, my dear friend, and we always, our stack, we always try and play like really methodically.
Yeah.
And then we just always argue because we're like,
there's so many
no, this strat was bad. No, you just played it wrong. Blah, blah, blah.
And the beautiful thing about playing a team game like this is you have different perspectives.
Yeah.
Fabi and I, back when we were playing together, we would play the same round and get the same outcome and have vastly different experiences of what went wrong in the round. For me, it was, oh, this guy didn't hold the right angle, so the C4 just, went through and killed the Panther. Fabian's like, we didn't attack it correctly because there's no pressure on blue. I'm like, well, the blue pressure wouldn't matter if the C4 was shot midair.
Yeah.
So you have all these different views of it, and it's also why it's important in a team to have people who are they're just spectators, right? When you have a debate going on, like Goga, for example, Kanto would rarely get involved. And that allows more breathing room for someone like Fabi and myself, Junas, to get very critical of each other. Whereas if you have 5 guys who all want to fight each other, not good. But if nobody has an opinion and nobody has an idea of what went wrong, it's just silence. And it's also bad.
Yeah.
You
need that balance, right?
Yeah.
Like, you need 2 to 3 players on your team that have a lot of opinions.
Yes, I would
but
say
also
so.
need to know how to shut up. And you need some players on your team like Shaiiko who are just like, look, I'm just going to tell you what I want to do. Like, I just want to play Deimos and go and hunt this guy. Or you tell me where you need me and I'll point and shoot me.
Yes, I think it was, I'm not sure it was Fresh or Alpha or whatever. Like, we talked a lot about the Shaiiko situation because of today's content and such. And obviously, it comes down to he's the perfect soldier.
Yeah.
And I always will draw the line comparison from Shaiiko to Kento, because Kento was the kind of player way back in the day that Shaiiko very much is today. You say, Shaiiko, go here, do this job. He says, okay, I will do my best at doing this job.
Yeah.
And very often he'll be successful at it.
Because Kanto was one of the most mechanically talented
Yeah,
players in the game at the time.
Kento would
By
destroy
far.
everybody like Shaiiko is right now as well. It's the
Yeah.
same kind of player mentality where they just have this thing that they are so good at, and you are a fool of a team if you don't build around them. And that's why we've seen every iteration of BDS, the French, the international one. Shaiiko has always been in the same mold, and you build around what he can do with it. And that's where League Effect came in, replacing Elimj as the IGL. And I think he had that like newer, younger view of the game to say, we gotta play more quick pace, we gotta play more aggressive together. Whereas Elimj is maybe a bit more structured in like how to plan and how to get things done.
Lems is also a lurker, right, which I think changed the situation a bit.
Yeah, probably as well.
He liked to be on the front line despite liking to have that leadership role.
Yeah.
Input.
And I like that League Effect as a player can both play the backstabbing Capital, like on the gym attack,
Yeah.
which like, why is Capital flanking main stairs? Like, your gadget useless now, and you can give him a shield, a heart breacher, an injury, it doesn't matter. And same with Canadian on DarkZero, when he was there, he's no longer, he's a Chopper for Rebellion now, he would play like Jackal Entry or a really aggressive roaming Pulse of Valkyrie, and he would die first in almost every single round. And then you think to yourself, well, he's a bad player, he's being silly. No, he can call the perfect strat from the grave a lot easier than if he's alive and to worry about his own gameplay. So get him in the game early. If he gets a kill, phenomenal. If not, Troy could still lead from the grave. Like we saw League Effect in that very first round. He died very early, he called the strat perfectly, they won the first round.
That's why you don't want 5 Leaker Facts on your team, and you don't want 5 Shaikos on your team.
No, that would be
You want
terrible.
1 Leaker Fact, 1 Shaiko,
Yeah.
1 Brita, and then a couple of more Shaikos. Like Usus is very similar to a Shaiko. He's mostly a point and shoot player. I understand that he also has a bit more of a vocal role on the team, but
Yeah, I think Solotov, when I was watching them last year's BDS,
he was talking a lot.
There was like, I'm not sure if it was Boston or a different event, but there was a tactical timeout where we could kind of heal the players. And Solotov was like, League Effect, like, let me take the wheel on this one. Let me
Yeah.
call this. I know how to counter this.
Yeah.
Because the enemy was like spamming shields or whatever on the attacking side. And we saw Solotov take leadership with permission from League Effect, and they came back from a round deficit into a round victory. And I didn't think Solotov would be that kind of player, and I wasn't sure if League Effect would have. I see him as extremely humble, and I love it. He's super successful, super humble.
Takes a
But
lot to seed that power.
It doesn't say, you know what, I'm the IGL and the captain. I'm gonna trust you with my job and my role, and I'm not gonna blame you if you lose. It's still on me, even if you call the strat. And they came back victorious, and it showed me a much fuller BDS, or now Falcons. Whereas if you go way back in the day, it was a one-man team.
Yeah.
It was Shaiko's world. And then Bride came. Biggest upgrade ever. RXWD into Bride. Oh my god, the
you just
player
get like
swap.
this support goat, clutch king.
I mean, Bride is world class, and RXWD was a bit of a meme player. Back then. There's this clip where he played IQ on Clubhouse Basement Blue Stairs, and the enemy was playing Echo on defense, and the drone was going up and down, and RX was like trying to hit the drone with his IQ pistol, and he whiffed the whole magazine, and he just walked away. He was like, I'm not hitting this Echo drone.
I think I saw that.
And it's such a funny clip.
That's great.
That's an old one.
But yeah, just in terms of like talking about people's strengths and roles, and you mentioned Kanda Raketti in comparison to Shaiiko, it's always really interesting to me to see how players evolve over their career. Because of course, Kanta Raketti, he was like the mechanical GOAT point and shoot player.
Yeah.
But as he got older, he was no longer the mechanical GOAT. He was put onto supportive roles, and he couldn't have that impact because he just didn't have the support DNA in him. He didn't have the leadership DNA in him. And that, I think, is the maybe alluding to the criticism that you were talking about Shaiiko before. Like, if in a few years Shaiiko is no longer mechanically as sharp and he had to adapt and go into support, like, for example, Canadian did, or like a lot of other Fragger to support pipelines, Shaiiko probably wouldn't be able to do it.
It's not the highest level, at least, right? He'll be able to do it, but I don't think he would have the agency.
On a world-class team like
exactly.
he is now.
Exactly, and that's the thing, that's the impressive part that people always make. Shaiiko this, Shaiiko that, whatever. It's about longevity and consistency. And for how well he's been doing it, and for how long he's been doing it, that's the most impressive part, consistency.
Few players can be at the top of their game as an entry fragger for as long as Shaiiko has, and seems to be slowing down not at all anytime soon. Of course, Falcons versus Wildcard, we're 3-3 at the end of the first half. We're going to go to a short break, but we'll be back in just a few minutes, so please don't go anywhere, and we'll see you in a moment.
Ué, tá perdido? Tô mesmo. Então vem com a gente.
Yes, we will! W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Any day I walk through the fire, go hard when the stakes are higher, never lose with a strong desire. Only way to go up, go higher. Any day I walk through the fire. La 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 la, let it burn. La 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 la, let it burn. La 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 la, let it burn. Burn, baby, burn. Walk through the fire. I see the tears I wanted to rain. I put better than different conditions. I prefer to go through it in the rain. Crash in the plane. That's about to leave some of my concerns. I just get up and get back to business till I get the message. I'ma stand out, don't need a handout. Just need to stand up and get my hands dirty. Tomorrow, I promised I wanted it yesterday. That's why I'm showing up, man. Time on my hands in the mind of a minute. So stop at the pinnacle. I'm never finished. You trying to see something phenomenal? This is what I'ma do. Promise you, I'm gonna walk through the fire.
Welcome back to Reload here. We're playing Siege X, the brand new iteration of Rainbow Six Siege, and we are about halfway through this match, Pengu. It's Team Falcons, the second best team in the world all of last year. They made it to every single grand final and lost every single time when they were under the BDS.
That sounds so negative.
It does, but
it's not.
I mean, like, a lot of people call them the best team in the world.
because they had the best year.
Yes.
But they lost the grandest of all, the Invitational.
Yes, they did, unfortunately. And they're up against Wildcard, who are a kind of mid-lower pack North American team, but with a couple of roster changes, particularly Dash, major champion on W7M. He's looking really solid in this game so far. 3-3 at the half, and that, of course, prompts the side switch. And as a result, we're also getting new operator bans. Thanks to this new operator banning system, so Falcons move on to their defense. They ban 2 attackers. They're going to get rid of the Maverick and the Ace. So that means we've had a hell of a lot of hard breach bans so far. It was it Maverick? It was Ace Hibana first?
It was Ace Hibana in the first one.
And then what was the third one that ended up
The third one ended up being Twitch on the attacking side, and then Bandit on the defense.
Yeah, and it's funny because seeing Wildcard now switching on the attack, they don't want to deal with any kind of electricity at all. They've taken out both the Creed and the Bandit. So yeah, it's so fascinating to see.
Kind of interested in Falcons because the thing is, I feel like Maverick Thermite on Clubhouse probably has the highest value factor because again, Thermite will just like go through the mid jammers and it's not useless for Goldeneye. I don't know. I feel like if you have Ace or Urbana, I think like Hatch is gonna suck, but you can't really get past the mute jammers whatsoever without playing EMPs or Thatcher. So regardless, very wall-oriented map so far. And I feel like there's 2 ways Clubhouse will normally play. Either you play around Goldeneye and harbinging operators, or it's gonna be about defender utility and then shields on the attacking side. That's like the 2 curves you can go into pretty much.
We don't have the Jaeger here for the defensive side, but I guess that's mainly as a result of this being the basement box side. Of course, we're probably going to see the Jaeger more in those Hell in a Cell facets of the map, like on that top floor.
Yeah.
Speaking of, a bit of a roam clear happening on the top floor. Spiker breaching open this jacuzzi wall. An extension from Falcons on this top floor. A nice little pop of that fire extinguisher, one of those map ingredients. It really does not last long, does it?
No, it doesn't. Not just the fire. Groove Mine goes south. They know Dash inside, but not exactly where he is. A lot of
Information as well for Leak, in fact, but he's feeling a bit of pressure. Baby Shark from outside on the balcony will finish him off. A very solid opening kill there for Wildcard as Falcons start to retreat their own game back to site.
Yeah, and this is the thing. If one player falls early by, being in the wrong position or dying a little bit too ambitiously, you kind of screw over the rest of the team because you can't really stick around all much longer now. Uses? Did he crash again? He didn't even react.
He's out of the game.
Oh, he's actually okay.
After we just spent about 15 minutes getting the poor lad back into the game, he's not having a good one.
I will say, I think it's a better case scenario that he crashed there because otherwise, what was that? He didn't even flinch when he got spiked.
I like how you just froze for a few seconds. It was like pengu.exe has stopped working. I don't know what I'm watching right now. Look, this has been a very, very good round from Wildcard. Of course, it doesn't help Falcons that they had a player disconnect. Whether or not that happened before or after the kill is kind of a moot point because of leak effect time early. Yeah. This really should be a Wildcard round. There's no two ways about it. Falcons, they have a lot riding on this game, having bet 2 bullets, or rather reloaded 2 bullets coming into this matchup. So Wildcard, there's far less on this round and this game for them, but they're in the driver's seat.
Mind you, we saw the very first round, Falcons 4v2 on the attack, and they took all the time they need to get that perfect bombs that execute when they're going for kills. Wildcard, yes, it should be their round, but if they go too fast or too isolated, they might not pull it through. They get the injure and kill confirm on Solotov with the vert downstairs. Now they got the Monty and Dash, they got the Grim Canister, they got the Fire Capitals. They have all the tools at their disposal. Falcons option, gotta go for broke, go for a crazy swing, go for a crazy kill. That's your only way out of this one.
Shaiiko 1-2 and Bride also as well. The Goyo Fire dashes down. It's now up to the 3 newbies on the roster for Wildcard. At their first international tournament, Shaiiko sneaks through! This guy is a god! Oh, what do you do when Shaiko's styling on you like that? He finds the final with the Deagle! This guy does not have 35 IQ. He's a goddamn genius.
Perfect soldier, put him in an unwinnable position, backs against the wall, in a place where you have no right to win, and yet he will win regardless. An ace, a flick and a half of a second kill there in the headshot, a red ping and kitchen from his teammate for the support, a Breed with the fire kill as well.
That was a 2 versus 4.
Yep.
Huge. I think it was a 4K from Shaiiko.
Technically a 4K from Shaiiko because the fire got the kill, but he got the damage.
Did he get the down?
That's the thing. I thought he did.
Okay.
But I'm not sure the exact timing. It was a 4K or an ace, depending on how you want to qualify it here.
Skill from Shaiiko was a bit of aggression.
Got that one.
Was that 2K?
Okay, it's 4 kills, I guess, by the kill speed.
Well, the Goyo was off camera, so we don't really know exactly how that worked. Dude, can't believe it.
No, I mean, you said it yourself, Wildcard, they've surely won this round. They had all the tools, they had all the utilities, the Monty, they had so many win conditions.
Leak Effect dies early and uses dies/disconnects. Yeah, there's no way that Shaiiko should be winning that, but he did what he does best.
And this is the thing where Bride comes into play as well. What gives Shaiiko the space to walk around the main hallway and pick his gunfights as he pleases is 2 things. One, Shaiiko killed the one attacker that walked down the main staircase. You only send 1 guy there usually. So when he dies, he has free reign on the bottom main long hallway to just do whatever he does. Then Bride, he's just staying alive inside Dirt Tunnel while getting Grim spotted, red pinged, just kind of baiting the players in the blue hatch drop into looking in his direction. That's when Shaiiko walks down the long hallway and gets the flick kill and the second follow-up. And then the cherry on top, one of the players watched the Valkyrie camera inside a kitchen, and they are red pinging calling out the guy dropping kitchen hatch. So it's a mixture of allowing Shaiiko to have space to work, information on where the enemy's attacking from, and Bride playing the bait game for him. Bride knew he doesn't have to get a kill. He just has to stay alive and play that supportive role, and Bride is, again, world-class in that area.
That's right. It's a very underrated skill is the ability to just be a little rat and be untouchable.
well, he's not a rat.
Okay, rat maybe sounds a bit too bad. Being a turtle.
Okay, I like
just
I like turtle
slinking back into your shell and like dancing around that bomb site, just being unkillable.
Yeah.
You're not necessarily getting any frags. You're not necessarily fighting.
You're getting
back,
value.
but you're getting huge value, and it's an enabling role as well.
Like,
because it gives space to Shaiiko.
Imagine Bride swings the third door and dies. Now you have 3 people looking at Shaiko's direction. Because Bride's alive in the red ping, they're looking left, right, because Bride could have swung.
If that was a 1v4, Shaiiko unlikely
I don't think
to
he
win
wins
it.
that. Yeah, exactly.
Why don't we have another look? I believe we've actually have a chance to watch it again, potentially. I just heard a little whisper from the production and say, oh, let's show it again. At the moment, we're just watching users giving a little bit too much grief to his camera. Here's the GOAT himself.
Oh, let's see it, yeah.
Let's see what he can do.
So this skill right there opens things up.
And dropping down the hatch. I mean, he's taking damage from bullets this whole time.
Yeah. Also, the Goiken did get the kill because Shaiiko didn't shoot auto multi, so it was a 4K.
Okay.
That confirmation.
Never mind. He's no good. Only a 4K.
Yeah, he's not good enough then. I have a phrase for that thing earlier, right? With the whole, like, you don't have to get a kill. Doing nothing is doing something. And I've been living by this my entire career in Siege because simply the act of staying alive provides you with so much as a team in some rounds.
I don't know about you. I mean, well, you're an actual good player. I'm not.
Used to be.
Okay, sure. Let's say that. When I play ranks, which I haven't played as much of recently, but I used to be a bit of a ranked degen.
Okay.
Playing hundreds and hundreds of games a season. And what I find is, like, from doing our job, like watching the pros play all the time, you just gain so much, like, knowledge of how to play at the top level.
Oh, yeah.
And then you get into ranked, and that's not how the game plays.
No.
And you try and apply it, and, like, so, for example, like, if I'm, like, attacking, I'm, like, thinking about all the different places I could die from, all the different ways a round could go, and it actually makes me overthink too much to the point where you're like you're too shy or you're like checking too carefully. Or as a defender, right, like instead of taking a chance and making a play, you're kind of sitting back and waiting. Or instead of, we'll talk about this yesterday, I can't remember who we were chatting with, but sometimes the best thing is to do nothing because you have to wait for your opponent to make a mistake, and that becomes much more applicable in ranked compared to in pro play. Like in pro play, we see the best players take a lot of risks because they know if Wildcards sit back and relax against Falcons, Falcons are going to convert any advantage. Yeah, right? Because they're such a good team.
You're giving them the advantage basically.
And when you play in your ranked games, like a lot of the time that's not going to happen. Like especially like if you're not in like a full champion stack, let's say you're just chilling in gold with some mates. Yeah. If you're just going to sit back and relax and it's a 5v3, so let's say a 3v5, you know, you're at a disadvantage. Sometimes sitting back and relaxing, doing nothing, as you said, making that decision to do nothing can actually be the better option because if you just wait, you're going to wait for one of your opponents to feed you a 1v1 or to make some kind of mistake.
Yeah, what's that saying? Don't interrupt your opponent when he's about to make a mistake?
Yeah,
something like that.
exactly.
Yeah. It's like we can just sit back and wait, and when the opportunity arises, we will then lash out and make a play. Whereas if you're in a 3v5 and one of your players is like, oh, I'm desperate for a kill, I'm gonna swing, and then you die, now it's a 5v2 or 2v5. The odds of winning is now even lower than before.
Kind of saw that in the start of this game when Shaiiko was playing in blue with the Deimos and he was peeking against Baby Shark in church.
Well, Baby Shark peeked him, but
well, yeah. Well, he was just holding the angle. Yeah. Exactly. Like Shaiiko didn't need to make a big play because Baby Shark
made it for him.
Yeah,
almost.
Essentially, like he exposed himself. He made that mistake. Yeah. He allowed Falcons to just sit back and relax and convert an advantage.
And that's the beauty of mind games, right? Because obviously with a Demo striker, like you know where each other you're playing from, but in any scenario, you're holding an angle thinking, if this guy swings the door, I'm going to get a kill because I'm ready for it. However, if you stand holding a dead angle and nobody swings, you're being wasted on the map because you could be doing other things that might be more productive of a higher value.
Exactly.
So tons of mind games back and forth. You got to make the right call and in a fraction of a second. Yeah. I mean, you saw Shaiiko in that clutch. He hadn't like no hesitation. Yeah. It was 1, 2, 3 ABCs, bang.
Yeah. Speaking of mind games, I mean, there's so many different ways to be smart in Siege.
Yes.
And one of the most genius plays that I have ever seen in Siege happened at Boston. I'm trying to remember which player it was.
What's the play?
It was the guy. It was on Church. It was the guy. Yeah. It was on Church, and he was playing Blitz.
Yeah,
and
he held the angle.
Instead of planting,
Who? Handy?
Yeah, I think it might have been Handy. It was definitely a Brazilian player.
It was the face. Was it face Furia or?
I think it was earlier in the tournament than that.
Okay, might have been.
I have a feeling it was against an NA or an EU team.
Okay, fair. But yeah, it was a Brazilian player who made the play, I believe.
Exactly, and it was a 1 versus 1. It was Blitz versus the defender, and there was no time left.
Yeah.
And Blitz was like kind of near.
It was in blue by the rotate.
Exactly, and like he could have. The assumption here is that he's going to go towards AKs and plant or dummies, and so the defender is just hiding in Moto.
Yeah.
And instead of planting, he just sits there for like 5 seconds holding the angle against Moto, and with like 1 second left on the clock, the player, I think it was it against the now Falcons?
It was
BDS
FaZe versus BDS. Yeah,
exactly.
It was Usus maybe. I think
Usus or Bride made the move,
Yeah.
but like you can't even blame them because that was just such a smart.
It's the mind game thing, because the defender's thinking it's almost 0 seconds left. He has to be planting, and I want to get there as fast as possible.
Because in a post plant against the Blitz, you're not going to.
Yeah, you're not going to win it. So they sprint towards, with 1 second left, and the Blitz like, I can't plant. There's no chance I can win this round. I have to just gamble. He runs into my crosshair, and that's again the mind games of the game. It's beautiful to watch when it happens. Yeah, it was. I'm trying to look for the round on my phone right now. It was indeed FaZe BDS. I'm just trying to figure out the exact players.
We can go and have a look at that off stream. At the moment, we're going to go and have a look at the IGL Summit. We've got 5 of the best IGLs in the game to break things down for you. So let's go and have a look at that, and we'll be back before long with the rest of Falcons versus Wildcard.
Hello guys.
Bonjour.
So Philippox, what's for you to be IGL?
It means to be the most annoying guy in the team, bro.
Oh.
I have to pick up in everyone like.
+1.
Yeah,
I agree.
it's kind of bad, but in some ways it's really good. Like to tell people what to do and stuff like that.
Yeah, I agree with that. I also think it's good if you have another guy that can be like that,
Yeah.
That can be like saying, guys, we can't, like individually you can't be doing that, you can't be doing that. Because if you're always the guy, like it feels like they can start being annoying and you don't want to do that, obviously.
And also, you don't want to be the guy that's hated in the team.
Yeah, exactly.
Like you're always the one telling you, don't do this, don't do that.
Yeah.
So if you're all like on the same page, then it's a lot easier to do your job.
I was saying, like holding everyone to a standard and like understanding, like having an identity, I guess, also is like the IGL is kind of enjoyable at least. To, like your team understands and like buys in, and like you all play a certain way.
I mean, that's why the coach also is good, right? On the aspects, to have a coach that can do some of the hard work of telling people, so you don't have to do everything yourself.
Right now, we're the IGLs, we're here, and our team is in the pool, in the hotel.
Yeah,
exactly.
So,
Some responsibility.
some
for
responsibility.
Us always working, them. That's what happens.
No, I'm agree with all of you. Also, I think it's high pressure because you have what about me? I feel like if we lose, I'm mainly the reason why we lose. Because I'm making the decision in game and I'm giving the key and everything.
Yeah. And if you're a good IGL, I think you're going to take the responsibility for the team. You have to take it because you are the one calling the shots. So I agree with you. It's a lot of pressure.
Especially in a game like Siege, like you, like as the IGL, like you are the main problem solver of like understanding like what you want to put like your pieces basically, and like what utility, what you need to clear, to help you enable and win the round.
That's why it's also good having that second person too, because none of us are going to be right 100% of the time. And so as I see, to have people that also see the game from like a high level, like strategically, that can also call is like so beneficial.
You need the credit, I feel like, like if you are telling these people all the time, you also need to be like there to be sure that you are giving positive reinforcement, Like if you are going to say when you do something bad, you need to make sure you also say once they do something good, otherwise
it's negative.
It's just negative balance, you need to always make sure it's positive or neutral, kind of thing.
I feel like as well, you need to have aura. Like you need to know how to tell people like the good way. People need to listen to you. Like I mean, you can be like really intelligent in the game, but if people don't listen to you when you speak, then you will not be a good IGL.
Respect thing. Respect. Yeah.
That's true.
Ué, tá perdido? Tô mesmo. Então vem com a gente.
Yes, we will! W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Welcome to Reload, a bold new R6 esports format where every match is a mind game and every decision is a measure of confidence. 20 teams, one mission. Reload, survive, and conquer the finals. Teams choose who to challenge. Teams choose how many bullets to play for. And every choice has consequences. Phase 1 is called Reload to Survive. Across 5 rounds, teams do 2 things to set up their match. 1, pick their opponent. 2, decide how many bullets to reload. Bullets are points. Each team decides how many they're willing to win or lose in each match. Simple as that. Every team starts on equal footing, with 6 bullets. For rounds 1 and 2, a maximum of 2 bullets can be reloaded. From rounds 3 to 5, teams can reload as many bullets as their opponent currently holds, up to 8. So how does that work in action? Here's how a match plays out. G2 challenges Fnatic. G2 chooses to play for 4 bullets. Fnatic plays for 3. This is the reloading mechanic. G2 wins? Then 4 bullets go into their chamber. Lose? Then they lose those 4. Same goes for Fnatic. Win or lose, it's their 3 on the line. Every round is a chance to grow your bullet count, or watch it disappear. After round 4, the top 4 teams in the bullet leaderboard qualify for Phase 2. After round 5, 4 more join them. 8 move forward. The rest, eliminated. Each team holds 3 one-time use cards. Use them wisely. Chicken card. Not feeling up for the challenge? Play this card to back out of the match like a true chicken. Extended Meg. Add 6 extra bullets to your reload. A bold boost if you're certain you'll dunk on your opponent. Dual card. Available only in round 3. Lost the match and you're out of bullets? This card gives you the chance to 1v1 to stay alive for the next round. Big moments at Reload will earn bonus bullets. Win in a flawless 7-0 landslide, plus 2 bullets. Win with just 1 bullet in the chamber, plus 1. You're a survivor. Eliminate a team completely from the competition, plus 1 for being such a baddie. Then it's on to Phase 2, the Reload Finals. The classic single elimination format returns. No more bullets. Quarterfinals and semifinals are best of 3. The grand final? A best of 5 for all the glory, trophy, and a prize pool of $520,000. Every choice matters. Every bullet counts. Will your team reload with confidence or fall with nothing left in the chamber? This is Reload. Let the games begin.
Let the games begin, she says. Well, we're about to get this game to recommence. It's Team Falcons versus Wildcard. We've had a bit of an extended break there, but I hope you guys enjoyed that little content piece that we had with League of Fac and a couple of other IGLs, the leaders of Siege. But of course, we're back into it here. It's been a real tough game so far. I mean, 7 rounds deep, and it's still not clear which team is going to inch out ahead.
No, I mean, Falcons have for the first time in this match so far taken the lead, getting into a 4-3 scoreline, but it came up a 2v4 clutch, which is like, did they deserve it? Technically, no, but they absolutely did because that's how clutch works, right? You shouldn't have won the round, but because you did, you have now earned it. And if anything, Wildcard just, again, got to tighten up in that, 5 versus 2 or 4 versus 2, 5 versus 3 situation and not go too quick, not fall apart as isolated members or work together as a cohesive team.
Yeah.
The comparison was that Wildcard had like 4 people hit 4 different areas, and then 1 guy doubled up, right? So you have solo guy, 2 guys together. When Falcons attacked in that 4 versus 2 in round number 1, they had 3 guys swing the same defender and get that kill confirmed. So it's one team playing very much together in one point of the map, and then the other team playing very spread out, trying to go almost like a backstep, if you will, hoping they can catch Shaiiko and Breeder looking in the wrong direction, which they weren't.
Yeah. No, there has been a little bit of a to the world, I think the experience, the lack of, is showing a little bit for Wildcard. I mean, they've actually had really good starts to these rounds. They've won the opening engagement so often. 5 out of 7 times.
Oh, okay, that often, yeah, okay.
And they've only won 3 of those rounds.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and in contrast, of course, Falcons, they're winning from these disadvantageous positions. Yeah. And, yeah, they're just a little bit more collected, a little bit more chill in the pressure scenarios. And look, the one thing I will say for Wildcard here is what would typically be a real momentum shifter and a real downer, Shaiiko winning that big clutch up with that 4K.
Yeah.
We've had an extended break since then. I don't think Wildcard have any excuse for still being down in the dumps about that. At the moment, like, all the players have their headsets off and they're just vibing because we're still getting through this little delay.
And I gotta say for Wildcard, like, the issue that they're having, like losing that like 4v2, is an easy problem to solve, first of all, and secondly, it's a great problem to have as an inexperienced roster. The fact they can get the opening kill, get the roam clear, get to the bomb side, and then the round is over, I think is the best way to struggle, versus getting spawn peeked and stuck outside the building, nobody's inside the the map at all. So if there was an area to be a little bit weaker in as a newer team, I think this one should be it.
Yeah.
It's a good thing, so to speak.
Absolutely. Oh, Usus is just yeeting on out of there. He's like,
He's like, you know what? I'm done.
If I don't have a computer, I might just go and get a cup of coffee or something.
You're so on the coffee today.
I am. Well, I was telling you off camera.
Yeah.
So I had a double shot coffee with my breakfast, and then as soon as I finished breakfast, I was like, damn, that was nice. I think I'll have another one. I had to stop myself from finishing it because I was about to have 4 shots of coffee before 11 a.m.
You have a problem, is what you're telling me.
Yes.
But you stop yourself from it becoming a problem.
I think I'm at least partially self-aware. But you know what would go really hard right now? Like, I mean, as we get Usus' computer fixed, why don't we just get all 10 players and us just to hang out, like a few cups of coffee, like maybe some shortbread or some cake or
I'm
something.
down for pizza. I could really do pizza right now.
That's such a different way of
I have
like
a craving.
Really?
So I'm not sure about you, but back when I was in elementary school, many years ago.
What's elementary school? How old is that?
It's from grade 1 to grade 9, so like from age 7 till 15 or something.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. The best day ever is like the teacher would bring like 1 bottle of soda and 1 pizza to share with like 20 students. You get like the tiniest slice and the tiniest sip of soda. Best day ever. I want that right now, but a bigger slice and a bigger soda.
Yeah, that would be phenomenal. So I just wanted to emphasize here, the issue that is currently happening is actually a power issue with one of the computers. It's nothing to do with the game itself. It's why every other player is perfectly fine. And the game is actually launching just fine. The problem is the computer keeps bloody turning off. We've got some power issues here at the
Have
venue.
they tried keeping it on?
Just
just hold down the power button for infinity time and it never turns off.
Yeah, we've actually been trying a few different computers to try and get this to work, but it seems to be not necessarily the computer that's the problem, but something to do with the power that we're feeding into the computer. So yeah, as we've said, like, we're working on it and we'll get back into the game as soon as we possibly can. The admins are working their little hearts out trying to get this to work, and of course the players are just chilling out, but hopefully not too much longer. We're still working on it. But, you know, it's nice to just have a chance to chill. Meanwhile, over on the B stream, spoiler alert for B stream. Spoiler. We had Jack Fresh Allen come over here earlier and give us a spoiler on what's been happening over there. Of course, you guys at home, you could just open up another tab and have a look at twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo.
Tell me the spoiler already.
Okay.
What happened?
CAG beat Elevate. So kind of APAC versus APAC in that Elevate plays in the APAC region, but they're all Brazilian.
Yeah.
So
it feels better, right?
As a totally unbiased person who happens to come from APAC, pure coincidence, I'm all like, yeah, let's go, CAG. Like, look, I love Brazil. I'm here in Brazil, but like, if you're going to compete in APAC with no players from APAC, I'm going to root against you.
I think that's fair.
That's totally fair.
Either energy.
Like, imagine we've had a lot of imports into North America from Europe. True. Imagine we just had like a full EU roster in NA. I tell you, no one from North America would want them to be.
No, I really don't think they would.
Especially if it was like a full British roster.
Oh, they're the worst.
I think they would be like, look, we're going to have another tea party and you're not invited.
I mean, DC's the closest because they have 3 Brits, if you count Kangaroo Kenny. Nave, Citizen, Kangaroo Kenny. That's 3 out of 6 people on that roster are British.
The Brits are slowly invading.
Yeah, because like Nave came over there with Kangaroos. I think he was like on loan, like temporary coach, or wasn't like locked in yet.
Yeah.
And they did like Boston together, and then they locked him long term.
Exactly.
And they said, what if we brought in Citizen, who happens to be British?
Getting more and more English.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
a lot of English players have found themselves on a variety of teams. I mean, users here on Team Falcons as well. What was for such a long time an exclusively French team, speaking in French, we then had a Turk in Solotov and a Brit in users join the roster. The language swapped over to English. I gotta say, like, a lot of people were really concerned when the now Falcons, then BTS roster went to English. People were like, God, these guys have been so good for so long.
Yeah.
There's not as much talent as they want that speak French, so they had to make this to English. I think a lot of people were pretty skeptical that they would manage to speak English well enough in the high-intensity environment, but that all those concerns have been completely allayed. Leakafak is a top English IGL.
The thing is, you've always worked on the illusion that like Breedy and Shaiiko could not join English-speaking teams. They were French players, like they would only play with French teams. If they were out there in the market as English-speaking players, they would have had a world of offers in NA, maybe a Brazilian mixed team at some point, etc. But they were like, no, we're French and we're BDS, and that's how it's always going to be. When they made that change, we're all thinking, why wouldn't they have done it earlier if this was a possibility? And they just showed us right off the rip that they have such a high potential despite changing the language communication. And it's been just a pleasure to watch. Like, they've elevated themselves tenfold. Well, maybe not tenfold, but definitely like threefold.
Definitely stepped up, like particularly within Europe. Like there was a time where BDS were very heavily contested in Europe. I mean, for years and years, obviously they've been a top team. But for example, your final season, it was G2 and BDS who were like the top team.
Well, BDS actually, this is like the calendar year of 2020 going to 2021. BDS, I think, won like every stage and whatnot, and G2 would get between like, I don't know, top 6 and top 4, top 3 maybe. And then like in the very final EUL finals during COVID era, there wasn't like LAN tournaments, but online season finals instead. It was BDS G2 grand final best of 5 where G2 ended up winning. That was my final tournament, and that was the first time from memory at least that BDS got dethroned in Europe that entire year.
Yeah, big moment. And of course, there was a long time there that BDS were ever the bridesmaids, never actually finding a championship. And that was when they made the big change, switching to English, getting in Solotov and users. And immediately we saw an improvement. And yet, still not big enough to raise a trophy outside of EWC, of course, which kind of is, it's a big trophy, but it is set aside from the main circuit. Yeah, true. Which one was that?
Sweden.
Sweden.
Yeah.
That was when they beat Liquid, right?
Yeah, Liquid the grand finals.
Yeah. It's one thing to win a major like that. It's another thing to win a 6 Invitational, which has since eluded them. Of course, we are about to get another PC in, as you can see, our admin bringing on over. So we're doing some last testing. We're pretty confident that we'll be able to get this in just a few minutes as the power issue is on its way to being resolved. So stick around because Falcons versus Wildcard is going to resume in just a few moments. Welcome back, everybody, here to the A stream of Reload here. It's the debut of Siege X, and Falcons and Wildcard are still going at it. We've had 7 rounds so far. The score is 4-3 in favor of Falcons, who are grossly the favored team. Oh, yeah. Wildcard's put up a really solid fight. Now, apologies for all the delays that we've had this morning. We've had some power issues here at the venue, but, of course, Usus, his PC is looking pretty solid. We've got everyone back with their headphones on. We have a slew of staff gathered around Usus' PC to do some final testing, and then we're going to be straight back into it. And the question remains, are Wildcard going to be able to bounce back after what Falcons managed to achieve, which was a pretty incredible 2 versus 4, 2 versus 5, with that huge 4K from Shaiiko?
I think the biggest thing right now is not even what's happened that got us this 4-3 scoreline favoring Falcons, but how can they actually hit the server on the ground running once we had this big tech delay? I have only once as a player had like a significant delay, such as this one. It was in the OJ Pit finals, actually, in Croatia. And I think we're on stage for a solid like 2 hours, like fixing the PC. When we got back into the server, my entire team, D2, we were so clocked out of it, we lost. And we
Really?
actually, we got sent them in quarters. We lost the quarters. We've never lost the quarters before. So right now, for Falcons, yeah, they're more experienced. Yes, they're leading by a round. Yes, they clutched that round like 30 minutes ago. But can they just hit that reset button? Like, okay, we've been off, off the focus mark for a bit now. We gotta lock back in, refocus, re-energize, and get back into the server. Some players might struggle with this. And that's where Wildcard is the lesser experienced. I wanna I hope that somebody like Dash can say, guys, don't worry, we got this. Let's get back into it.
Yeah, I would have thought that the people who were most likely to suffer in the server are those 3 new guys.
You would think so.
Their event debut, that's Baby Shark, Spiker, and Bay. But as we just saw them on the cameras, they look very chill.
They do.
If anything, I think there's a little bit more pressure here on Falcons, considering Usus, he's probably pretty frustrated at this point.
Yeah.
He's like had 2 rounds where he's disconnected.
Mid-round.
And has died as a result. So it's kind of, he's thinking, well, I've done everything I can and I'm still struggling. I think Falcons would maybe feel a little bit differently if this was 4-3 in favor of Wildcard, because I think there'd be a bit more frustration. It's like, look, we're playing better than this, but we're losing because of this power issue. But fortunately for them, they at least have the fact that Shaiiko clutched up, so they are in the lead.
Figure something out, actually. I think users should keep DCing. I think because they've 2 rounds, uses DCs, both those rounds, teammates clutch. League effect, pistol whip, 1v1
Now he's going to be pulling the power cable out himself.
Shaiiko and Bride 2v4 also won the round. So essentially, I think users just go again. And then we'll see what happens with that.
Yeah. Well, I can confirm Users is officially in the server. We've loaded up, 10 players are in the server. We're waiting for the green light to actually get this game cracking back again. Now, if you guys recall, it was a 3-3 first half. Yep. We've just had 1 round of Falcons on the defense, and fist bumps are going out. Wildcard are ready for their 2nd attack round, and we're loading back into Clubhouse. A solid chance for this North American blended roster to show what they've got to show against one of the best teams in the world, in Falcons. And we're back into it. A lot riding on this for Falcons after losing yesterday to Loud. They have loaded 2 bullets into their chamber for this match, so they have a lot to lose and a lot to gain out of this game.
Oh, I see it. Wildcard on defense, they had good strategic setups with a clear win condition, whether it was the roaming or holding the bomb site and when to fall back. I don't know what to expect from them on the attacking side. They were hovering a finger, a Blackbeard, a Glass in the beginning here, but they're now attacking repeating off them to more utility and usual. So the IQ comes out as a counter to the Echo, of course, you're getting Capita because he's always screen in the Clubhouse, and then Hibana for hard destruction. Just to give a small reminder here, when Falcons on the attacking side, there's a lot of wall deny bans and heartbeat bans, just like we see right now. Maverick, Ace, Kite, Bandit. That's a classic pop-up potential system. Aggressive enter here.
He's been spotted. There's a drone underneath the tool bench, the bottom right of his screen, and it did see him. Funnily enough, though, Kansan was not able to get that kill. Kansan's running for himself. Shaiiko takes a bit of damage. He's the lone player here on Rafters. He's trying to escape. Leaderboard is looking to peek aggressively. Shaiiko wins his fight. Spikers sit down. And that's Hibana taken out of the game so early on in the round.
Sometimes you might find something in a bad position, but with good enough aim mechanical skill, you can frag your way out of that one.
I mean, that was a terrible position, but he made it work because he's Shaiiko. Very few players in the game have the level of mechanics that he does, but Baby Shark will finally finish him off from up on the roof with that striker. Wildcard have recomposed and look to try and take control of the cache and CCTV side of the map.
I think it's actually okay for Wildcard. Yeah, they lose Ibana, but there's no castle barricades. They've gotten the main wall on the CCTV side. And they have can openers also on Kansan here, one spare in pocket. They can get that one Jacuzzi breach later on. So this 4v4, completely fine for the attack. You're taking out the top gunner in Shaiiko. You've also played the assignment, those keep barriers, 100 in the end stage of this round. Still got Camps of Fire, got 3 finger stims as well for some healing. It's looking good.
But what may haunt Falcons come the wildcard in the end of this round will be any Echo drones or Vulcan canisters from the Goyo. However, Usus has gone down, so numbers advantage in favor of wildcard. I'm not sure if all those Yoko drones have managed to escape as well. They were being used to enable these roamers. Now they've been spotted. The IQ is going to assist, and one is going to be taken out. Beautiful work there from Dash. Falcons, their defense is being stripped away here by wildcard.
Yeah, one Echo drone left right now inside the office, just looking for information right now, but it's 60 seconds to go. There's enough time for Wildcard to wait out the Goyo fire and then hit the bomb site itself with man advantage. 3, 2, 1, work together.
Oh, but they beautiful usage to the gas pipe. Leak effect detonates and it takes Bay's life. Falcons have now evened up the numbers again. Wildcard still have a little bit of time to work with. Bride has to make sure not to overpeak as the fire comes in through. So does Dash deep into the side with that finger. He's looking for a plant and he has not yet been disrupted. Baby Shark able to cover here from the gym window. Dash, he doesn't manage to plant. Solotov in the nick of time. He denies the diffuser. And with that, Kansan is the last one to go. He falls to Vulcan fire. And Falcons hold firm here on Jim.
Oh boy, so 2 still-ups there from Wildcard. One, they didn't shoot the gas pipe inside a connected door to master bedroom, and it looked like they kind of forgot about it existing. Yes, it's a new build, it's Siege X, etc., but you gotta know where those very basic ones they lie at. And with that also, Solotov snuck into the bomb site, no plant cover, and shut down the plant attempt.
Yeah, I don't know how he managed to sneak on through there.
So there are 2 players outside, one on gym window fighting 2 players from Falcons, and he got one injured, and then was fighting the second guy. While that was happening, the third attacker from Wildcard was on master bedroom window, but made the rotation to connect the window instead as the final guy alive. So Kansan was like, this is fine, I fired it off, they can't push it I guess, I'm gonna rotate to a better post-plant position. Bad timing. Plant doesn't go down.
It was a good play from Wildcard though. I was surprised that Dash managed to go in there. One thing I would like to see though is maybe a little bit earlier in the round, you have to shoot that gas pipe.
Yeah. I think maybe he feared that the fire would like stall him out.
It only lasts for about 4 seconds.
Exactly, so you have time.
It does a lot of AoE damage.
The explosion
next to it.
Yeah, die instantly.
Exactly. So he really can't afford to let that happen again. That's I think the first time I've ever seen one of those map ingredients actually be round determining. So credit to, I believe it was Leaderboard for detonating that.
Yeah. And again, Wildcard in those like last final moments of the round, you have time to wait. You don't gotta push that go button. That's why Falcons is a more experienced team. They were heavily playing a slow attack with 15 seconds left. Wildcard are kind of rushing with 30 seconds left. You don't need to go that fast, son. You can slow things down. You got time to work with. Skyros going out. Use an awkward mirror window there. Shaiiko again, middle of the bomb side, swinging very aggressively. Takes a bit of damage from Baby Shark playing Buck DMR on the exterior of the map. And with that, Skyros off. There it is. Merido's gone, but this is an ugly breach, James. You can't quite get in on this one.
No, I think you might be able to vault in over that tiny little bit onto the right. Oh, no.
There's a gap in the middle.
Oh, that's a yikes. Spike is having a bit of a rough slog so far. I mean, the poor guy is on the breadstick at the moment. 1 kill to 7 deaths. And he's just died again. He was the Hibana as well. He messed up his breach, and now he's not looking very good. A drone on the exit sign. Very well hidden. A lot of good information here for Wildcard, but a player down and a shoddy breach makes this a very tall task.
Flank potential here. We saw Monty outside going for a rotate, maybe in the blue window instead. Diffuser being exchanged now, so they know the breach is messed up. So they're going to take Diffuser into Garrett's Carrot Raptors instead and plant through this entry instead. Because the breach itself, as I said, you can't quite get in.
Oh, but you got Frostmats, you got Echo. What? Kansan already all the way up deep into Rise. I didn't realize he'd already taken this control. As a result, there might actually be a plan opportunity here. It doesn't matter if Wildcard can't get in the breach, they can cut the cross.
2C4, Shivers from right next to him actually. Oh, the wallbang just comes through. That's an injury to Baby Shark. C4 gets shut down, gets 2 kills actually.
Big from Kansan, the C4 denied as well. A second one does not land. And so the advantage is flipped. Still, Baby Shark is outside this breach and hasn't been picked up. No one able to revive him either. So Wildcard, they are strapped for players. Temptation here from Solotov. He could jump out the window. He could look to deny this plan.
If he gets the kill, though, they'll know only 2 guys aside. They can rush it over kills instead. Solotov's dead. They were holding it.
Watching his jump out. Bay has a big impact. Meanwhile, Baby Shark's actually been revived.
They slowed things down.
Hansen rotated. Yeah, smart move to slow things down. A lot of time on the clock now. 30 seconds left. As Dash begins this plan. In comes the Yokai drone. Does manage to force him off the plan for a brief moment and survives as well. This might enable Bride the time required to try and stall things out. But Dash is looking for the kill. This might not work out. Baby Shark, he's bloodying Wildcard further. Kansan looking for more. Bride! Oh, Bride! He can clutch up big. It's just Kansan now. He's been so good in this game, but he has to hunt down this final player, the Clutch King from Falcons, holding on to his position. Vector in Bride mops up the rest.
World star player in a clutch potential. Bride does it time and time again. I gotta say, Wildcard, it looked like the plan was they're gonna slow things down, go for a plant. The Yoga drone came through and shot the first of 2 bullets. I'm thinking, you have 25 seconds, plant again. Second stun comes through, and the third plant attempt should be successful. Then they start advancing and aggressing in towards the bomb side, and they're giving Falcons the opportunity for a clutch attempt in those mechanical situations where it's about gun skill and raw battle it out. And I mean, you gave Bride 1v1s. So Monty was covering the floor, so jumped in the window, whichever, and then sidesteps. Bride gets the kill. Monty unextends, sprints towards Bride with no backup, gets melee knifed, and dies as well. There was a lack of coordination once more from Wildcard, rather. Tactical Talon, actually.
We should do this, and they instantly said, okay, yes.
Same thing with the church round. Very disorganized. Spiker, I want you, for the executes, to put people in their positions. Okay. Give us the identity for how we want to end the round, okay? All right, let's go.
Yeah, let's go, guys. We're doing good, guys. Let's go.
Early rounds are very, very, very good. Keep that up.
Be careful of the first picks.
Yeah. Let's go. We got these guys. Like 3 rounds, that's nothing.
Yeah, we just found that thermite here. We're good.
Yeah. As well. I think we play Valk as well. Someone should play Valk. Yeah, that's what I said. I will say that we play Valk, okay? You start up the rage and you don't die, Farty. You can leave after. We check the I'm playing Reinforce server, yes. Yeah. We do like kinda same strat, but mainly to fall back and I will try to hide above. Okay? Reinforce jacuzzi or not? Yes, please. Oh, I can't do it with Goya. Okay, I'm going to do it. You stay around side and after you go garage.
Yeah. Why did you just look at him? You said, can we check about Scoozy? Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. League Effect controls the soldiers so well in those like what Aero has to do.
Up 6-3, Falcons are taking their own tactical time. That was actually their call.
What was it?
It wasn't Wildcard's call.
Okay.
So obviously we listened to Wildcard for most of it. They're the ones that are disadvantaged. They have a lot more work to do. Okay. Let's not forget as well that round difference makes a lot of impact on the current standings.
10 seconds to insertion.
Of course, no chance of getting the bonus points out of a flawless victory here for Falcons, but they really do need to guarantee that they win their 2 bullets. Yeah, because they placed 2 bullets into the chamber for this game. They've reloaded the maximum for round 2 of the tournament. Come tomorrow, we can actually reload up to 8 bullets per match, so the stakes will be a lot higher. Of course, Falcons, after losing yesterday, their 1 bullet that they reloaded against Loud, they really do have to do everything they can to increase their standings. Wildcard, on the other hand, they've kind of hedged their bets on this one, just reloaded the 1 bullet. But Falcons are looking in a solid position. I like that little analysis that we gleaned from them during that tactical.
I think they both had it spot on. I mean, Wildcard's saying that we got to identify the round in call. Like, what's the win condition in the end round? Is it planning? Is it going for kills? Because they have been bottling those. I mean, the last 3 rounds in a row has been a clutch for Falcons or a semi-throw from Wildcard. They have the early round. Yeah, 2 rounds, the Harbinger die, but they got what they needed from that operator. If they can just continue steadily throughout the round, it'll be great for them. Look at this, though. They don't know about the rover. Oh, Dash goes down.
Wow. That's a bit of an awkward position to be in for Wildcard. So early on in the round, Falcons, they'd already called this in the tactical timeout. Leakerfac on the Valkyrie, holding onto the top floor, looking to try and fall back when available. But just a 1v1. Blitz should never be losing 1v1s. That's a real tough pill to swallow for Dash. We expect a lot better from him.
I think it's tough there. If you're Blitz, I mean, you can go for the melee trade, which you will lose usually, because melee priority now for the defenders of the attacking shield operator, or go for a flash. If he flashes and he gets melee, he should live. He tried to go for a melee trade, lost out. That's this showdown was recently. But again, we saw Falcons call this. League Effect said, hey, Shaiiko, play CC side, really put down the mid jammers, fall back really early and sell the fallback. I'm gonna hide top floor. They're just in the minds of Wildcard with the perfect counterplay.
Was there a new jammer?
Yes, Conthor, Master Thor.
So that was why Dash lost, essentially. Very clever.
Oh, right, it was jammer now.
Yeah, new jammer actually prevented him from using his blitz. So that's really smart play from Falcons. Bride, it may not have been obvious, but he actually saved League of Facts' life.
Now he's got to play out that 5v4 on the bomb side. Valcamp's in pocket, a C4 to fish with. Might be pre-placed, I'm not entirely sure. I didn't see him pop it at least from League of Facts, and it's not in his pocket any longer. Must be somewhere else or shot already. But 40 seconds left, Wildcard. I'm sure they've identified what they would like to end this round with, but I don't think they have the tools or the time to necessarily get there this time.
Very early usage though of those firebolts. In goes Spiker. A lot riding on him. Caught between a rock and a hard place, hiding inside of Moto, looking to try and find something underneath that Kiba barrier. Meanwhile, the Vulcans have detonated, and Solotov's found Bay. The pressure from Blue alleviated as Baby Shark is still locked out of position for the fire and the gas. Spiker finds his kill, his second of the game, but he's going to need a lot more than that. Fighting from a numbers deficit. Wildcard have to make their way in through, but it's all up to Spiker now in a 1v3. Shaiiko takes him down and takes the game for Falcons. It took a hell of a long time to get there, but eventually this roster do come out on top. Wildcard put in the dirt.
Yeah, and this roster back when they were called BDS, they have slow starts to events. Maybe as Falcons, it'll be just the same thing. Of course, worrying way they had to win this, getting 4 or 3 clutch rounds in a row and a solid final round. And same for Wildcard, really good early game, really good ideas, but then in the last 10 seconds of the round, it all kind of falls apart. Again, it's a good problem to have as a young roster. I think it's very easy to solve, and long term. But right now in this specific game, there was much more potential for an overtime or even a victory for Wildcard.
That's right, 4 rounds in a row from Falcons to finish off Wildcard, who will now look to round 3 with the tail between their legs. Big win for Falcons. We'll break it all down after this.
Liquefac after this big winning from Falcons. And can I say, everyone was like predicting that you guys would win, as you did. But why do you think everyone was kind of cheering for you or hoping that you would win?
I think everyone expects us to win because last year was a beautiful year from us. We were like the best team of the year. We finished second on SI. So yeah, for sure, everyone expects us to win, but us, we just take more our time. We have a new org, Falcon, one of the biggest org, and we just take our time and progress all together.
Cool. And also, what was the strategy behind picking Wildcard to face? I mean, they are the best team right now in the tournament. They have 8 bullets or on first in the score.
So yeah, they won the best of 1, 7-1 yesterday, and the best of 1 for me means nothing. You can have like a good day or bad day, it's just one map. So even if they were first, we were unscared about this. And also we picked them because this is a not experienced team. There is only Kanzen and Dash who have a lot of experience, but the rest are kind of new, so we just wanted to play on this.
Yeah, talking about Dash, I saw him flanking on Falcons a few times. So did you guys expect that, or did you got surprised by any chance by Wildcard gameplay?
I think we expect this kind of move after we watched the game yesterday. They were a team like who's playing really, really aggressive. So that's why we wanted to go on like default map, like club for example, and then expect every like flank, swing, every this kind of stuff. So yeah, no, we were expecting this.
Okay, always prepared, right?
The what?
You always prepared.
Yeah, kinda. We just have a look of on the team and we try to understand a bit how they play, but nothing special.
That's why you just won majors and stuff, you know? Back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Maria. It's good to hear from Liquefac. And yes, Falcons at the end, sorry for the delays. I mean, I think what happened there was Guz was chewing on all the cables in the backstage, and we finally got a handle on him.
It's always Guz.
It's always Guz. Sometimes it's half also, but you know, it's just how it is.
Yeah.
But Falcons at the end of the day victorious. A game full of clutches. Wildcard gave it their all, but at the end of it, with the delays and all, still it's Falcons' experience that brings it across.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely worth saying. I actually thought that Wildcard had a really, really good start to this game. They obviously excelled when they were on the defense. I think the actual operator bans, once they got into round 4, Falcons managed to ban away the bandit, and that was big for them to get back into the game on their attack. Then we obviously had a big break, and we can't ignore the fact that we've had a big break. Yeah. Players are away from their PCs. The energy levels goes down, absolutely everything. And I think when that happens, you've got to look at your own experience and you've got to be in those scenarios. Falcons had more experience. They've seen it, they've done it. Some of the guys on Wildcard, this is, you know, their first event, realistically. Yeah. And I think once we got back from that, it only felt like it was ever going to go to Falcons because of their experience.
Yeah, there was that, you know, experience factors in these kind of moments when you have to have a lot of downtime and still remain focused on the game. I think in general, we've got to praise Wildcard for their game plan. I know it looks like 7-3, but if you think of the amount of clutches, that crazy play from Bride, the 1v4, also the crazy play from Shaiiko with Azami down.
Really high IQ.
A really high IQ from here. But, you know, if you look at these things, it's effectively 2,
I don't know who would say otherwise.
Do you want to listen to what I'm saying or not?
No, I was just thinking about how IQ it was, Leo.
all right. But it's effectively 3-4 rounds that Wildcard should have won. Yeah. They had a huge man advantage, and that's inexperience to me. But it also means that they had the potential to beat Falcons on these rounds. So they shouldn't beat themselves up. It's the kind of things that is only about experience and also the fact that they're playing incredible individual players. Up to you.
Am I good to go now?
Yeah,
Thank you.
That was a long one.
Yeah, no, but what they will get from that, they did lose, obviously, Wildcard, but they showed that they had the potential, as you just said, and they will take learnings from this game. Everybody has to go through a beating, and when you go through beatings and you take the losses, it's all about the learning. So I don't think they should beat up on themselves too much.
There's multiple players on the Falcons side that really shined throughout this game, but Wildcard also had somebody that went above and beyond.
Once again, Kanzen. Kanzen is the key player for these guys. He's the guy holding them together. On this round, they're trying to hold Raptors with Jagger, preventing all of these projectiles, and they managed to hold for super long. And Kanzen is the key player here again, avoiding the fireballs, getting a triple kill there, holding the strong area, and denying Garage not only once, but 2 rounds in a row.
And how strong is that position going to be on Clubhouse now with the Jaeger changes that they catch the Capitao bolts? You don't need to play one mine out there. You can hide your ADSs in front of you on the rafters, and teams, and we saw Falcons are one of the best teams in the world, they couldn't clear Garage twice against Wildcard.
And the reason for that? What was banned? he banned an ace. So the Rafters wall that he's playing on can stay open. No one will come with a thermal charge in the middle of server. And this is why that position was so strong. Again, operator bans showing.
When will we see a Jaeger ban? And maybe with the current changes to the Jaeger, that kind of nullifies what Wamai brought in the past, and you have to adapt throughout those bans during it. The meta is evolving. There's of course changes that come into Siege X in terms of balancing compared to what we're playing currently with the live game of Rainbow Six. So those small changes really do have an impact. And well, you're seeing it now with the Jaeger. I think that is definitely the biggest example of it. However, I have to talk about the detail. Our first one for the day brought to you by Blacklight, one of our wonderful sponsors here on Reload. And what's the detail? What do you got for us?
It's still about the new changes of PGX, right? We just mentioned the operator bans, right? Now we're going to specifically speak about the new destructible elements and how it can impact a clutch situation. Here in this 2v2, you're going to see Lekefak go for the punt. Yuzus has shot the gas pipe here to burn time, isolating the gunfight on office because they cannot pick him from construction. Here, same scenario, but in the opposite team. Kanzen is in a 1v2. He's gonna push here, shoot the fire extinguisher. In that way, he isolates the gunfight and construction again.
We've heard from teams that very often they will shoot out some of these destructive elements to nullify them right at the very start of the rounds. A couple of times inside of this game, we didn't see either team do it, and then we saw it come back to the advantageous for the teams that needed it in the moment. It's a really nice, niche, unique scenario that happened twice inside of this one game.
Always in clutch situations.
Yeah, and it's beautiful to see. This is what I mentioned yesterday on the intro desk, and I'm going to toot my own horn for just a second there. Like, yes, of course, teams will usually shoot them out on defense, but it's like when you run an Oryx. It will almost never have an impact until the moment it does, and it really does swing the entire game around. It didn't end up winning the game for Wildcard in here anyways, but those sorts of moments, they win rounds for you, and that's where you have to predict and learn the game. This is the first time we get to see Siege X in competitive play, so there's a lot that's going to change and is going to be learned over the next year of competition and really the next 10 years of Rainbow Six. But I want to talk about Stream B for just a moment here because we had our first ever Flawless card invoked, and that's something that we mentioned. We'll show the graphic. What is the Flawless card, Jack?
Exactly. So Fnatic obviously just played Scars on Stream B. Scars actually chose Fnatic as their opponents yesterday in the draft show, and Fnatic beat Scars 7-0. Is a huge 2v5 clutch to get it over the line, by the way. And because of that, Fnatic had reloaded 2 bullets into that fixture, but because they also won 7-0, as you can see on your screen, they will gain an extra 2 bullets. So they pick up the bullets they lost yesterday already, so it's put them in a great place.
That's 4 bullets in a single matchup, which will be crazy for round 2. That's the maximum you could ever get. The reason for this was the skyscraper pick, right?
It will send Fnatic from like second bottom in the bullet standings all the way into the top half of the set.
Maybe they would be a team that just flies under the radar. Really stays in the middle there, and then finally you see them on the main stage. Who knows? We'll talk about all that and more coming into Game 2 after the break. Welcome back, everybody, to Reload in Rio. I'm officially going to just move on with that name because it comes from Rock in Rio. You know what Rock in Rio is?
Really, you're the only one there.
One of the biggest concerts of the entire world, and it happens not far away from where we are in Rio de Janeiro.
Milos, we sit and play video games all day.
Honestly.
What do you think I do?
Chat, tell us if you knew about this.
Yes,
I'm
true.
pretty sure only he knows about this.
Look,
You
Rock
are
in
a man of
Rio.
culture.
That's true. Okay, I will take that. Anyways, we have a lot to talk about here. We're going to refresh everybody's minds over our cards because there's two that you have to pay attention for today. The first one we just talked about a moment ago, which is the Flawless card, and we saw it being activated in the Fnatic versus Scars matchup. Jack, can you please give us a little refresher on it?
Yep, absolutely. 7-0 victory. The team achieves a 7-0 victory. Fnatic just did it. Again, go watch that clutch. 2v5, it was incredible. You will gain 2 extra bullets in addition to the bullets that you already reloaded. So in Fnatic's case, they reloaded 2 bullets, so they won the match. They get 2 bullets, and then they get an additional 2 bullets because they won the match in a 7-0 format.
How much is that in total?
That is 4, and that is why it is extremely important, especially in these early rounds when you can only reload 2 bullets maximum to gain this kind of flawless victories, because then you take so much advance on the other team.
That extra 2 could be the difference between elimination or staying in, or between staying in and going through.
Every bullet matters.
Exactly.
Every bullet matters.
At the end of it, it just goes like flawless victory.
Yeah, exactly.
We should do that. We should introduce that as part of the show anyways. But that's the Flawless card. There's another card that we saw played last night in the draft. I want to remind everybody, if you didn't catch the draft yesterday, it was a lot of fun. It was the first time we've ever had a live draft where there's a representative from every single one of our teams. I love that the audio plays. Well, every single representative was there, and we were just trash talking and seeing who plays whom. That'll be at the end of every single one of our play days. But Leo here, like this chicken out, what happened through it? How does this work?
All right, so you get drafted into a match, right, by another opposing team, and you really don't want to play them. Like I'm getting drafted by FaZe, for example. I know I have 0 chances to beat them, so I'm gonna lose bullets whatever happened. Then I can chicken out one time only during this tournament, and I won't play that matchup. Now, that happened yesterday, Jack.
Yeah, it did. And Featurette did it. Featurette chickened out of a match against Falcons, and as a result, they got a game against G2, which for me,
great trade.
Crazy decision. Don't know why they did it, especially in the context that the maximum bullets they could lose was 2. There was no elimination on the line. There was nothing. I would expect to see loads of chicken cards played today in the draft show, tomorrow in the draft show, so teams can navigate to opponents that they want to play for as many bullets as possible. For Featurette, they just didn't want to play Falcons, and I don't know, they wasted the card. Big chickens. They also got ruined. They also got ruined on social media because of it, and rightly so, because it was. I don't think it was a good decision.
The moment that was called, literally every single coach in that room, they were just laughing. Like, there's no way that that's happened.
Why would you do that on round 2 when you can only lose 2 bullets?
Yeah,
I really don't get it.
Rounds 1 and 2 are very much about setting the stage for going through and going out.
You guys are going to dig deeper into how that system works later on today as our draft begins. That is after Game 5. So there's a lot to talk about and a lot to hear trash talking wise from all of our teams. But we want to hear from one player especially. Maria, our best buddy here, went just behind Palu and talked to him about leaving his best friend Nesk. What happened there?
Can you imagine spending 6 years of your life playing in the same team? You become like a family, right? But now Palu and Team Liquid's bond has come to an end, as now you have joined W7M. How do you feel about that?
It's been a couple of years really awesome for me. Let's say since I joined the competitive scene, I was like a kid, let's say, and I have learned so much between those years. Yeah, like every year I think I learned something, and all those years, let's say, playing all the tournaments, despite never won a world championship, I think I've learned so many. I have met so many people, and I'm so grateful for it. You know, it was an amazing time.
That's really cool. And what are the biggest difference between Liquid and W7M for you as a player?
I think the biggest difference is their play style. In Liquid, we used to be more, not static, but let's say more slow, playing on a different pace. And in W7M, like, it's so like adaptive. Every time everyone can call something, and we are just like, let's do it. And yeah, that's it. We are in the flow, you know.
Do you feel it suits your gameplay better, or?
Yeah, I think it's. Of course, I am adapting a little bit after playing all those years with playstyle. Of course, it's not normal for me, but I think it's the best right now because you can give your opponent a comfort zone. You know, they are always trying to understand what's happening, and they are like looking for things to do against you, and it's always changing. That keeps the opponents like really struggling. You know.
Also, you know, you had a strong relationship with Nesk, and now it feels like you just lost your duo. Have you found someone in W7M to fill that blank space yet?
It's hard to say. Me and Nesk, like we even live nearby, so yeah, he has been like a friend for so many years. But of course, all the guys really welcome me, so heartwarming, you know. And yeah, it's been so easy to deal with them. Like they are always trying to give me some tips of things I can improve to feel what's needed. And I think the Dots, maybe he's like the support. I think Dots is the closest one because he's always playing maybe by my side inside the match. So yeah, I think he's the most who gets closest to it.
That's cool. And Paulo just won the first match of Reload, so I guess he's doing really great, and also W7M.
Thank you very much, Maria, and it's good to catch up with Paulo, someone that we've seen at pretty much most tournaments over the past however many years. He's been around over 6 years now playing with Nesk. It feels like a whole lifetime, really.
Strange, isn't it? It's really, really strange. Like, I think a lot of people have known that, like, at some point this duo will break up, and if they never get over the line. But now knowing that they never will because Paulo's left, and now it's actually happened, it just feels weird.
This feels like the Skies Laxing split back in the day.
Yeah, kinda. Or the Fox Laxing split, but then they reunited on the Talon.
Yeah, maybe we'll see Nesk and Paulo on the desk one day.
Nesk casted the grand final actually in Rio de Janeiro 2018, only like 200 meters away from where we are. Anyways, we have a game to get into, and W7M will be playing on B-Stream later on today, but BDS versus Furia. Yeah, you're thinking, wow, this is going to be really cool. It's not the same BDS that you used to know back in the day. This is a
Shots fired.
I mean, they are not, but however, if you watched them yesterday, you would be pretty impressed by what this squad has to offer. It is random on paper, but my God, there's some surprises to show.
Yeah, so big shoes to fill, right? You're coming in, you need to replace the infamous BDS roster that went in the grand finals of every single major event of last year. Now, you come in and you look at this and you think, okay, two French guys, Veto, Frag, Robbie, what is going on there? And you've got to think, you know that P4 is the IGL?
Yep.
Now he has to switch from French IGLing to English IGL.
Oh yeah, that's what he used to do on Wolves.
Yeah, exactly, but what is your experience with P4 interviews in English?
He did that one on EUL, and
yeah, and I had to translate the interview. So how is it going now?
Well, he could not speak English before. That's a real thing. Like when you guys were interviewing him, he could not speak English. Well, I will tell you this. Since they removed Bibu and Shinka all the way in summer last year, P4 has been taking English classes every single day, and he's improved tremendously, and he's been IGLing this team in English for the two last months. And yesterday we saw incredible coordination from these players against FaZe, so I think lots of good promises.
The core of this team, being P4, Lasmu, and the coaching staff, came from Wolves Esports that played in EUL last year. And I think, realistically, what they've been looking at doing is going English for a long time. I spoke to Laloon, the coach, and she was saying in summer last year when we were out at Esports World Cup, she was saying we've had real issues trying to look at going to an English-speaking roster because P4 struggles with his English. He's sorted that now, and they've done that now under the BDS banner. They've brought in Virtue from Team Secret, world champion, by the way. They've brought in Freck, and they've brought in
Robbie from Falcons.
Big transfer, that one. He was probably the biggest talent available on the market, maybe other than Spoit, I would say.
So basically, in each position individually, every player makes sense. You've got fraggers in Robbie and Freck, you've got good support in Virtue, good talent in Lasmo and IGL in P4. Now, the real question was, is the chemistry going to work? Yesterday, what I saw from their game against FaZe was great. Let's see today against Furia.
I was very encouraged.
And an opener against FaZe is not an easy thing. Of course, the world champions, the reigning team, the best one right now in Rainbow Six. However, if we looked at BDS and their score so far, get a bit of an update on it, because yesterday they started with 6 bullets. They were only down to 5. They only put 1 of them, and now they're only putting 1 bullet in this next match.
Exactly. So they got drafted against FaZe Clan before the tournament started. They put 1 bullet in, knowing they were against the world champions. Anybody would do that. What was interesting to me last night in the draft show, they picked Furia, the previous world champions before FaZe. A big ballsy play, but why? The reason is they want to get the best teams out of the way in the rounds that make the sense where you can win and lose the least. So when they can gain the most, there is no FaZe or Furia coming hunting for them. They can go for, on paper, weaker teams. That's why you saw them pick Furia. That's why you've seen them, despite picking their opponent, only put 1 bullet in the chamber today.
Because as a reminder, when you play these teams, you cannot play them again in the phase 1.
Yes.
So the fact that you're playing these really strong teams earlier on with few bullets to lose means that you will be playing against weaker opponents with lots more bullets to win later.
And especially for a roster that has never played together in Tier 1, playing FaZe and Furia, you kind of expected to lose, but it gives them the time to get into it and
gain
level
experience.
up.
You level
it's
up.
so smart
progress.
by BDS.
Yeah. I love this strategy. Yeah. The loser strategy, but I love it.
That's what Fabian called it, the loser strategy.
Yeah, but honestly, it is on another level. However, Furia on the other side, of course, are former world champions from back in 2024. They won it here, breaking history in Brazil, the first ever team in any esport in Brazil to win an international tournament in Brazil. And they're back for more. They're hungry for victory.
Yeah, they came in super relaxed yesterday, full of confidence, beat Elevate comfortably, and actually, fun story, we were with Jack yesterday, and yes, we were by the pool when we watched the draft show, but we were also with at least what we think is Nade and JV.
Yes.
But we still don't know.
It could have been handy, it could have been Nade.
We still don't know.
The English, Portuguese was not going too well.
Yeah. But basically, we watched the whole draft show together. And when Liloon chose to pick Furia, they started laughing so hard. And JV went, oh, easy, we're playing bots, easy. So I think he's coming in full of confidence, fresh of 14 kills yesterday. Yeah. Surely he's going to be,
JV92 really wanted to play against BDS for some reason. I don't know if there's something going on there or not.
Does he know that it's a different BDS?
I know.
Yeah,
he was loving it.
He was just praying.
He just kept going, bots.
He was praying not to get Falcons. He was like, Falcons, don't pick us.
I didn't want Falcons, didn't want FaZe.
I want bots.
He wanted BDS.
Fair enough. And you know what? It's probably the perfect moment for any one of these two teams. However, how well did Furia do yesterday? Well, that is kind of the recap of what happened. They started with 6 bullets. They put down 2, and they got both of them back, so they're at 8 bullets. And now, because they sense an easy victory, they lock in 2 bullets, the maximum up to day 2.
And I think in reality, for a team like Furia, one of the best teams in the world, previous world champions, you're going to put as many bullets in as you can humanly get, because nobody is going to want to pick you. They're going to be one of the very last pick teams. We saw it again today, yesterday in the draft show. So because of that, it's just about getting as many wins as possible, getting as many bullets on the board, and just keep winning.
We spoke of loser strategy. This is the winner strategy. Yeah. You know you're
this
one of the best
big dog strategy.
Exactly. Every team you play, boom, you reload as much as you can because you know you're going to win and get as many as you can, because in round 4 on Tuesday, if you're top 4, you qualify directly to phase 2. So that's what they're reaching for right now.
As many bullets as possible.
Well, you mentioned JV92. We have a player profile all about him. This man he's been going
big chilling, 14 kills.
I mean, we've seen him now. He's been performing at the tippity top for just over 3 years in competition. We look back to even prior Berlin, and look at him.
I mean, he's the definition of confidence. He's having fun when he plays. I think that's one of the biggest things. Like, he's so, he's playing relaxed. He's taking chances. He's winning them every time. When you have that kind of player that is in full force, it's just like, it's the brute force of Furia. Incredible gunplay.
An easy way to say it, he's the big dog.
He is the big dog.
Big dog.
He also gets forgotten about a little bit as well, because we often, very much as analysts, and we will sit and we'll talk about KZ, we'll sit and talk about Herds on that front line. If we could then focus on the sports, we start focusing on Philippox, etc. JV just gets forgotten about as this kind of middle of the pack flex player, but he's so impactful to this team.
Well, our map bans, we have him because we're going to be playing a best-of-1 series here in our second matchup.
Let's go.
We're going to go Café Dostoevsky. Gentlemen, why are you so excited?
Because we've not seen it so far, because the lighting is amazing, because the new rappel system is going to be crazy on that map. Am I excited?
Yes.
Can you check?
I
am excited.
You are very excited, Leo. What I will say, yeah, we've been waiting for it because of the way that the repels. You will be able to get all the way around the map on Cafe so fast. And Cafe was already a huge repel map for the attackers, so it's going to be so good to see. I believe, because I don't think we've seen it on B-Stream, I believe this will be the first time ever. Obviously, also another big factor for Cafe was jump outs for the defenders. Obviously, we now have this change where it un-ADSs the defenders when you're falling over a certain distance, so that will come into play. Cafe, traditionally, big defender-sided map. However, those two changes might rebalance that.
Well, we saw on Clubhouse even the destruction being used with the extra gas canisters and extinguishers used up by the defenders. Maybe we'll get to see it again here on Cafe Dostoyevsky. There's a few spots that also can surprise you. But gentlemen, thank you so much. I think it is time for us to get into one of the most anticipated games that we've had over the past 2 days. BDS versus Furia. And our casters are awaiting our big dogs of Dev Marta and Pengu. There we go. Shout out to Lynx. We love you very much, but it's the inside joke here in the Talon group. Gentlemen, you're ready for a big one now?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Really keen for this game. Obviously, this was the talk of the town when it came to who's picking who. BDS picking one of the best teams in the tournament straight out of the gate. A little bit of drama as we heard the Furia guys very happy to be picked by BDS. Butts. Sure, but look, there's a decent chance here. BDS actually looked really solid yesterday against FaZe. Yeah, they lost, but it was 5-7. And the ingredients behind this team, you got World Championship, Virtue, you've got a lot of core from that old Wolves roster in P4 and Lasmo, plus all the support stuff. You got upcoming talent like Robbie, Freck looking really solid as well from his history on Wild. This is a solid roster in BDS going up against the 2024 World Champions.
The big question for me is not how good can BDS be right now, right here, but how good will they be tomorrow, in a week from now, 6 months in the future. Predictions, 69% in favor of Furia. Even the statistics isn't too overwhelming here, actually.
Yeah.
There's some faith in BDS.
Yeah, there is a decent amount of faith here. But Furia, of course, are still going to be the favored team. They've locked in, reloaded 2 bullets. BDS, just the 1 bullet. Like we said, they're playing a conservative game against the top teams at the start of the tournament. They're having a really challenging warm-up into it. Furia on the other side, they've got that winner's mentality. They've played together for over 2 years without a single roster change. Quite the contrast to BDS, who it's a brand new roster with 3 new players from the old Wolves team. That's the foundation of this roster. Deep into the operator, Veto here to kick off the game. Castle taken out. An unusual on Twitch as well. We've seen a few bans of that recently. But aside from that, Monty's still in. A lot of big hitters. All the hard breaches still available.
I love this. So when you play a map like Bank, Border, or Cafe, I think a Sami Castle duo comes to mind for a potential duo ban. The reason is, when you think of Cafe, we're always thinking about piano hold, right? We're talking either you play like Shaiiko Mayan, deployable shield or something like that, or you're bunkering down, or you're playing Asami and Castle Barricades, just rounding up inside piano, making it work for that soft utility early on in the round. You can't do that right now if you're Furia. You can't really play around piano as easily effortlessly as before. Furia might have to get creative, go for more fights, or in this case, start on a different bomb site. I wouldn't say kitchen and kitchen is the primary start for most teams in the last meta that we saw of this map, but perhaps it could be with these operators in mind.
Yeah, of course, things have changed when you can ban essentially twice as many operators, and then triple once you get to round 3. Really change the landscape of what's available here, and Furia starting on the ground floor. I actually saw something that we talked about a little bit off air, Pengu.
What's that?
These ingredients, these map ingredients like the fire extinguishers and the gas pipes. I saw one of those gas pipes popped in the prep phase already by the defensive side over near VIP to prevent BDS from taking advantage of it during the round.
Yeah, it's I think a lot of people look at those discernible ingredients and go, hey, this is like another item on the checklist, like make a rotational here, reinforce the wall, shoot the glass off the window so here's sound outside, and then shoot the gas pipe as well.
Yeah.
But we did see this sometimes come to play. If an attacker forgets about it and a defender pops it, like League Effect did on Clubhouse just in that previous matchup, you can get a free kill all of a sudden. And because it's a very new feature, some players might not know all the locations of these new things, but very quiet round here so far. It's a full turtle downstairs. BDS going through the room here upstairs. 60 seconds into the round, and they've got top floor control, got that primary floor control, doing verticality. BDS are way ahead of the expected point in the round right now, given how quick that room clear was.
That's right, we've got vertical domination, the Buck and the Ram in combination. Lasmo, a bit of information for him as he knows that there is a player inside of VIP. It will need to be cleared later in the round. Herds as well.
Smokes and Pillar, he's flanking.
Oh, what? Aggressive here from KZ. He's going to use the smoke. Gas Babe aggressively, but Freck will take him on down. P4 taken very low. Thankfully for him, Ram is a 3-armor operator and will sustain enough damage to stay alive. Still going to be very vulnerable. You want to be taking those fights to the floor as the Ram.
Yeah.
He's going to be very vulnerable doing that from now on, so maybe he'll call one of his teammates over to do that for him.
That's like the only real plant now. I feel like maybe some good canisters haven't been popped yet and whatnot, but Smoke is the only operator that can really stop BDS in this round if they were to like drop down the hatch and goes for a default plant that's a tier. In case he just flanks Pillar completely alone, no refact, no trade. Furia almost sacrificing him in this round.
Very silly.
Looking is
very
good.
risky.
Oh, misses though.
Info. Robbie now aware of an aggression here from Hertz, who's holding on to VIP. Fury can't really afford to get over-aggressive here. The flashbangs go out. Felipox is forced back, but gets re-aggressive. Robbie taken down on the white stairs. Allows a little bit more mobility for Hertz.
Very bad. Now a flank up the brown stairs as well. What's happening, BDS?
Yeah, this is just classic Fury. They don't want to play that utility-centric game. They want to get up in your face. They will go for these re-aggressions time again. Hertz shut down. Lasmo dropped down into sight. Diffuser on P4, low HP. He's still upstairs. He's going to have to drop down this hatch, but he's going to need to find the kill on the Felipox first. Eventually takes him down. 10 seconds and down into red time. P4 gets onto the side. It's just him against JV and Nade. And the ladder will finish him off. Easy round for Furia on the back of those aggressive flanks. BDS could not withstand it.
Not the round I want to see there from BDS. They get opening pick, onto the smoke player, KC, for free. And I'm thinking to myself, that's the round done and dusted, because all you gotta do now is clear out one Goyu canister, drop down the hatch, and go for a plant. And BDS, they made 2 massive errors. So Deimos dies with 1 grenade in pocket and never used it to clear out the Goyu canister default door. So what happened is that the defenders of Furia, they will pop the Goyu canister and buy themselves 20 seconds on the bomb site. When that happened, they had 4 separate defenders go up downstairs, fight white stairs, and get aggressive because they knew they couldn't execute because of Goyu fire. If BDS had used that nade, waited 20 seconds, and played passive white stairs and not take that 50-50 gunfight and lose, they could have just essentially planted for free. There was no plant time. We knew that, they knew that, it didn't happen. It's a bit of a blunder there, I would say.
Yeah, at this point, you're thinking of your BDS, look, if they're going to emphasize flanks on that much, albeit, especially on low information, there wasn't a Valkyrie or Aussie or
just walked up.
Yeah, Fury were just feeling it out. Bring your Nomad, bring your Gridlock.
Yeah.
Something to try and prevent those flanks in a more kind of forget about it fashion. That's just having a hard watch.
So let's say they didn't have it because that was the first round, right? Maybe they didn't expect it. When you get flanked by the smoke the first time, you gotta set up a system where somebody's watching either 2 or 3 camps in the staircases, or you have a gun watching brown stairs and a gun watching red stairs. You can have the guy actively fighting fire. Yeah. So there are 2 open flanks, they picked one of them, and the round just kind of falls apart. But now, you said it, passive flank watch right, Gridlock's on the board for P4. That's going to do some of that action. Dokkaebi can help cover with sound as well to hear a flanker potentially later on.
The Lion as well, if you're aware of someone flanking, you just pop that Lion, it's going to make that room a lot more restricted. Freck is in the building very early on this Dokkaebi. This is a mining and reading bomb site, or rather dining and reading bomb site, fireplace reading.
Yeah.
So, I wasn't sure exactly what the plan was. We did have that Amaru teased out early in the pick phase, but now switched off of. At the moment, pressure onto Felipox in train. Drones coming through. I think it's pretty comfortable.
For now. When I hear that finger LMG, I start shaking in the serve, I'm not gonna lie to you. And if you're then the LMG meta, you know what I'm talking about. Felipox though, ice in his veins, Nate goes down. Holding on to train still is Felipox, waiting for a winner to jump in, but Robbie won't give it to him, he knows better. Gonna take 4 years now to reload that weapon.
This is great from Virtue, playing outside of the east balcony. He's holding these long lines of sight. Hertz is so tempted to maybe jump out. At the moment, he's watching a vertical angle here. As we talked about a little bit earlier, you can't easily jump down and go for a run out because you will be un-ADS while in midair in this new Siege X update. Meanwhile, good pick there from KZ. Freck's gone down. Disjointed and stalled out.
Yeah, like they're outside the building, pretty much all, like most of them, with no real pressure or execute. He hears the player now.
Freebie,
He's the toe. No?
Should be a free kill.
Good enough.
Got to bait him out. Gonna go for that kill, but hurts. Trades himself back. The Doc with a lot of HP is gonna get the better of Robbie. That does leave Furia still an advantage on the defense.
It does, but again, I want to see BDS into the building. I mean, they drop the skylight, Furia can go for it, but this ain't the bomb site. The swing goes down.
Oh my god.
Goes through.
Eventually, JV is punished, but not before he's able to take down Virtue. 2 versus 2 now with 40 seconds to play. Things get real finicky for these two remaining BDS players. KZ and Philippos can just hold onto their positions. Still info as well for the teammates to watch of these cameras.
And BDS, you know, they got a plan. We do it 1 versus 2 effectively. So if you're BDS right now, I think you look for a kill, get that 2v1, then go for a plant and cover.
They don't have info on where these players are. They're going to have to game sense it out. And Philippos inside of Dining finds one KZ to team up for the second. Furia looking very comfy on that defense.
They do, and also BDS, the opposite, not looking all that comfortable on the attacking side. The first round, they say, missed execute, but they got there, quick roam clear, quick map control, got the opening kill. Second round, okay, yes, they got the opening kill. They had Dogebi Frag inside the building very quickly. They had 3 people who only entered the building in the last 45 seconds of the round. This is Cafe. This isn't, you know, water or bank with these long lines of sight outside the building that get a pick off here and there. You need to find yourself either in the bottom floor going up a staircase, like Frank was doing, or go top floor on the hatches, the skylight piano rappel, and make a decisive play around it. They were on piano rappel, just holding kind of like a dead angle for like a minute, without any intent behind it. So I want to see them get in the third round, get inside the building, have a clear plan. This round, for example, is a top floor attack. We've done this 1,000 times, right? Either you will attack piano, and you will have 4 or 5 guys work together on the piano portion, or you will go cocktail. Utilize those window repels to kill like utility, whether it's grenades or dangles or capture fire, anything. They're showing us a very mix of operators though, like they're playing factory EMPs, which isn't for hard destruction, right? And there's a 1-my, fair enough, maybe it's for that. And then they're playing stuff like Aura, where you can like close off the doors for an entry, for example, but they have no like, okay, they have 1 set of nades.
Well, let's be real, you don't bring the Rayora unless if you have a very specific plan in mind.
This window right here, I think.
It is classic. It's what we've seen, one of the most, I guess, infamous applications of this brand new operator. You can actually block off the 2 doors into Cocktail, kill any players in Cocktail, repel it, and you're essentially safe for a plant. That has got to be the idea here for BDS, and I can only assume that the reason why that hatch has been picked is to enable that push some way, somehow, perhaps to prevent against C4s, perhaps the Yokai drones.
Look at the positions. They have 2 people piano repel, 1 person on the hatch itself, 1 guy on wide hallway. Oh, now Virtue's dead. From the window repel as well.
Knocked through somehow.
So I'm not sure what division is. Like, the Aurora is on the roof right now, not even on the window repel themselves. Furia retaken bathroom. And now, we're air jamming piano to drone. And I'm saying this very confused because I don't really understand the order of things right now for BDS. Like, I'm not seeing the vision. I'm not sure they know what they want to do right now because they keep rotating back and forth. 3 guys red hatch drop, let's go for it.
This is the kind of push that you would try to make in the first minute of the round, dropping down red, deep in a Cocktail. But Furia are not letting up. They're not going to give fights over to BDS, and they've got those mirror windows, which are perfectly poised to prevent a push in from this position. JV does get punished after taking down 1 player. But now these Vulcan canisters are going to prevent BDS from marching forward. What's more, the wall at the top of the red hatch is still not breached, so BDS don't have a solid way into piano.
I'm changing maps! Yeah, and Rora's on the skylight right now. You cannot, you know, close off his doors from the skylight. That angle doesn't work. You have 4 Aura doors in your pocket on the skylight, LMG in hand, waiting for your teammates to get something happening in the server, in the round, and it's not happening. The mirror windows, there's no Ash in play. They can't feel this either. Goyo Fire gets popped. I mean, this is tough.
Oh my god. Yeah, and Nate is just going to hold onto his position at the mirror window. There's no way you can march in from that. Philippos pops his head up from behind the bar. There's absolutely nothing for it. Robbie is doomed. Nothing for it. How does he get through this? He doesn't. That's the simple answer. Nate holding on from the most simple of positions at Cocktail behind that mirror window. Clearly there was a nice idea for BDS, but there was nothing to show for it.
I don't think the idea lived past the operator pick phase, and I hate to be that guy. I hate to be a hater, you know? Maybe I love it, actually, these days. But it's like, normally when we see operators getting picked, we have to assume there is a very precise plan that they're gonna be setting into motion. And from the very moment that round started, I never saw the right operators in the right positions to do anything with what they had picked. And then, you know, the air jab off, you know, the pixel spot in Piano so that the defenders can't retake it. Guess what? They had 3 impact grenades. They impacted the air jab, ran in Piano, killed the guy in Cigar, and it's like, JV's just laughing at them. It's that easy right now for Furia.
Yeah.
They got a trade, but it's a 1-for-1, and you're mirroring Goyo like, last spot, where are you going?
Have a look at that fire on the ground. You can totally understand why BDS has gone and banned that Goyo now. As we've hit 3 rounds, we get an additional ban per team. It's the Goyo taken out for BDS and the Brava taken out by Furia. I did notice
Maestro abuse.
Yeah, Maestro. We've also got the Lucy. In the first round, we also had Naruni.
Yeah.
In the absence of that Goyo, you need something else to try and delay time. All 3 of those operators are good when you dwindle that time on down. If you're trying to push into the site last minute and you still got to deal with these banshees, you still got to deal with those evil eyes, especially because he's got 3 of them.
Yeah, I actually love this in Furia. And in my notes for this event, I was like, Furia will either struggle with the new system because they will get targeted themselves, or they will thrive because they can stretch out and be more flexible and shows a deeper strat pool. Banning the Brava in the 3rd rotation, now playing heavily like around either wall deny or utility or just annoyance. Like, it's super annoying to deal with like Valkyrie, Mossy, Maestro on this map, Kaid as well. And you're now making BDS choose. Either we need a ton of soft destructions for the Maestro, they have 4 grenades. Then we need side execute, that can be the blitz, right? But now we also need that flank watch. They can't get everything for BDS. They need to have a weakness now against something from Furia almost every single round.
Well, there's no doubt about who has looked the more poised team in this game. Furia have looked very confident, going for aggressive plays, knowing when not to peek. BDS are the ones that clearly have ideas, but just haven't had the gusto to actually make the plays necessary. They've second-guessed them time and time again.
Lion charge.
Is this going to be another execute
3, 2, 1. Blitz in the door.
Freck's got to win this fight, though. A flashbang to go out. It doesn't land. It's shot, but it does push back the moment that Herds retreats. He will fall. T4's also jumped into the fray, but both teams end up worse for wear. A 3 versus 3, and Freck is on low HP. He's gradually taken more and more ground, but he can't march further forward. Robbie as well, worried about his position. He had a hacked drone watching him that whole time. KZ is now going in for the kill. Few bullets exchanged, but not enough damage done as of yet. BDS are now looking to recompose afterwards. Oh, quite an awkward start to the round. Felipox has reaggressed as well as KZ. Furia, of course, fighting back the ground that they've lost, leaving just Virtue on the roof. He's going to have to drop and try and hunt these kills, but KZ is waiting for him, and KZ will best him, as he always does. Another beautiful round from Furia.
Yeah, and I mean, I will say one thing. BDS banning Goyo then played a perfect round, you know, into that operator ban because they couldn't get stopped in the rush, but it's very risky. They have 1 player on the white staircase walking up the Dokkaebi. They had 2 people. It was the Sledge and Blitz into the pillar door. They both died in library the second they got in, basically, and then they pushed red stairs. So they have very isolated areas of the map where they have no real trade game happening. If Frank loses this gunfight, they have nobody to trade him. When Lasma gets C4, okay, P4 is behind him, but he dies to a C4, not a gun. So there's no gunfight to be had to trade with. Virtue's on the roof, last guy alive. It's again, BDS is kind of almost oversimplifying their attacks maybe a little bit here, expecting Furia to kind of roll over. Furia is not that team, you know? I think these attacking rounds would be great against the lower pack teams here, perhaps, A-pack teams in particular, who are not as methodical about it. Against Furia, against FaZe, against Amadi, I think their current style as well. I don't think it's gonna fly.
The other thing is, you're just seeing so many strengths out of Furia in their individual plays.
Yeah.
Like, they know that they will take those 50-50s and win them. Even, for example, when Freck won his fight against, I think it was whoever was playing on the white stairs, give him 5 seconds, and he's being repeated by Felipox on the Maestro.
My turn.
Oh yeah, exactly. Up on the top floor, we saw a lot of pressure from BDS. They find a few kills, and then KZ is like, well, I know this guy's on the red stairs. I'm just going to push him and kill him. I'm going to keep toying with him. Furia have so much confidence, and they keep BDS on their toes. BDS, like, we all know their support staff. They've got 3 of them. 3 Frenchies. If you count Helby as a French-Canadian.
Yeah, half-half.
Yeah, he's a halfie. You've got that whole roster combined to really create beautiful plans, these strategies. And Furia says, we're not going to let you do your strategies. We're going to keep on pushing. We're going to keep on fighting so you don't have time to think.
Here's the thing, Furia wants to get You know, that slight advantage, not gonna let go ever. And we see them spawn peek with Maestro right now, taking any swing they can get. BDS, they want to go fast last round, likely because of a lot of utility on the side of Furia. For example, the Maestro. It sucks to go slow against the Maestro. He's gonna sap your drones, sap you when you look away. You can't really plant very easily. Now that's where the Flourish comes into play. It's a slow around for BDS, utility being tossed. Philipbox goes down early, there's a smoke, huge kill for them. Now stay stabilized. Nobody died on their own, and we see the Silhouettes in the building. They're taking top floor control. This is good.
Good progress, but still fighting for more. And Furia fight back. Hertz might have been down, but it doesn't matter because the rest of Furia have traded every single kill. P4 looking to get desperate. He's jumped into that top floor, and he's fighting back the ground that KZ had retaken from them. Hertz is still on the ground, not revived as of yet, so it's a glorified 2 versus 2. If Hertz is able to be saved here, Furia might be able to have the advantage. A shoulder peek, and Hertz is back up again. Freck and P4 look to try and pick up the pieces. Another aggressive kill from JV, this time with the super shorty. And on the white stairs, he wins it out. It's P4 up against Hertz and JV. Plenty of info on this top floor. It's going to be so hard for him to survive, especially as that Evil Eye above the hatch. He's not going to be able to punch that one safely. Diffuser is outdoors, and Furia still have an advantage with a minute to play.
Yeah, and if he goes outside, guess what? Furia can walk upstairs. Because that Evil Eye is up above, they know he has to go for a horizontal attack or he will be detected. Furia to hide the pillar right now, open the door, trying to establish a crossfire. P4 has a 1-1 chance here.
Smart move, he's taking down that camera. A good crossfire from Furia, but they are in separate positions. He now knows Hertz is with him and Killers. He spotted the player, he needs to win the fight, but Hertz toys with him. 80 bullets in the magazine. The Maestro, and he will continue fighting until his enemy is on the ground. Furia, once again, dominating over BDS. 5 rounds on the trot.
The thing about Furia, how they're playing right now, is that it's really, really genius because it's not. What I mean by that is they're not playing that 2v1 as you would expect another team to do, right? You're thinking Maestro is low HP, he's playing Pillar, he can use the gadgets for a plant deny at any time. But Furia, they know he's expecting, you know, BDS to think they're gonna do the normal stuff, play safe in corners, have a good crossfire. They didn't have a crossfire. It was one guy Pillar, one guy side that was baiting, and then Hertz goes for a swing. Essentially saying, whatever game you think BDS will happen right here, that's not gonna be your reality. That's why we saw JD push up the white staircase through a gridlock stinger and shotgun tap the guy.
They're just so cocky.
They are.
But it's warranted.
And it's genius because BDS are clearly being caught off guard by this round after round after round.
And the thing is, like, you look at BDS, you look at their lineup now, and they're bringing the Riero once again. They're trying to do something fancy, or they're changing things, it seems. But they're trying to, it seems for the most part, have like a big brain strategy. And I feel like you kind of do need to go back to basics against Furia. You need to meet them with a bit of your own aggression, but you also need to punish their aggressive plays because they continue to retake. Like, every single round that BDS has found a numbers advantage, Fury isn't immediately fighting back.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you see it. But there's a C4, 2 guys pushing the staircase, and just time to in Fury, they always have 2 people working for the same goal. When Hirsch got into the Maestro, there was one person who went basement to revive him, and the third final defender came all the way from the bomb site to the bottom white staircase to hold the cross. No risk right there. They're just locking it down, saying this is the objective, all 3 commit to the same thing, then we can do our own thing afterwards. It's beautiful.
Very smart aggression from Furia. This is probably one of the most aggressive teams that I've seen so far at the event, at least in the matches we've casted. And all the ones I watched yesterday. Yeah, it's Fury. It's what they do best. And it's really putting BDS in a backseat. Aggressive peek again. Positioned up on the bar and cocktail. Nade finds Robbie, who's really struggled to get into this game. He's meant to be a core fragger for BDS. Thankfully, KZ has been taken out. But Freck, even so, has taken a lot of damage.
Yeah, and the fire, oh my god, he's right there. The fire was spent, not much happened from it. Sure, Casey died elsewhere to a gunfight. We're seeing BDS again on the cocktail rappel. Game was downstairs, but a jump shot this time.
No, Box goes for 2! Traded back eventually by BDS. Lasmo finally picks that one up, but it's been far too little and far too late for BDS. That aggression from Furia is incessant, and even with the new ADS change, Philippe still finds a 2K on his jump out.
On a Maestro, no less. I mean, those Evil Eyes, yeah, they'll spot you, but they can't sap you just yet anymore. Demonstrator goes up. We know where one player is of JV, but where is Hertz? right hallway currently.
As if you're still picking that JV.
He's Deimos tracked.
Deimos tracked. Hiding on side, it doesn't matter. Herds is going to swing for the last kill as well. These guys do not make the percentage plays. They swing everybody because they know they're going to win. And they are moments away from what could be their first flawless match in Reload. And that means extra bullets to take home.
Well, want me to do any spoilers? Oh, my days. So, best case for Furia right now, I mean, they can hide strats very effectively this game, right? Have they shown much of their defense cafe? Not really. They've got a lot of kills and they've made mini plays, but their overall strategy very much has been, we don't have to show a whole lot right now because BDS aren't forcing us to really give it our all. And they reloaded 2 bullets.
Yeah, and they knew for it. They knew what this game was going to be about. They knew it was going to be a matter of BDS picked them, and a bit of a chip on Furia's shoulder, saying, excuse me, you're going to pick us? Now, as the analyst desk had already mentioned, like, the strategy is actually kind of counterintuitive from BDS. They're deliberately picking the strongest teams in the first 2 play days because you can't verse the same team again throughout the entire of the Reload to Survive portion of our tournament. What that means is BDS now know that for the remaining 3 days, because as of day 3, you can actually reload up to 8 bullets, not just 2 bullets.
Yeah.
So essentially, you have a lot more to gain. You don't want to be versing the tough teams because then they're going to end up reloading 1 bullet and playing it safe anyway. Yeah. So now that FaZe and Furia are gone, they can go and pick, for example, APAC teams or teams that are weaker. Your Fanatics, your Cloud9s, your Wildcards.
Calling people out right now. Damn.
I mean, like, let's just be honest. Those are the teams, like Fnatic, Wildcard, and Cloud9 and the APAC teams are the ones that everyone is looking at to get.
At least for now.
At least for now. Like, obviously, it's early days, especially for like Wildcard and Cloud9 and Fnatic. Like, they're all teams that haven't made majors before, which is why I'm singling them out.
That's fair. And the thing is, BDS, let's say they're going to be saying, we don't really need to win, because they don't. Like, their strat is to have the
you lose
best
1
teams.
bullet.
Exactly. But I will say, having Furia 7-0 you gives Furia an extra bullet as well, and you don't want to do that. So, while BDS might not be playing to win, as we say, with this strategy in mind, of course they're going to try.
They need to play to win this round.
They need to not get 7-0.
Exactly, and there's a lot of stakes now for Furia. If they win this round, extra bullets to take home, and that means potentially early qualification for the final stage. We know what Furia is capable of when you get them in front of a Brazilian crowd.
See you on the other side.
He's right there.
Come on, tap that head.
1 fire, 1 nade, make him jiggle. Get the kill. Roar, okay, they're gonna roar off the wedding door to the small bakery. Ace the wall. Trying to get an impact trick or something else. Shot, I'm not entirely sure.
That's smart, I like that. So, smokes and Selma's used to try and prevent the shots. P4 is going to try. A C4 is expanded to prevent that Selma from going off. Wow.
I mean, are they going to Hibana it or what? Or is that bakery wall?
I guess they are. I mean, credit to BDS. They're really throwing everything they can at protecting this player inside a bakery. It means Freck really has to not die in this position.
Yeah.
He has to survive as long as he possibly can, but he has a whole lot of Brazilian players hungry to hunt him down.
Now they can pop this roar door next time. Reload. And then they have a 5-second window where defenders so they can't do much about it. Jump in the small bakery, push the double door, and they gotta get this open and kill.
Saw his head for a brief moment. Freck takes a bit more damage. Herds, you have to land these shots. The fire goes out. He looks for more. He does take down KZ, but a reply immediately means that bakery is clear for Furia to march on inside.
That's the first step done, and you see last one P4 both taking a fair bit of damage right now with Furia. Pretty much all on full health, and they still got a full minute to work with too. That wall, it's soft by defenders. They have a path in. They gotta now work prep door. They gotta work the breach. There's only really 1 person stopping them from planning right now. And we see that that's last mode. He's running away.
He's forced back by that grenade from Herds. Now Furia have established a lot of solid control. Robbie above, he's used his C4, so he doesn't have that to make these vertical angles. He's going to have to bring out the Deagle. Furia are completely aware of it. Nade is contesting those angles right now, just hoping that he will be picked. A smoke grenade over the top, and that enables Nade to push in deep, but Lasmo is there to deny him and prevent that plan from going down. Another one for Lasmo, all up to JV92. Pushing in from small bakery, finds the head of Lasmo, looking for 3 more. With not much time left to play, the machine pistol comes on out. 29 bullets left in the magazine, but he will fall And BDS are finally on the scoreboard.
They needed that so badly. And I mean, it comes down to Furia not really having the right read on where to plant and how to get inside the bomb site. The smoke from Captain was excellent, but they vault that bomb site window into a Guma, and then we just saw BDS 3-1 swing with 2 or 3 different players. And once the planter kind of goes down there, Furia, they gotta go for broke. You gotta push for kills now. The smoke expires, the vert there's on you, the Valcams are alive, and it gets all that much more difficult. And I gotta say, Frank, he lived incredibly long, burned so much time utility, and he traded his own body 1-for-1.
Yeah, and also Lasmo, credit to him, like the fact that he was allowed to escape out of cooking into prep. I always forget which of the kitchens is called which, but it's kitchen cooking is the
kitchen cooking.
That's the one with all the stovetops in it, which is close to bakery. What's that?
There's so many like different call-outs for different regions.
My favorite is Gordon and Ramsay for the 2 different benches in the kitchen.
Yeah, I like that too.
Yeah, and then if you stand between them, then you're an idiot sandwich.
Is that it?
That's how it works.
Sandwich call-out is actually pretty common in Siege, I will say. And I love call-outs like that where it doesn't tell you like specifically where they are, but it makes so much sense if you think about it.
Yeah, sandwich between 2 different
exactly 2 areas.
I love it.
And we have a Harry Potter, of course.
That's my favorite. I think my favorite.
The staircase?
Anyone underneath the stair is Harry Potter.
Genius, really.
I think that was well played from Lasmo and Freck in particular. The rest of the team obviously played around it well. But you got to admit, bloody hell, Furia is terrifying.
They are terrifying.
The way that they're circling around Bakery, the way that they have such a clear idea of what they want to do. Also, I want to shout out, like, we're seeing a lot of Rayora today. This is my first time casting it. We hadn't seen it in our first match of the day.
Reloading!
Newest operator into the game. And she's proving to be very situational, but very potent in those situations.
It gives me Osa vibes, where with the right strat in mind, it's genius. But you can't just pick Rayora every single round and do much with it necessarily.
You have to have a really specific idea, because she's not actually, you can't use her gadget on many areas, only on doors.
Only on doors, yeah, not in the windows at all. People say on Robbie actually, Lamai early off the board.
Nice, good util spam to clear out that position, and Philippox to watch as Robbie tried to retreat. Up against that Wamai, I mean, maybe you should have brought a Jaeger as well. Furia, despite being an aggressive team, they know how to use that util to their advantage.
Oh, they know both styles of Siege when they have to use it, and there's a thing. When we're always seeing from Furia, it's a very clear first step where 4 counter-attacks can work together, clear that important spot in Piano, for example, and now they can spread themselves thinner on the window repels and do their own thing. Whereas BDS, they started very spread out and didn't get that initial first kill or the first step was shot done. So we're seeing a lot more floor activity in Furia, and they're progressing the map second by second. I mean, we've got half the round to go. They got Piano, they got Cigar. Now they're gonna make a choice. Do they full take top floor or do what's called a half take, where all you take is Cigar, Piano, and go downstairs towards the bomb side? Or do you do a full take, where you take the entirety of top floor, do vertical destruction, and then hit the bomb side? Because they're playing gridlock fashion, they don't have like a ram or a block or a sledge. If they take the full top floor in control, they can't necessarily do a lot with it.
They're being very thorough though, and I like the IQ pick. They're making sure to take down every single one of these Valkyrie cameras. I've seen at least 2 destroyed so far. Marching into the top floor, it is going to be a full clear, it seems. Information for the defenders on the back of that bulletproof camera. Herds is actually going to find Giz onto Freck. I'm not sure where that went down, but the numbers are slipping for BDS. Furia 5 versus 3, all of that top floor within their control and still 30 seconds to convert.
Yeah, again, no vert though, so the bomb set itself is very playable for BDS. They can stick around, but it comes down to individual gunfights now. You're playing 3v5, and you have to wonder, BDS, when and where will you strike, because you have to start getting desperate right now.
Virtue is able to flank up from the stairs, but JV is watching his position. Furia have all of their I's dotted, all of their T's crossed, and now they look for a plan. Nade forcing it down. P4, is he able to deny? Finds the first player covering, but immediately jumping up. Philippox is there, and he closes the match for Furia. A domination, 7-1 over BDS, making them regret their decision for that challenge. And the Brazilians are back on top.
And they are, I mean, Furia looking really strong, but BDS, they did the one thing they had to do, regardless of what the outcome would be. Don't get 7-0, don't give Furia an extra bullet. They did conquer that one round, so they met the minimum requirement at least.
Looks like we're speed running as best as we can to try and make up for what was an egregiously long first match of the day. Furia, they're back on home soil and they're looking better than ever. A 7-1 over BDS, and we'll break that down after this break.
to play against Furia, but now I guess they should not. I mean, they only reloaded 1 bullet, while you guys from Furia reloaded 2. So you were sure that she would win, right?
Yeah, we were confident. We thought that they were true because they picked us, but they picked us and only reloaded 1 bullet, so I guess they weren't that confident. But we were, reloaded true, and it paid off.
And tell me, how do you as an IGL prepare your team to face this new BDS? We don't know that much about them, right?
Yeah, they're a completely new team. Like, they never played together before, so we didn't have any intel about them, only on labs that they played yesterday. So we sat down, we discussed, and decided...
That's the guys from Fear X. Okay.
And we decided to just do our thing, what we practice, and that's it.
And how do you see Furia right now? Because you had a lot of ups and downs for the couple last months. But how do you feel right now as Phillypox, as the IGL, and also as Furia in this tournament?
Like I said in other interviews, after not qualifying to the Montreal Major, we became a very different team than we were. We really recreated ourselves. And since the Invitational, I think we are really playing good Siege. We showed that Invitational, and I think we are keeping the same track for now.
Cool, cool. Congrats on your winning. You know, I'm very happy because I'm also Brazilian. But also, I want to talk really quick with JV, because he told us something about reloading as many bullets as possible. JV, vem aqui, come here. Really quick. You told us before the match that you would reload as many bullets as you could. That's right?
Yes.
He doesn't even know what I'm saying in English, but that's all right.
That's okay.
That's okay.
That's okay. Let's go.
Let's go.
He speaks better English than that.
Yeah, we had a
conversation with him last night.
Stop
this guy. Pretending, JV, we know.
He's faking it. Everybody knows he speaks English.
He does it so he doesn't have to interview. He goes, no English, no English.
Yeah, he's lying.
He speaks English.
He's lying.
She's Brazilian. They can speak. They spoke it in Portuguese. You know what? It's a real vamos moment.
You know what?
It's vamos. Let's go, vamos.
He speaks in the server. He speaks in the server. We've seen that.
You know what?
That's his language.
Good, because we're usually pretty muted when it comes to in the server itself. Furia absolutely demolishing BDS, but it felt like BDS were setting this up from the start. Regardless, Furia, one of the top 3 best teams in the world, not surprising.
It's tricky to come into this and talk about this game because both of these teams are on different strategies, right? Obviously, Furia, they want to win. They wanted the 7-0 realistically for as many bullets as possible. For BDS, I'm not going to say they came into this game wanting to lose because I don't think they did. But they picked a deliberately very, very hard opponent to give themselves an easier time later in the draw. They knew there was a very good chance that they were going to lose. Obviously, they started on Cafe, a defender-sided map. They started attack as well. So, different strategies and about the expected result is what I would say.
Like everything BDS does, it makes sense on paper, and then there's the reality. And this is exactly what happened. It made sense on paper, this strategy of picking strong opponents early on, and try to learn from this. I assume they will learn a lot because it was literally them getting demolished by gunfight.
They need to not snowball now, though, because they've now taken 2 losses. It was against FaZe and Furia. I'm not going to say it was part of the plan, but they were prepared for this scenario. For their support staff now, it's about getting them back on track because they can now go and attack the draw later tonight, get a good team, and go for more bullets in rounds 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, we understood what the theory was behind BDS's choices. Of course, after having been forced into their first game versus FaZe and now choosing Furia, now it's time to kick it realistically into gear. At least we hope for them, because that's how the strategy is supposed to work. However, our Blacklight detail, gentlemen, what do you have for me?
This was actually a really, really minute detail, but it's the new bans that are happening within CGX. It was round 4. Furia, they were playing on the defense. They chose, as you can see here, to ban away the Brava. Note that they had already banned away the Twitch as well. What that means is they could play Melusi, 2 Melusi Banshees. They could play Maestro, 2 Maestro cameras. They could play Cade with no way that the attackers were going to get the Cade Claw down there from below. they could then play another Maestro camera inside of Dining. Now, the context of this game is that BDS were already being really slow, so they put all of their utility in and around slightly. That K-Claw up there to protect the wall above it, and then more Melusi Banshees out there inside the hallway and on the reading door. It was really, really nice, and it was something that we've never seen in Rainbow Six before. That mid-game adaptation, take away the Brava, take away the Twitch, play the utility.
Now, when CJX comes out and you have more bans at your advantage, do this. Ban Twitch, ban Brava, replicate that strategy. It doesn't take any skill. It's just utility usage and play around that on mining room site, on cafe, and you'll see it's actually super efficient.
BDS were finding it so hard to get inside of the building, so they were never going to clear any of that utility.
We are so quickly discovering the impact and the effects of our new operator ban system that's having on all of our games, and it's only going to get better from here, and within the context of a best of 3, it'll be on another level. Gentlemen, that's kind of our own analysis. We'll take a quick break, but right after that break is episode 2 of the IGL Roundtable here at Reload in Rio. Let's see what they had to say.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
vote, what do we think is the best and worst maps?
The best map is Border.
Yeah, no, he says that because he's in East Airs, one trick. he must have like 10 KD on East Airs and officials.
Just with smoke.
Smoke every round.
And I think the worst map I would say is Labs. I don't like Labs, bro. It's just a clubhouse, a smaller clubhouse. Bro.
I literally think it's the same thing. I think it's like played like Clubhouse.
It's a smaller clubhouse.
Yeah.
And clubhouse is already small, so.
Can you go more about Border? For example, like we like Border as well, but I would say as a map, I don't think it's that good because you're playing the exact same round every single round. It's a east or CC every round, you know.
To be honest, I'm kind of biased. Like tactically wise, it's not a really good map. I can agree with that. But I like to play the map. Like I think it's really a gun skill map. It's a really you have to be skilled to play the map.
My worst map is Border.
I could have guessed that.
Just before you said it's your best map, your favorite map. And my favorite map is Bank.
Of course, BDS.
So Border, I think, like you said, it's boring. And it's a lot of gunfights, and I like gunfights. But for me, is nothing about like strategically most of the time.
Yeah,
and that's why for me it's not the Rainbow Six I like, you know. So that's why that's not a map I like. And Bank, it's for me one of the most strategic map. Sometimes can be boring, I think. I mean, every map we kinda do all the same thing, but I feel like on Bank you have a lot of like individual reaction on what the enemy team does and a lot of strategy. So that's why for me.
With West, I'll go with you as well, Bank. It's just not even anything about strategy-wise. I just feel like I've had my best games on Bank, so I just like it. And then West map, I don't even know, you know. I would probably put Sky up there, just really hard to attack, but it's still playable, I still like it. But I don't even have I like all the maps, to be honest. Cafe as well, but just because like we can't play Cafe. But I still don't think it's a bad map, but we just can't play Cafe.
I think best map is Cons. I just like the different way you like play it, and it's just kind of like you can attack it in so many different ways, and the pacing can always be changed, and it has a lot of windows. Don't get me wrong, but that kind of helps the map because there's different ways to like entry into the building, and you can always rotate to a window late and cause like a whole new attack. And then the worst map, I hate Clubhouse because it just kind of got stale like over the years.
What about Labs, bro?
I mean, it's just kind of newer, but I do also hate Labs because I think it's just like you said, a smaller Clubhouse that's played out the same. But it's just because it's newer. It's kind of like I'm not like sick of it yet. But Clubhouse has been the same maps, played the same way. You can predict every attack based off like what walls they open in the first 20 seconds. Like, it's just the most boring map by far.
Your point about Club, obviously, mine's always been Club favourite because I'm a firm believer the better team wins on Club. Maybe not now with the bans because it's like you can make it like it just really easy. But I just feel like club-wise, strategically, it's just like
strategically it's the same map.
Well, yeah, but it's like who's better at the basics. In my opinion,
yeah, this is the basics.
Yeah, that's the club. It's like who's better at the basics. Well, and it's like you're gonna punish teams that try to skip steps and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That's why.
What's your worst map?
Chalet.
Chalet.
Only because it just feels like sometimes defending on that map feels like
you're ISO'd.
You're in a cell.
Yeah.
Like, have you seen WWE when they're all in the cage? That's what it feels, that's what it feels like on Chalet sometimes.
That's true.
It's good to hear from the IGL Roundtable. What is your favorite and least favorite map? Let us know in the chat. Gents, what is your favorite and least favorite map?
Favela.
Oh, wow.
No.
And that's your favorite one. You just heard King George's heart.
Inside of the comp map pool, I absolutely love Bank. I've always loved Bank. I know a lot of the IGLs love Bank. There's multiple different ways to attack 4 viable bomb sites and to defend them as well. And I think that's why a lot of the IGLs might have said what they said.
I think in general it's about variety, right? It's exactly what happened there. I think Bank and Sky, for me, are the best ones because Sky especially pushes you to be that good in attack. It's so hard to attack.
Yeah.
The skill ceiling is so high that if you manage to attack well on Skyscraper, you're a really good team. And so for me, that's my favorite one. And then the least favorite one is Border because, like Felipox just said, very right. It's just a frag fest.
Yeah.
It's a frag fest because you need to fight for every zone you have.
I'm absolutely loving this IGL series, by the way. It's so good to get into the minds of the IGLs.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Bank and Clubhouse, especially for the strategy. Bank, when it comes to attack, definitely feels like it tests you more, but Clubhouse has all the fundamentals and the baseline of Rainbow Six in it. That's why it's always so fun to watch. And yet, even though we see the same map, people still mess it up. Anyways, our leaderboard, here's what it looks like. You'd be not surprised, actually, you would be surprised to see G2 have taken an L only a few minutes ago. Featurette have taken the win over G. Goddamn who? And now Furia and BNK Featurette are at the top.
That's not any loss as well. It was a 7-1.
Hell yeah.
It was a 7-1 victory from Featurette. And guess which map it was on?
Which map?
Skyscraper. Because Featurette started defense, so so G2 cannot attack, and then somehow they won 2 attack rounds, so that's why it was a 7-1.
Look, we're going to be workshopping this later, but when we get to the draft show, there are going to be teams that are targeting round 3 to reload 6 bullets and then play extended mag cards, and we'll get into the pedantics of that later. There will be some big teams. I saw Wildcard there, Featurette there, Fnatic there, that have got at least 6 available that teams are going to be targeting tonight, and I can't wait to see it. Obviously, Scars and G2 already been down there. They're going to be very early on in the picking order now.
Yeah, and of course, the last line that you see here in the columns is the round differential, and well, so far, Scars have not really had the best of times in the 2 games that they have played. Round differential is not the most important part, because even if you lose in max OT, which is what we've had yesterday, you still lose all the bullets that would put down, and you don't gain a single point out of it anyway.
Yeah. It's certainly shaping up for a very nice draw show tomorrow. Like, tomorrow's going to be crazy, by the way. But we'll get into that.
The draft tonight is going to go crazy.
Yeah.
Like, some teams in that leaderboard have such a big amount of bullets compared to the actual level. Let's be real. Featurette on paper right now is number 2 in this tournament.
They've put a huge target on themselves.
It's just
even though they've played really well, by the way.
And they're playing well, but it's just not the case. Like, teams are much better than them.
Hey, the DK
Furia.
reform, it's what we've been waiting for since the end of 2021, so I'm very happy to see it. Actually, since SI back in Sweden, that's where Sonics really were able to knock around the APAC teams, especially this old DK, well, now Featurette roster. However, we have to talk about our next game. Loud take on Team Secret. And, well, this is a matchup that, for those that are not really sure what to expect, we have to set it up, because Loud are coming in new as an organization.
Yeah.
What were they formed of after this SI run and now going into Reload?
So previously it was the Raza company roster. You know, that roster that didn't have an organization when they came in, that, you know, Raza, you know, helped, you know, towards the 6 Invitational. Crazy run there, went all the way on the stage. You can see the same players before: Perez, Baceto, STK, and Live, and then a new one, Dafo. Previously known as Daffodil, someone that we have been watching for a long time in Brazil. Lots of talent on that roster, most importantly, incredible cohesion, and yesterday they took down Falcons.
I think it really doesn't surprise me, but there is such a depth of talent within the Brazilian region that we've got another top Brazilian teams coming through the rank now in terms of what, you know, they were known at 6 Invitational as Raza Company Academy. They've now got themselves onto Loud as well. And they play slightly differently, I would say, from a lot of Brazilian teams. They generally play much more, I would say, traditional Siege, much less risk-based than what you might see out of, say, Furia or something like that. But it's great, it's effective, and obviously they were main stage at 6 Invitational as well.
Yeah, they have a very strong core, and Flash3 was clearly the weak link and the shorthand of their SI Boston run. When they remove him for a very strong playing like Dafo, they don't change the core and what's working, and they bring a stronger firepower there. That works really well.
They complement it, they upgrade it, and you know, we saw that yesterday when they caused a huge upset.
And speaking of that upset, how many bullets are they still left with? What has been the play so far for Loud? Loud as an organization playing for the first time here in Siege. They started with 6 bullets. Yesterday they gained an extra 1, and today they will set down 1 more jab.
I actually don't mind this, and the reason I don't mind this is both Loud and we'll come on to Secret are in very similar scenarios with their 2 rosters. And actually, realistically, they don't want to risk a lot. They just want to get into the next stage and get there in a good position and then go from there. Because again, this is going to be a really tricky team for anybody to pick up. So the likelihood is they're going to get quite a good draw tomorrow if they get through this. And obviously, they're respecting Secret. That's why they're only putting 1 bullet in there.
We've mentioned Furia going super aggressive, actually reloading every single bullet they could. And then we've mentioned BDS, challenging strong opponents, but also reloading the minimum amount of bullets. These guys, they're in the between.
Yeah, it's quite balanced.
They are balanced. Yeah. They will try and win, so they will reload only 1 bullet, but they will also pick opponents that they think they can beat. So they're conserving a good amount of bullets, trying to play kind of safe until the end, the lower end of the rounds.
Well, maybe their mindset is more kind of locked in and conservative in that way, but when it comes to celebrating a victory, they do celebrate the Brazilian way, a team that is quite happy with landing a first W here.
Yeah, I think it was pretty much the biggest. It was the first upset that happened yesterday. And they went up against Falcons. They started out there on the defense. They actually had a very terrible first half of this game. It looked like Falcons should have kicked on. And Loud produced some of the best attacking Skyscraper we've seen in a long time. Obviously, they absolutely loved it as well.
That's my biggest point. Skyscraper is in no way a bad map for Falcons, and the fact that they came back winning on attack on this map. Once again, I will say this, we've mentioned it before with the maps, the attacker level on this map gives you a good temperature check on the actual team play, and that was amazing from them.
Well, you know, Daffo or Daffodil, however it wants to be, maybe it is a delicate flower, but he is no delicate flower when it comes to actually competing.
The new pickup is, in my opinion, the biggest reason of their victory against PDS. Double digits, 2 KD, double entry, great KOST, and overall amazing EPS score, playing Grim, playing Legion, key operators to frag and enable zone control for your team.
And that's perfect. If you're looking at a team, you're making a roster change, you're bringing a new player into your system, you're going up very first game, you're going up against a huge team that have competed in every final, great quality. Have a good game. Get yourself, you know, off the mat with a good game. Daffo did that perfectly yesterday, and he will just be raring to go for it.
Well, gentlemen, now from Daffo and Loud, our Brazilian squad, somehow Brazil still has more super teams and super rosters.
They just don't stop.
I don't know where they bring these guys up, but it's the feijoada. This is what happens. They feed them something else here. We go on to Team Secret that has gone through a lot after SI.
Coached by the Brazilian, by the way, Mr. Twister as well, and also by a Portuguese IGL, Savage. Amazing roster, again, I think a strong challenger for all of the other teams here. Loud is the kind of same. They're not heavy favorites, but they're in amazing shape right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, one of the things we said about Loud and is that their 6 Invitational run, we didn't know how they'd follow it up. It's the same thing for Team Secret. They had a great 2024. 6 Invitational went terrible, let's be honest.
Yeah.
They got grouped. Now they're back here. They've made 2 changes. We didn't know how they were going to follow it up, and they produced a great result yesterday.
And you see at the bottom of the screen there, that is the R6 Share Team Secret skin that is coming very, very soon, as all of our teams here, the 20 of them that are part of Reload, will have their own in-game skins, so you can buy them and support these players and their team to really keep this scene going. It's just a bit of a teaser of what their weapon could be, but the team is still having fun, right?
Yeah. Exactly, look at them pictures. And again, we can see from Team Secret here, they reloaded 1 bullet yesterday against Team Liquid. I think that was very, very a good choice. It was a good decision, very sensible, because they didn't know what they were going to expect out of their team with 2 new changes. They're going to do the same against Loud. Loud are a great opposition, main stage at SI. Secret just want to get through unscathed, basically, and even if they lose, they will only lose 1 bullet. So I understand their decision to do that.
Well, let's take a look at Secret's win yesterday, because that was pretty impressive. And there you'll see 6-5 against Liquid to carry it over on Club.
We've seen Loud beating Falcons, and now we see Secret beating Liquid, one also of the biggest favorite for the tournament, despite their roster changes. That's just to tell you what we meant before. They're strong contenders for the titles. Yes, they're not favorites, Loud and Secret, but they're really good underdogs, people that are strong dark horses to upset big teams.
And I think that win, particularly for Secret, was massive. Go back to 6 Invitational. Don't want to look too much in the past because we're at the start of New Year, but when they started 6 Invitational, they started with a loss. They were on the back foot, constantly having to chase it. They got the win yesterday. Now they're on the front foot, and that's where they feel comfortable.
If we were to elevate 2 players on the screen here and talk about them, who would you pick?
Exact same scenario as Loud. The new pickups are the one making the change. For me, Mugli, Noah were the main difference makers in the victory versus Liquid. If you look at this, the entry from Mugli was amazing, especially. And for Noah, it's the KD, again, both on double digits. Overall, really good space maker.
It's kind of beautiful. Both of these 2 teams, very similar trajectories. You know, we didn't understand necessarily how they would fare at this tournament after 6 Invitational. New players, and the same thing with their new players coming in as it was for Daffo playing on Loud. With Mowgli, with Noah, both had solid performances yesterday, so they'll have been thrilled with that.
And we know Savage is very much an underrated IGL, at least by people who are only used to seeing the big org names out there. And Joom, we remember kind of the moments that we've had with Joom. And
we are missing Joom.
Joom had a tricky day yesterday.
Had a really bad day yesterday.
But the new players picked it up, and that's exactly what Secret want.
We need him back, though.
And that's something that had been missed in the past, where there's nobody to fill whenever there's somebody slacking or not having a great day on the team. However, our map, what will it be, is again a best of one that we carry through until the end of these 5 days of competition on Wednesday. What's our map? Come on, let's see. We got a game on our hands. Loud and Secret are set in. And a 9-map pool is what we've been working with. We've had a lot of changes, of course, to Siege X and some mechanical changes and balanced ones, but nothing on the map pool front.
I know. I will say, especially after we saw the IGL thing, I don't think we'll be seeing Border because none of them liked it.
I did get exactly what we're going for. Consulate is our map, so we get even more variety and great lighting too.
Yeah, I mean, I will say with Consulate, I think specifically with how it will play out in Siege X, obviously it's not being redone just yet, so it's the the same lighting as we're used to and everything like that. However, the one thing that I will say with this map in particular is I think bans can have a huge impact. So again, we looked at it in the last game, the round 4, round 10 bans. They can have a huge impact on Consulate as well because you can change all of it with one ban.
I think in general, like the Hard Breacher bans will impact heavily the way you're going to attack this map.
Yeah.
Also, the rappel changes will be great. So many windows on that map.
Think of the fast executes on CEO, and you can go around to admin.
You can go around to admin. You can go around to
yellow
balcony. You can literally rotate. What's real with Consulate? Most of the times you attack from one side or the other, right? It's admin or garage side.
But you're so much faster now.
You're so much faster. You can trick. You can change things very quickly. And Packer was saying it in the IGL piece. He said, I love Consulate because the windows allow me to call for different attacks with 20-30 seconds left in the round. Now, with this new rappel system, you're going to be seeing even more of that, which is one of the coolest ways to adapt in the game.
Conventional attacks on Consulate is that you start CEO across or you start admin across. Now, if you start admin and you realize there's a big setup, you can be a CEO within not long at all. You don't need to go up, get off the roof, go back down. You just run around the walls, and that's an exciting change that I want to see.
I'm very much looking forward to it. It seems like from both of you gentlemen here that these teams are tied in many ways, which I'm hoping means we're going to get an excellent banger of game. Loud versus Team Secret with our casters, Pengu, Devmarta. Take it away, please, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Milosh. Yeah, that's right. It's Loud versus Secret, two teams that both won their opening matches in Reload yesterday, but both of them have really hedged their bets here. They've only reloaded one bullet going into this match. They're not expecting it to be easy. I actually think this is a very well-matched game.
I would say the same thing as well. I mean, Secret, a bit of a question mark going into yesterday, but I didn't see the game live, sadly, but I saw the highlights, saw the player cams. They look like a bunch of friends that are having a ton of fun, and I really think that actually matters in this day and age. If you're playing together all day, every day, and it's a bit miserable, you're not having a good time, these guys, they are.
Totally, which is great to see because, if you looked at the roster changes that happened between their devastating 6 Invitational experience where they were first rounded to here, obviously Secret lost 2 very solid players in Virtue and Grubby. They gained Mowgli, who's a very infamous strong fragger, formerly of Wolves, and Noah, who's a bit of a question mark and been around in the Tier 1 scene in Europe for a while with ITB and other teams, but not like a big name.
Not a set player, no.
No, in contrast, Loud were kind of nobodies for a while back when they were a Rising Company, and then at 6 Invitational, out of nowhere, bang, top 5, top 6 team. Really phenomenal performance from them. And since then, they've made a roster change. Obviously, they've gone over to a huge organization in Loud. They've brought in Daffodil as well, who's making
Just Daffo now, by the way.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry for
full government. Close like that.
He's come in and he's a debutant. He's never played with a big tournament.
Had a great first day,
and absolutely great first day. So on paper, maybe we want to edge it out to Loud a little bit, just on reach.
I think a little bit.
Win over Falcons yesterday. It does remain to be seen. We'll see. Of course, Secret have their work cut out for them after a big win over Liquid yesterday. It is Loud, actually not Secret, who have the social prediction advantage. Here on home turf, we'll see what the Brazilians are able to achieve. I personally am very excited to see Consulate here in Siege X. As the guys on the desk said, it's a rappel-heavy map, and the rappel changes are going to make this a dream to attack.
Didn't see a lot of that happening on Cafe because it was very a one-sided match between the last 2 teams we saw, but hopefully we can see some of that new action here. Operator bands. Let's see what is going to be happening. So they both have 7 bullets, and they're both, as you said, reloading 1 here. Playing it safe. Smoke actually being target banned. This is pretty OG consulate before the rework even, where if you don't play smoke yourself, but the enemy will, you can target ban this operator and plants become a little bit easier, fast pushes a little bit easier. I was gonna say you can double down on Goyo as well. You're doing smoke into mute ban again. Both these operators heavily play around how you can attack and defend CEO top floor bomb site by countering the Grim, for example, with those mute jammers or smoke denying the plant. You might need to play into Shaiiko actually, so there's some bomb now.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been surprised, as you said, to see a Goyo. Maybe come round 3, we'll see Secret
I could see that.
on ban the Goyo as well. We're actually not seeing Loud bring Goyo in the first round, but the thing that really comes to mind for me, when you do a double SAS operators, the mute and the smoke, you no longer have that shotgun. Now, there's a lot of more operators that have shotguns in the roster these days, so you do have someone else that can do a lot of that, the murder holes and the rotates. But those were two obvious go-tos.
You only have Leash in this round, poor guy.
Yeah, and it's a tiny little super shorty, which only has 3 shots in the gun. So yeah, poor Becetto's got a lot of work to be done. Loud kick things off in the defense. They themselves banned 2 shields, Pengu.
Yeah.
The Montaigne and the Blackbeard.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know about this this top floor first pick, honestly, from Loud. I feel like with the smoke and mute ban, the bomb side priority has to change a little bit. Now, I'm no current active pro player. Loud, they know a lot more than I do, but I feel like this would go for like better for a basement or one of the tertiary bomb sites first, because this is exactly the bomb site CEO where you want to see often a mute and a smoke in the same round. So they're playing different. They're playing the pulse downstairs, the C4 in pocket. They got Capcan maybe for a bit of more aggressive roam, but they don't have a lot of ways to stop a plant, right? They have 2 C4s that rely on verticality from below the bomb side. Other than that, they are extremely prone to a CEO default window plant.
Yeah, but Loud, of course, as you said, they have that pulse. They could C4 from below. They actually hid both the pulse and the Capcan in the prep phase in the hopes that Secret won't be aware and might fall into their hands. Secret for now, as we said, very repel-heavy map. You can set up. You can go for an admin take, you can go for a CEO take. You can even switch quite quickly. It seems like admin's on the agenda. Mowgli's already in the building. Good progress made. And the key position here is going to be vending machine in that long 90-degree hallway. But without that mute, it's going to be a lot easier to clear that position.
I mean, there's no Walleye, there's no Jaeger. I mean, you're going to have to like raw dog it with an Asami that is so prone to the Grim Beast, Deimos track. Thankfully, I think for Loud, there's only, you know, 1 grenade left in pocket from Doom on the Deimos, and there is no Capitao, so if you just stick that vending machine corner, you might just stay alive for as long as you need to be. Becetto, very accurate here on the meeting breach, goes for a swing, might get the catch. Oh, he vaults over.
A lot of damage, but no kill as of yet onto Noah. Good move there from Becetto. Seeing the Grim Beast being thrown on out means he knows that he's got the Grim Launcher and not the gun. And it does seem to be a rotator.
No
the CEO
really
called it. There is presence below. Live has taken the opening kill onto Mowgli. The player downstairs needs to hold on to that vertical dominance to prevent the denial onto Adrian. C4 goes down. It will do damage, but no kill. Becetto is covered. So is Perez. Adrian off the plant and holding down in the post. Is now desperate from Live as he gets aggressive. STK does find his kill on the Capcan as well. A 3 versus 3 in the post plant. Savage eagerly watching from above on this rappel. It's him, Joom, and Noah to try and hold it against this potential post plant from Loud. But how are they going to play it? They've got to deal with Joom downstairs below. They've got to deal with these players on rappel. And Live will tempt it for a brief moment. STK wants to go for a jump and he can't aim. And Savage will find the last 2. Team Secret on the back of a beautiful execute on the CEO find the opening round.
It's gorgeous. And I mean, this exactly play into the smoke and mute ban, right? What are they prone to? A CEO plant with the Grim Canisters and EMP spam, because the only plant deny is a singular C4. Okay, the EMPs didn't hit the C4 itself, but it did create enough space for the Warden to whiff it, doesn't kill the planter, the cover was good. They were all spotted by Grim Bees. And what I really like about this, that Secret didn't just start the round, go CEO, do the execute. They went admin, they breached, they baited it, and then as Fresh and Leo talked about, they used the repels, quick rotate around, and go for an insta plant. Okay, if that C4 hit, maybe this isn't as genius of arm as it is, but there has to be room for some mistakes to happen for the enemy, and that's what encountered here. Bomb goes down, 3-3 post plant, it's free.
Look, even if that CEO had hit, pretty confident that Secret would have had enough man count to just send another player.
They have a second row, for sure.
They did, and one thing that really I noticed that round was Becetto, who was playing the Legion. He's throwing goo mines at him. So, like, that dude wishes he was smoke in that moment. It's pretty close. Yeah, I mean, even an Ella, right, could have denied the plant for a little bit of time. An Echo could have denied the plant for a little bit of time. Goyo is the obvious pick that we didn't see at all. So yes, despite that being a good play from Secret, I really feel like Loud just hadn't allowed for that plant. They hadn't taken it into account in their operator lineup.
No, I agree. I was going to say, I think Loud just had the wrong read on what bomb site priority they should go for first. I think basically where they are now is going to be like a safer bet with the other bans given here. Also because the shield bans, I feel like are less impactful in a top floor attack. Because it's not typically where we see the shields have massive value.
Yeah, you don't want to be repelling when you're a shield.
Exactly, you gotta jump into those sky, which is kind of hard. One guy's in the grave now, live very quickly on, found out by Noah, who has the DMR in his hands of the Dokkaebi.
This could be a freebie here. There's a player standing on the APC, sees his head for a brief moment, but SDK doesn't land it. As he said, live going down early does make SDK think twice about this. He really would like to even up the numbers, but if he dies, a 5v3 is a round lost already for Loud.
Yeah, statistically, it would be indeed. The thing is, he wants to hack the...
Oh my god, Noah.
Can hack a phone now as well, get full intel. Blitz finds a third player falling back. Great shot. Dafo, though. Doom taken out. It's a Maverick, which is like, in this situation, we're the best operator to lose on the attacking side.
Oh,
Flank though.
Oh, this is big. STK is going to win his fight onto Mowgli. Very unusual to see Mowgli just caught out, completely unawares. He's meant to be a key fragger. It's Noah who's done a bulk of the work here, as the Blitz did push that player into his position. Now Dafo and Veto, the last two remaining. Plenty of time on the board for Secret to form up an attack.
I do kind of want to see Secret there. If you could rewind the round, just kind of relax there in the 5 versus 3, right? The Blitz sees a player. You don't got to kill that person as well if you're Doom behind him. Just let him escape, right? You got 2 kills already. Regardless, Noah right now, full carry in this round with 3 picks. And now, this is where it can get a little bit awkward. They have one final token to call. They have to save it for the bomb side execute. Whether they go for kills or plant, we'll see. We gotta see Savage on the Blitz lead the charge as the IGL here and get him and his team inside the bomb side door to make that proactive play. We got the BPs above. We're trying to deal with that vertically. That might happen later, but right now it's struggle. Zilla mine is there as well. Let's see it. Oh, again? Yeah, there it is. Go. Intel denied, but there is that, potential saving grace. Veto, C4 in pocket, if it lands, can either kill the Blitz or the player covering behind him, and that can really open things up here for Loud.
That's the thing. While it is a 3v2 in favor of Secret, one of those 3 is a shield operator, which is very different to having 3 rifles up. With really good work to clear out all these traps. The Fenrir, but Dafo is ready for it. He finds a second one as well. At the drop of a hat, Loud have stolen back that round. It looked like it was Secrets to be had, but I tell you what, this debutant of Dafo is having a laugh. 2 kills at the end of that round. A phenomenal performance in his opening game. Loud, very happy to have pulled that rabbit out of a hat.
Yeah, I think with Secret right now, if you get those early leads, just kind of, again, slow things down and maintain the advantage. Don't get too eager to keep building it bigger and bigger and bigger. When you're attacking a concept, one of the big things I find that are very valuable is getting an opening pick on a map like Consulate incredible. Because there are only so many things you can cover with 3-4 defenders alive, right? On this basement defense, you got backside, you got like the long hallway and the door right behind bottom spiral. You have bottom spiral staircase, you have breach, you have hatch, you have yellow door. So if you only have 2 or 3 defenders alive, there will be a gap somewhere. So keeping players alive on a map like Consulate is just so much more important than other maps because it's a very big and open one.
Yeah, there's just so many ways in. When you lose the numbers, it's hard to account for everything.
Yeah.
So Loud, they've gone to, as a 3rd round, they've gone to a 3rd different bomb site instead of looking to retry the top floor. I do feel like there was a little bit of an opportunity missed by not bringing Goyo on that top floor, and I would have liked to see that again. Of course, we have a couple of rounds left in the tank, but Secret also has another ban coming up for this round. So we're going to go to Piano and Expo for Loud. And it's a very loose setup. You've got a lot of information gathering. You've got Solus, Pulse, and Valkyrie.
Yeah, my assumption is that Loud, they don't want to put themselves to operators that are limiting how much they can move around. Because they can play very freely in this one. Solus' pick right nowadays is pretty much like when you play above or below a bomb site for like a plant deny, that's where you can see the operator, not so much for like an aggressive roam to shut down the droning. But it makes sense against Secret, I think. They've had really good drone work, plus they're playing Blitz and sometimes demos. Having an option to shut down those flank drones around the map can just again further free up Loud's flanking capabilities, which we've seen 2 rounds in a row actually working out pretty well.
The Blitz is up again. As far as I'm aware, they haven't actually removed Solus' ability to see Blitz, right? So, nope.
You just don't know that you're seeing blitz. That's the issue.
That's true, yeah. You'll just see someone running around.
You see somebody running like crazy.
Blitz. It could be a Jackal. Like, there's a couple of operators it could be. It could be a Lion, technically.
Yeah, it could be IQ scanner walking around. There's a couple different options there, but we'll hear the blitz.
Top floor looking to be taken here from Secret. Tell you what, Noah's had a good couple of rounds on that Dokkaebi last time. He's got this very long angle there. ACOG. This is a rough one for Savage. Taking quite a bit of damage on that blitz. Hello, Perez from all the way downtown. Doom loses his life on the skylight. Savage far too late to try and clean that up.
And the wall outside on yellow was soft, so he should have just been outside in the exterior instead. Mind you, it's a pulse shotgun. I didn't realize that until now. It's a pulse shotgun.
It's very much a vertical play, isn't it?
I guess so. The genius thing about the pulse shotgun is that there are two areas in piano on the bomb site that is pumping essentially. You can now shotgun the floor and toss up a C4. Whereas with the UMP, you have to pre-make the hole. Right, dump the hole, and I guess it takes time. Savage is injured. Good trade from Radiant, but the shotgun's really good.
Daffo! He's 6-1 right now. Almost finds a 7th. Mowgli down to a sliver of HP for Secret. It's just him and Noah against 2 players from Loud. But guess what? STK, he still has that Solus. He can still look for that plant in the late round, but Noah catches out STK. Live makes it a 1v1. Low HP Mowgli against a near full HP Live, who knows exactly where that diffuser has been planted now. Doesn't know where Mowgli's gone off to from the vertical angle. Mowgli has the advantage. With that ARX up above, it packs a serious punch. Now Live looks to try and readdress. He doesn't want to go all the way upstairs. He knows that he doesn't have the time, but Mowgli's got the angle. And that is one happy Frenchman. A big clutch up from him. And Secret are looking solid.
Oh yeah, and again, I just want to praise Secret's ability to problem solve when things are not going their way. They clearly had a plan, top floor control, walk down yellow, and hit the piano bomb side. And they're covering pretty much everything in that round. It came down to a 50-50 on yellow stairs, blitz against the Warden shotgun, and we saw the Warden almost had 3 shotgun pump kills back to back to back. But then again, Mowgli had a plan B or plan C in mind and got things working regardless. Operator bans. Ended up with Dokkaebi and Asami.
I like the Dokkaebi ban here from Loud. I mean,
the Asami?
Yeah.
I feel like that's not...
I can't remember a single round that had Asami.
So they played Asami on the first top 4 round. That was played by the Soda Machine. But other than that, there's been... I mean, even in that round, Asami had 0 gameplay impact, right?
Yeah.
It had the operator, but it didn't matter in the round. As you said, we're talking about the Goyu maybe, or Fenrir, for example, as well. That's been an issue a couple of rounds now.
Yeah. The Fenrir probably would have been the obvious one for me. What's funny now is, of course, we're finally going back to that top floor, and Loud haven't had that Goyo ban, so they have just fixed essentially fixed their whole defense. So Secret can't go for that same attack. They're going to have a bit of depth here. They have been, I don't know if crutch is too harsh of a word to use, but they have really been leaning into this blitz.
They've been utilizing an operator.
They've been leaning on it every single round so far, except for that very first round. And they are going to keep it here. In fact, Mowgli's also going to bring the set, so there's a set piece in mind here for Secret.
Okay. I like this. The only thing right now that's a bit limiting for Secret is that Mowgli in our mind, right, from Wolves, crazy good entry player. When you're putting him on Sense, he's much more restricted. Same with Adrian on the Grim. He can't die until they execute. We really want to look at Noah and Doom and Savage as a trio to get in the building, get the entry, and get a good hold established. Because if Mowgli even has to take that risk in a gunfight and they end up dying, they're losing their execution gadgets. That means the bomb site will not be that easy to attack any longer. And so it's playing slow, holding their drones, just kind of figuring out, okay, what's the flow going to be right now? Where's Loud going to go? They're going to play lobby, they're going to play Visa. Okay, he's going to fall all the way back the second we shoot a couple bullets.
Reloading! Cover me!
What have Loud learned from the previous mistakes in this top floor? That's my question, because Secret have the ingredients to potentially go for a CEO take. Of course, they have to clear the Vulcan canisters.
One nade.
Yeah.
Oh, I like this though.
What is the idea for Savage?
Oh, here he comes.
He's inside, he's looking for something, but there is support from upstairs on the defensive side. Doom looking to hunt this down. Doom has to be careful. He's struggled so far to find his way onto the scoreboard, and Veto is looking through this vertical angle. Just misses him, actually. Oh, but Perez is there. Noah from up through the hatch, and Piano finds his kill. So it's a trade back and forth. Doom yet to find a kill. Adrian also punishes STK from the roof.
I know it looks ugly because Doom is 0-3 in demos, but I will say this, he's not dying because he's doing silly stuff on his own. There's a proactive play with 3 different players, Savage, Doom, and Noah, that intro that I spoke about. And yeah, Dooms gets sacrificed, but for 2 trades. One person forced up yellow by Savage by the Blitz, gets caught by the player on the roof. And then Doom sacrifices by swinging the vert, while Noah goes to hatch. So it's a 2-for-1 trade, solely off Doom.
Look at this, hello? What are you doing?
Anybody home? That's not good.
How did they just assume it was clear? They not droned this?
You know, they're on the roof, they got yellow picks, they must have assumed like last time, hey, we can go for rotate to CEO.
Maybe they saw this barricade and they thought that Dafo hadn't rotated back inside.
Also very possible. Completely is. But I think there's a good read there from Loud and Daffodil. I mean, 7-2 having a great game so far, but this spot right here is a problem. There is no utility for defense. This Blitz can use the last smoke, cut off the cross, so Fiastan can go out and try and isolate the Spirit and get that kill. Can they do it though? Adrian from Spiral 2.
Yeah, but they've got to worry about Daffodil hiding in the corner, and he takes Savage's head clean off. It enables Live the ability to crank as well. Daffo finds another one. 9 kills so far for the young player. What an impact here on his debut on the big stage. This has been such a phenomenal performance from this guy.
Oh, yeah.
I had never heard of him. I'm looking back through his history. So he played as a sub for the very old Furia roster, not the current one, but the 2022 Furia, so very different team. Didn't end up doing very well, that roster. Then he played for LFO Brazil, which I believe might have been the same team that was some of the old Liquid players. I can't remember exactly. And then Cade Stars, which is a more recent addition, unfortunately no longer in Rainbow Six. But they were pretty notable within the Brazilian region, but did not make a major, did not make a Six Invitational. Now he's gone, have his biggest chances ever had. He's on Loud. Like, that's a monster of an organization. First time at an international event, and man, is he farming. 9 kills so far, and 2 deaths. And he's playing smart as well. He's got the mechanics and he's got the intelligence.
He's playing a really good game of kind of like
10 seconds left.
Cat and mouse, where he's gonna lash out, get the kill, fall back to an anchor position around his teammates, and still be the playmaker at the same time. He's not just overly aggressive, saying, okay, I'm gonna be a hero, I'm gonna make a play. He's like, I'm gonna just prod and pry over here. Oh, that's one guy I'm gonna piece off now. He's not gonna overstay his welcome. That's why he's only died twice, because he never sticks around for too long.
That's the thing, compared to some of the other rookies that we've seen at this event who maybe don't have the composure to do that. Well, we've seen a couple of things from rookies, right? We've also seen they don't have the confidence to commit to a play.
Exactly.
Daffo has that.
Oh yeah, I mean,
he's
there's
like,
no hesitation.
I think there's someone repelling an agent. I'm going to go for the kill. Oh, there's another blitz. Okay, I'll shoot some bullets and then repeat off and give them that ground up. Noah has fallen. Where was that?
I think it's the window outside.
These guys keep peeking windows. Loud don't give it up.
They are balcony. So either he peeked the breach again or he peeked the window and saw him on the breach. Either or. He gets that kill. And I will say, Grim on Consulate, a very important operator, and also a big swap right now. Doom on Heartbreach, enabling Mowgli on the demos instead. Bit of a switch up maybe because Doom had a slow game, but I always say this before. Yes, Doom is 0-3, but there's been plays around his devs every single round. So in theory, in my head, he's 3-3. Harris finds a second though, that's Mowgli we spoke about. Demos now also in the grid. In secret, not allowed any space in this server whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, especially when Perez is just going to nail down that shot. 2 versus 5 for poor Secret. This is the split bomb side as well, which is not easy to attack with reduced numbers. I mean, he could waltz into side. It's not going to mean anything. Veto is continually on that pulse scanner, calling out information. There's also this bulletproof camera finally taken down. Doom looking to get onto site. Loud want them to push into site so they can kill them as they go to plant that diffuser.
What can you do here? I mean, ideally you kill the player Spiral, maybe try and get those numbers evened up, but it won't happen as the KD group of 2 as well. Is he more injured? His teammate?
It's not going to matter really. Adrian doesn't have the facilities to finish this one off. Easy kill for Perez. That pulse worth its weight in gold for guiding those defenders to hunt down those attacking players. And, well, it's left Loud looking very solid in this defensive half. One last chance to really lock it in with a 4-2 split.
The thing is, 4-2 split honestly isn't all that bad. We have to say it, right? Consulate, typically at least, very defender-sided. I think for this matchup, given it's a very close one, 3-3 is my expectation, right? I want to see Secret get this final round, have an even half, reset, and see who is actually the better team in a 1-to-1 ratio. but it has been, when Loud can maintain map control and fight for the space like they did in this round, they're very lethal. And I feel like when you get that split bomb set, there's two ways to play it. Either you go, our strat and our plant denial is so good, give them map space, let them plant, will kill them. Or you go, we're not sure about the plant deny, let's just go for a really heavy roam and not be afraid to take confrontational gunfights.
Yeah.
They took the fights, they won them.
Yeah, they've been doing that the whole game through, and it's also been in forms, these attacks. The defensive roams, the aggressive play on the defensive side. You've got that pulse, had a little bit of Valkyrie, just lots of information gathering. Even now, I mean, Mozzie and Sol is a bit unusual types of information gathering.
Yeah, I would say so.
A form of information gathering plus info denial, but I actually really like the way they played around it. Reloading! Also very well-rounded roster here for Loud, even though Daffo is the outlier in terms of his fragging capability. We see good moments from Live, good moments from STK.
Also, I want to talk about the operator changes as they appear. Right now we're seeing Jackal for the first time.
Oh,
yes. Our cast. There has been a patch to Jackal. You notice he has 5 Jackal trackers right now, bottom out of your screen. That's a buff, right? He had 3 before, now he has 5. However, before he would scan a footstep, and based on how recent, how long ago that footstep was planted, he would track between 1, 2, or 3 times. He has 5 trackers, but they only spot a single a time always now.
So now you use it and you see, oh, he's on site.
Exactly.
Oh, he's still roaming.
There's no update ping. You get a red ping, the second you scan it, that's it.
Do you know whether the footprints disappear when he uses it still?
That I actually don't know. But I had the same thought.
If we're lucky, we might be able to get a chance to see that, because of course you could scan the footsteps, see him on the top floor, and then scan the footsteps again to see if he's moved.
Completely possible, but it's a good question. I actually don't know that. So Jackal has gotten, I would say, probably nerfed overall, but you have more pings, but they give you less pings per activation.
I like that change. I think it was
pretty hard to pick, actually.
It's going to give a lot more fluidity to defensive players. Hello, Perez. Oh, no, he's going to get spotted. They know that he's on the top floor now. Mowgli has also snuck his way all the way up. He is going to get it. Turn on Perez.
Beautiful. Oh, we see it here. Let's see. They disappear. So that's one track. That's it. No second follow-up. So they don't know if STK went down the stairs or into meeting.
But they are watching for the retreat. STK will fall. Well played here from Noah. Still Live is holding on to his position. Daffo's fallen, so this should be a good execute here from Secret. They should be able to storm down into sight. But Veto is getting cheeky. He's hiding.
Still waiting?
He's surely going to fall. It's all up to Live. He was all the way on the top floor, and now in a 1 versus 5, he has to go back to side. He's likely to kill Mowgli here, who does hear him and pre-fire him. Flawless round. Smiles on their dials, and into the second half at an even Steven.
Oh boy, I mean, I love the rats play there from Live, but when you're last alive and, their planning is like, you should have probably flanked earlier, You want to go for broke, or you are indeed broken. Now, flip side of things here, it's hard to expect what the opponent is going to do for the Operator ban phase, just because what are they expecting? What do they think are problems? Fenrir and Deimos in the first rotation, followed by another smoke and Gridlock?
No, that's just the like.
Oh my god, I got trolled because it flipped the screen
It is
from right to left
confusing.
monitor.
Yeah,
okay.
It is.
Okay, I was like, that makes a lot more sense.
You thought it was going to be a Gridlock.
I was like,
that'd be an
what?
interesting ban.
I thought that doesn't make any sense.
I like the Fenrir ban. I totally understand.
Yeah, we spoke about that earlier.
Of course, this is now, we've swapped sides, so it's
Yes.
not the same team. They're not countering what's already played. They're just going into it. Of course, Loud are now on the attacking side. They themselves have banned out the Deimos and the Montaigne. And Secret have banned out the... Wait, no, I'm confused.
So Secret
Sorry.
have banned Deimos.
Oh my god, my brain is so backwards. Loud attacking, which means they banned the 2 defenders.
Yes, that's the one. Imagine you ban your own side.
I know, I was like, why,
guys?
And then I was looking at it, I'm like, it's the other way around. Yeah, so Loud got rid of the Deimos, which sorry, not Deimos, oh my god. Fenrir.
There it is.
There we go.
It's okay.
Fenrir. Loud got rid of the Fenrir, which is something that they use so well. Daffo was unstoppable on the operator.
Yep.
10 seconds left before insertion. Bomb
I was
located by
really
attackers.
looking forward to the smoke ban. I was very excited when I saw it, and I got baited, right?
And they've got the smoke and,
and
the Goyo.
And they have the smoke, and they got the Goyo. And this is Secret saying, you understand the weakness of this top 4 defense. It's that CEO default plan, especially with Grim open, for example. Loud aren't really playing into that thing. They're playing Gridlock, Ying, Blackbeard, Blitz. This much more to me feels like a yellow skylight, bathroom window.
It's shields galore is what it is.
It's shields galore. You're not playing for plant necessarily. You're playing for map control and kills. And when you're in a massive advantage, that's when you get a safe plant down. Savage is literally vibing downstairs.
I mean, he's just vibing in the server room. Don't blame him.
There's the Skylight. We see yeah, I'm saying 2 guys bathroom window, 2 guys yellow Skylight, 5th guy CO repel. This makes no sense.
He's dropping.
They're gonna
Straight into the bathroom window. No live, the team kill, but it might not matter, as he did manage to trade back his own team kill. The smoke was a bit too late, and it doesn't catch his position. Blackbeard looking to get aggressive. Mowgli almost loses his life, following it up with a nade. Mowgli has to be very careful. He's now gone prone, looking to finish off this kill. Loud have taken some serious ground in the first minute of the round, looking for more. Mowgli taken out. And now Loud are poised for and hungry for more. Mowgli sees 2 players, Basetto just watching as these 2 defenders look to try and retake the position. Nades to come through from Perez, but there's nothing for it here for Secret, desperately looking for something. Daffo to force his plant down. A Gas Babe to try and stop it, but Daffo is going to stick that plant. He will fall, and out of nowhere, Secret turned the round and 10.
Beautiful. The Toxic Babe toss on the final tick. If that was a half a second later thrown, the bomb goes down. Sure, the planet dies, but it gives Loud the possibility to play safer, fall back, go on the repel, and the round goes on. So perfectly timed counter answer there on the defensive half. And also, I see so many teams, you know, the second there's battle happening, toss the smokes on default plant, pop it, and take the gunfights. But Secret, they had the Goyo. They popped the Goyo canister, it buys them 20 seconds of time. If they wanted to execute Goyo, why didn't they plant earlier, Pingu? Well, the Goyo fire was already popped. You see when you're spectating Blackbeard here, they were waiting those really long 20 seconds, and then they entered the building. But in that time, the smoke rotated from Spiral into... Let's go. Rotated from Spiral into Meeting, into CEO, and then shut down the plant. So beautiful response there from Secret, and Loud forced the Squeal was there.
It's so interesting to see the way that these teams ban their operators, because they always ban what they're good at against the opponent. Like, assuming the Secret, for example, like they banned the smoke in the first time, and then we just saw smoke win the round.
They understand the win con. It's like, oh, they can screw us here, let's ban it.
Exactly. You know, Secret didn't ban the Fenrir once, and Loud were really good with it. Now Loud are banning the Fenrir because they're like, oh, Fenrir is really powerful, we're really good at it, so let's ban it against them. The thing that's missing is the teams realizing what the opponents are good at. And
that's what comes next, okay? After 3 rounds, we'll see the counter response.
For sure.
You have anticipation, prediction, and you have reaction.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially the current meta is Siege, you know, with operator repick on the attacking side, with now these mid-half operator leaders, it's really all about how the best teams are the ones that can adapt.
I like it though. I love when I see a round and it's so logical what they're gonna do before they do it. Like the bathroom, yellow sky, just to see the operator bend. And it's like, okay, they didn't win the round, but they could have, and maybe they should have in some ways. It was a good counter. It was a good try. But I love logical rounds like that. I also love some chaos once in a while. Hello, APAC. There was some chaos earlier.
Hey, Brazil's been giving us chaos. Did you watch that Furia game?
Okay, fair.
Even Loud, the way that they play, it's very
Who are they up against again? Who was their opponent? Nobody, right? Nobody was in the server? It was just them against themselves?
Furia against BDS.
Oh, BDS was there. Okay. I don't remember those guys playing.
Yeah, it was a little bit like a dry run the way that they were playing it.
I thought they were swimming. Playing for strats, not playing to win. This strat right here, though, lobby breach here very quick on this piano bomb side. We saw the 2-row canister earlier to kind of stall it out, just for about 12 seconds or so. There's 1 canister spent. Very top focus here for Secret, and now trying to pick it apart from the exterior windows. Adrian finds live, and there we go. It's the building we go.
Wow, this is very aggressive. A lot of gunfights happening on the top floor as Loud look to try and assume control. Secret holding on to this roam with their lives, and it turns out Dappo's the one to fall. Good coverage from Adrian as his teammate was trying to reload, trying to switch over to the secondary. Loud looking very rough around the edges on this top floor execute. They have not been able to trade out these kills, and Perez has fallen as well. All up to poor Basetto now, desperately looking for something in a 1v4, and he does find Noah, so a good start. A C4 to miss. There's a lot of work to be done here, and poor Basetto is not likely to get it done.
It's a tough one being a hard support, right? You breach the wall, you go upstairs, your teammates are dead. Like, guys, wait for me, right? Like, I just started playing the round, please. And now, 1v3, no help, gets shot on the side, swings back around. Nope, doesn't want any of that smoke, goes elsewhere, back upstairs.
Good read.
Has a yellow ping, basically. Whiffs again. Unlucky. The fadeaway, though, Secret, they're playing time, they're playing numbers.
Savage could fight this, though. He's got that DMR, and Basetto doesn't have the read on the position.
He so knows.
All right, he's got an inkling.
50-50.
He used to round this fight. AK-12, fantastic gun. But guess what? There's a player down below watching through the vertical. Savage will find the final shot. And Secret, well, they have truly fired up in the second half. They're looking extremely comfortable on the defense. 2 rounds on the trot. Only 2 more required to put this game to bed.
I wouldn't mind the tactical timeout. Just oh, there it is. Okay, Loud has called a tactical timeout.
Let's hear what they have to say.
O plano de terceiro ban, Live, só vou falar rapidão aqui que eu acho que a gente baniu o multi, tá ligado? O Kaid eu acho que foda-se, não vai ser problema algum pra gente. Sobre esse round agora, se for o bomb do Vistos lá, a gente faz o nosso caçada padrão.
O terceiro ban era Kaid.
Sim, eu tô falando pra nós mudar, tá ligado? Acho que vai ser mais forte. E daí, se for o bomb do Visto, a gente faz a nossa caçada padrão, que a gente vai conseguir os espaços que a gente precisa, tá ligado? Se for o bomb do piano 3-2, a gente faz o nosso start, que é o caçada, que a gente chama agora, tá ligado? Que pode virar o play split pra amarelo, que a gente fez agora, tá ligado? Fechou? O jogo tá tranquilo, tá ligado? Nós só vamos intensificar melhor o mid round.
I think I heard a blitz.
I heard Deutsch or something? Does that mean 2? Maybe. I believe it. Well, we need Maria in here. Let's see a Secret. What do they have to say? They're speaking English.
You wanted me to get the visa and tell us that, right?
Yeah, do you know what's the visa one?
It's between the servers, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
But guys, remember, like,
okay, so those are bomb site specific. Oh, the basement. I thought we were going to split bomb site, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, so basement, the kite strat, denying, etc. Loud. Again, very limited understanding. I heard like lobby, piano, C4, and blitz, which I was like, oh, lobby attack, and I was like, they just defended lobby, so it's not lobby attack.
No.
But it could be out the verticality, watching in piano from the C4s below. I'm not entirely certain. Maybe I'm way off the mark. We're seeing Daffo hovering the fuse. Okay, that's off. As soon as you can fuse top floor CEO into piano for verticality. We'll see what they do though. But Secret, very like upcoming round specific it sounded like, and they're very brief comments that we heard.
5 seconds
left.
left.
We saw on the defense of Loud, they were banning the Secret ban Kaid.
I actually didn't know.
Oh no, sorry, they banned the 2 SAS upgrades. Maybe the third ban was Kaid? I don't know.
No, third ban was Dokkaebi Asami.
Okay, yeah, so regardless, we see the Kaid come through. So it's going to be much more challenging for Loud to get this breach game going, and they are clearly going to do that. They've got 2 hard breaches, no EMPs, however. So they are going to have to maintain control of the top floor in order to achieve that.
Yeah, but with that being said, both the calls of the kite was backside. It was server and visa.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what June was talking about. So main breach is maybe a jammer, maybe 2 jammers, maybe nothing.
I think I just saw it on our top-down feed. I think it is nothing.
Yeah, I think so as well. So it looks like Loud, they could just go straight for the main breach, but look at the player positions. That's not what they're doing. They're going for a roam clear. It's being contested by Secret. C4 goes down.
Oh my god!
Good night.
From all the way downtown, Doom on the top floor, a C4 out the CEO window. See you later, Perez.
The pocket jammer to stop the Dokkaebi call, maybe a potential Demos tracker, which we know there isn't one of.
Oh, because Secret banned Demos.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I didn't actually see it banned.
That's a 35 IQ moment for me.
Find me, I'm bad at my job. But it stopped the Dokkaebi call. That was pretty cool.
It's also stopping the Jackal here too, because he can't use the scanner when he's within the range of a mute jammer.
It's a bit of a tough situation. You've gotten C4'd from Narnia. You didn't even hear a C coming. Now you're trying to roam clear and chasing Ghost, and you keep getting like semi-jammed upstairs. Yeah. And the thing is, there's no one here from Secret. The guy that's close to the top floor was due on Spiral Staircase. We call it Banana when he goes all the way down. So they're chasing nobody, and they can't get the Visa hatches, right? Because those are Kite Claw, and there are no EMPs. So unless they do some tricky nade stuff and walk down the staircase, Loud will have to brute force this round one way or another. It's not going to be pretty.
Yeah, it's been very quiet from Loud, ironically, because they haven't been able to find any players from Secret who have just fallen all the way back downstairs. In theory, you'd think bringing the Dokkaebi and the Jackal, you'd expedite your own clear, but it really was not the case here. They were well and truly stalled out, but there is a breach here onto Garage.
It's about time.
Yeah, 40 seconds left. The Sledge is trying to get to work, opening up this floor, but there is just simply not time for this execute. Like, this is going to have to be an unbelievably explosive attack from Loud to try and make this work.
This counters Kite, if there was a Kite Claw as well. A nice trick for rank, maybe.
I mean, there's 20 seconds to go, for goodness sake. 5 players on site. You can't be getting on your drone, Basetto.
Gotta go. Smoke, flash, nade, go, drop, go crazy because, I mean,
we still have 2 gas babes in pocket here for Adrian. The nades are going to have to come through. We're going to need to see a drop. We're going to need to see aggression from Loud. A blind C4 from Noah, but not detonated as of yet. In fact, they've got caught. DarkZero finds a good entry. Veto might actually be able to plan here, but no! With 8 players still standing in the server, Secret simply deny the plant and the round is theirs.
I gotta say, Veto did a great job of just living. 2 toxic babes, 2 C4s. He made it way further than I thought he would. But ultimately, the round outcome is all the same.
Literally only 2 players died in that round.
Yeah.
How is it that they won the round with only 1 kill? 1.5 kills.
So I don't really have a lot here. I could see smoke being banned potentially. Mute, oh, okay.
Wow.
So they actually value the rocket clear more than the bomb side, which
yeah, well, I mean,
sense, I guess.
we looked at what happened that round with the Mute. The Dokkaebi and the Jackal were sincerely affected. So I don't mind that pick from that.
No, I think it makes sense. It's the classic of like, if you can't get to the bomb side to try and go for a plant, it doesn't matter that you ban the bomb side and operator of smoke, right? You gotta deal with the roam first and then see what's on the bomb side when you get there. So this is Loud saying, we care about the early stage of the round because we can't get to the late stage.
Gotta say, what a big glow up from Secret after a absolutely gobsmackingly terrible 6 invitational exit very early on, and 2 roster changes which on paper are kind of downgrades or side grades.
Technically downgrades or side grades.
I mean, Mowgli obviously a great individual player. Noah maybe not as much of a highlight, but you know, you got rid of Grubby and Virtue who were performing exceedingly well with Secret. And then, yeah, a win yesterday, but I mean, Loud beat Falcons, whereas Secret beat Liquid. There's no doubt that Falcons is a bigger scalp to claim. Loud
discovered the location of a
what,
bomb.
you don't think so?
No, I do think so. I was just trying to spin like a Liquid story, but I don't have one.
Yeah, I mean, look,
it's a new
they're in the
as well.
growing pains period as well. What is that savage, bro? That is, if that had worked, that would have been very savage. Loud just had a peak performance at 6 Invitational under Raza Company. They've got their big organization. They've had what is clearly an upgrade of a roster change with Daffo coming on the board. And now they're looking absolutely shocking here against Secret, who are simply manhandling them. 3 match points ahead of Secret. What are we doing?
So this is one of those classic, we got a 3-round lead, we can get a bit silly now. 3-man spawn peeking, jumping out windows, sending it out the doors.
It's quite insulting.
I mean, they've earned themselves a big lead to the point where they can troll around if they want to, and if it works, you win right here. Maverick doing Maverick things, making a bit square in the wall.
Adrian's
great lead. You thought I was alone? No, I got back up.
Yeah. I mean, you respect the play from Adrian, but the round is all but lost now.
Yeah, there's smoke dead. You lost your only C4 as well. I mean, you don't have anything but sheer gun skill right now. Savage, Jill, Noah, they have good gun skill, but they gotta go crazy right now very shortly because once they close in, they can overpower them.
I mean, ironically, after losing 2 players to overpeaking, the only way you can win from here on out is by overpeaking successfully. And it's now Doom in a 1 versus 5. A flawless round from Loud to finally get themselves back on track.
They're very slow. There's no point going for the early picks.
Yeah, okay, see, I heard that. They're very slow. There's no point going fast into their faces or whatever.
Is that what, you speak Portuguese now?
No, it was Secret Comms.
Oh, really?
But it was showing the player count Loud, yeah.
I just saw that it was Loud and I wasn't even listening.
Well, timeout, okay.
Timeout for Secret this time.
A única coisa que pode fazer a gente perder
Now we're hearing
o último round que eles fizeram na garagem. Que, tipo assim, eles vão tentar ganhar tempo de vocês. A gente durou 2 minutos e meio pra ganhar o mapa, tá ligado? A gente precisa entender, a gente precisa dominar mais rápido. E eu acho que com esse Bamut isso vai facilitar pra gente, tá ligado?
Default information that they're having.
Is
I think they're trying to hide one drone in the top yellow over there. Let's make sure that we check on that one. Like going straight to the small box, you know, in the small sofa there.
Underneath the table and sofas, yeah.
Let's go, guys. Mines.
Yeah.
Okay? Don't be shy. Don't be shy as well. But let's play smart, okay?
I'm a big Noel again with the shield.
Yeah, I think we do the same because I think they're going back to defaults like we said. So they're going to try to wait for sight and plants.
Ô, Bas, vai se fuder com essa aliança aí, tá? Só relembrando.
I could take a castle or like a Valk.
Kind of like that. Don't be shy, but be smart. You know.
I think I think Twister was saying, guys, just don't troll like you did last
Yeah,
time.
that's what he
was saying that kindly.
Yeah, he's saying, don't hide in corners and be scared, but just don't troll either.
Yeah.
It is that happy medium, and as I said, like they were 3 rounds up, they can afford to take a risk on that one, but it was definitely the most silly round from them so far. Given it's tough for bomb side, it's very usually fundamentals, step 1, 2, 3, play in your corners, fortify your positions. They were smart.
Yeah. So, look, Secret are still in pole position to win this game. but they do need to lock it in. I mean, if this extends into an overtime, it's just a little bit frustrating. We've seen a lot of levity on their faces, a lot of jubilance. Like, really, this whole game's been laughing while he's been playing every round that Secret have won. They've been hyped, but also just in high spirits. And if this drags on and ends up being a little bit of a marathon, then I think that does drip away a little bit. Secret need to end this game on a high.
I feel that.
Loading new magazine!
The one thing that's been very quiet is Doom on the attacking side. Like we said, like they were making plays around it, but he didn't really find a lot of kills. On defense, he's had like a, I would say, below average Doom game.
Doom is meant to be like a solid fragger. Like that was kind of what he was known for. Really consistent, high performer.
Yeah. And I will say, it's not like they needed Doom to step up because, I mean, they're leading 6-4, but we just haven't seen him find his footing against Wildcard on the defensive half either. He was talking in the prep phase there, or the pick phase, Castle or Valkyrie. He's like, okay, I'll play Valkyrie, play more active here. I like this choice. I feel like Castle in this specific setup, you don't gain a whole lot from it. Valkyrie, the intel, the C4 below, a fast-firing weapon. Loud response back with a Nomad holding the flank in basement right now, and just kind of stabilize it. They know Doom is down there somewhere. Can't afford to drone him though, it's going to take so much time, so you're better off air tipping the flanks, put a flank drone, and just try and catch Doom later in the round rather than right now. It's going to cost too much time.
There's quite a lot of change from Loud's side. No longer bringing the Dopamine and Jackal, and you can see as a result it means that they're so tempted to hunt these roamers without it, but like you said, there's just no time. So instead, lock down those flanks and then look forward to try and pressure onto the site.
Yeah.
This is try and breach the lobby wall?
I think they have. I'm not entirely sure actually.
Two summers already used.
They couldn't have unless it was soft.
They have two summers already used.
Oh yeah, you're right. Could have been shot vertically. I actually don't know. I'm trying to check. Hey, they look close to my screen. Yep, I believe so. So probably shot vertically. Oh, they're used here maybe. Specific to the wall. But yeah, regardless, this is one of those rounds where Loud are not really taking top floor control. And you can deny the plan completely from top floor if you have this space that Savage on right now. So they can maybe try and bait the plant, then backstab top floor for spiral of Visa stairs, or even fire. That's pretty smart, actually.
Wow, so denying the vertical angles here, Veto in a 5 versus 5 is able to confirm this plan. Savage feeling that pressure as he wants to try and contest, but the Vulcan fire, the Kapazau's fire prevents him from denying it. Now he's seen that diffuser, and Loud are laughing, holding in the post plan now with just about every single wall open. They will hold firm. Another player to drop down into Visa, but Perez will shut him down. Looking for a flank, it's Mowgli. He's found one, but immediately a reply from Daffo. And Secret, well, there's no way back into this. Adrian can try his best to hit this diffuser with Noah looking to cover. Surely someone is there. It's Daffo! A double kill! And another step towards overtime for Loud.
Such a beautiful round. It is such a simple way to win a round in the easiest way possible. They know that as long as Sebs can play on that specific verticality, they can't go for a plant. I was saying how you can like backstep, go for a flank, and distract Savage, but the fire from the window outside the building is even safer. The one thing that Secret were missing was what we call like when you sandwich the middle bomb site. They had top floor, they had first floor, nobody was basement. June was there early with a C4, not sure where he was when the round finished in the end there, but had he been in garage with a C4, that could deny the plant.
Yeah.
They didn't expect the caps on fire like that. There was a big surprising factor to them, and they got punished massively because of it. So really creative problem solving from Loud, and it buys them around completely for free.
I really love it. I've never seen something like that before. 5v5 plan in what is appearing to be a very exposed position.
Without taking top floor.
Without taking the top floor. Simple Capital fire to cover off that vertical angle. I mean, they had so much confidence that Secret had no other way to plant deny. No tossing of a C4 from here. As you said, nobody below.
Yeah.
We saw Doom roaming there. Perhaps there was a Valkyrie camera that had been taken out. Maybe Doom didn't use any Valkyrie cameras on
5
site.
seconds left before insertion.
Well, regardless, I mean, Loud have now brought this back within touching distance of Secret.
There is a world where if Savage had a bit more health because he wasn't full when the fire came out, you can tank the fire for a few seconds and kill the guy planting, and it's fine. But Savage was burning too quickly and couldn't quite hit the shot, or didn't have the intel, at least as you said. And now Secret, you know, risk assessment might change for them. They were happily running around, taking gunfights, playing very risky in their own game. Now it's 6-5. You lose this, you go into overtime. That's not where you want to be. We might see them right now have a little bit of hesitation or falling back earlier than they normally would, not take the gunfights they normally would, and that could be a hindrance. The pulse scanner, though, is a little bit of information. Savage should be pretty safe in this spot inside of the velocity of Piano. But Loud applying pressure on side already with those speakers.
It's weird to pick Pulse.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
Basement.
Ooh, this Shaiiko is genius.
Yeah, that is not going to destroy that electric claw. Saves TK. Ooh, hello. Deep in the side. Dafo, 16 kills. And he's going in for a kill and now planting the diffuser.
It's so
Another near 5v5 plant. Opportunity for Loud. Secret have to retake. Savage, far too late. A C4 doesn't find its mark, but eventually with the UMP will squash Dafo's chances. STK finished off as well. Savage has brought this one back. It's all up to Veto. 3 kills on the round. 2 more. Go begging. Noah's found it. Team Secret finally put the nail in the coffin of Loud.
Those last 2 rounds though, James, they sneaked the front the first time. I mean, it technically worked a second, but the retake was so aggressive and so confident from Secret. I was worried about their aggression, but they showed me they can still play balls to the wall when it matters the most.
That's right, Savage thanking his lucky stars that he managed that big 3K to retake that bomb site. But I tell you what, an insane game from Dafo. Despite losing, this player from Loud with 16 kills has certainly made a name for himself. The far and away best player in the server, but Team Secret with a better team nonetheless. A great showing from the Europeans. They succeeded in the upset, and we'll break that down in just a moment.
Nitro cell! Loading!
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
just won over Loud. And yeah, we are both Brazilians. Loud is Brazilian, but you know, you're not Brazil anymore, right? 100%, maybe ninth only.
Here.
Yeah.
It's still Brazil here.
In the heart. But hey, let's talk about trolling, Twister, because the guys here just started spell picking a couple of times, and that, you know, costed some rounds, you know.
I think the boys took it too seriously once I said for them to enjoy the game a little bit more, so they were having like too much enjoyment and then just went over a little bit into that. But apart from this, they played all great. We started looking into follow the plan, and the plan actually fit against Loud, and it worked in the end, so I'm really glad that all they played at their best.
That's really nice. Also, did you guys had boot camp here in Brazil before the reload began?
Yeah, we did at Brother's house. We were doing the bootcamp at the same place as SSG. So we got to play to each other. You know, SSG is very loud once they are even screaming. So it was very excited to, it was very exciting to have a bootcamp here and have the experience of even playing with the team on your side, you know. So Brazil is good, it's a great region, and playing against Brazilian teams, I think, prepared us for this moment.
Yeah, I also think that. Okay, now I also want to know, why did you choose to play against Loud?
I think for sure they were not our first choice. There were other teams that we had the preference to play, but as we were a team that
Which?
We have our preference there. But as it were like a team that, considering the ones that were left, I consider that was the best choice because of play style and everything. And I think like the experience would make them a little bit more loosey in some situations, and it would help us. So it was great for us. I think it was a good pick, and hopefully we get to pick or we get picked for a good matchup for us again.
We're dancing a bit. Anyways, yes, it was good to hear from Maria. Thank you again. And Twister, who, and I was talking to the Brazilian talent in the background, even though they're sad that Loud lost, told them, guys, come on, Twister's on the team. It's Savage is Portuguese. It's kind of 1.5. Brazil wins at the end regardless. We are having all of this on Brazilian soil. Anyway, Secret, honestly, we expected this game to be fun, but my God, it was incredible to watch. So much fun in this game.
I think we saw why both of these teams reloaded only one bullet against each other, because both of these teams at one point in the game were absolutely controlling it and looking like the favorites. It was obviously very, very close, with Secret just coming out on top. But it was one of those games that's like really high quality siege from both teams. It was ebbing, it was flowing. You really didn't know who was going to win. I genuinely, Leo, I love this one. It was really enjoyable to watch.
Even that last round, I mean, it comes down to a retake from the defenders. Like, everything was very smooth from both teams, both in attack and in defense. These teams, when we mentioned they're strong contenders to go and beat these favorites in the tournament, you know, this is exactly the quality of siege that we will want to see from this.
I love Noah's energy there. Can't repeat what he said, but I loved it.
He stepped up so much. Once again, let's highlight this guy. He's clearly, for me, one of the MVP. Dafo, again, was completely crazy on the side of Loud, and we'll come back to him. But on the side of Secret, Noah, mind you, on his first stage in European League, he was the worst-rated player. He's now amassed so many seasons in EuroLeague and at top-tier tournaments where he stepped up massively. His confidence, he's driving the team. And obviously, on the other side, Dafo, once again, showing how big of a pickup he is. 16-6, that's amazing.
There's one thing that Twitzer mentioned in the interview with Maria a few minutes ago, which is when things were getting really tough for Secret, they were getting into their own heads. Calls the timeout, talks to the players, calms them down, gets them back into good shape, and then they rocket back into it.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of an Achilles heel for Secret. I think they can be a little bit emotionally up and down, and when they get a little bit better grasp on that, they won't lose some of the rounds like they trolled in that game, to be honest. But again, does it really matter too much if you keep winning, which is what they're doing? So, you know, for now, Twister will be more than happy if that's the only issue he has.
I'm actually so happy right now to see them perform. When you saw them in Boston, everybody had high expectations for them. And let's be real, the EU region right now is not at the top level. G2.
Awful. So, garbage.
Right now, we need strong European teams. And that's the case of Secret. They're back in
7-0?
Yeah, that's true. But they beat Scars. So when we look at Secret right now, they've beat Liquid and Loud, two strong contenders for the title.
Yes.
Obviously, they're not beating the biggest teams, Falcons, Furia, FaZe, but still, they are looking really good. And honestly, high quality of siege from both teams.
Yeah. We expected it, we saw it, and we'll see where they go on from this point. And that'll be the end of the day with the draft in a few hours. However, we want to talk about our final section here. It's the Black Light Detail. What's the detail on this matchup here, Jack?
Well, Secret, they actually started out by banning the smoke, which is not something you see in its entirety. They banned the smoke to do a CEO-based attack, which is very common inside of Consulate. However, when the ban swapped at the half, the smoke was open, and that's going to be crucial, isn't it, Leo?
It's absolutely going to be crucial. Now I've moved to the Telestrator, my favorite place in the world, where I'm going to break down what happened with Secret exactly. So we're on round 7, they're defending top floor bomb side, and take a look at this rush. See this rush, 1 minute 48 seconds, and they're already ready with Dafo to plant on CEO window. You have 2 players from Loud in Cubby covering, and at the same time live in bathroom. Now if we look at the angles they're holding, the Kobe players, they're preventing anyone to rush in from CEO, and Live from Bathroom has a double line of sight, preventing anyone to rush in from Baguette, and at the same time, anyone coming in CEO as well. Double line of sight to prevent the defenders from preventing the plant. Now, our black light detail is Adrian playing smoke. I want you to pay attention to his utility. He's gonna throw a gas grenade into Bathroom, and what that enables is that with that gas grenade, Live has to reposition in that corner in Bathroom. He's stuck in the corner, so Joom can go in and pre-fire him through the wall, get rid of him. Now, Joom gets traded, so we can take a look at the rest. It's still a 2v3, and what do they need to problem solve? Dafo is in, he's planting. That's the first problem they have. Second problem, you still have 2 players in Cubby holding any rotate from the defenders. Once again, Adrian, with the smoke, sends it to deny the plant here on the window, and at the same time, he's gonna enable Savage to come from behind. So after sending the smoke, he's rushing to place a 1v1 with Bassetto, and Savage at the same time backstab. Perfect pinch, and as you can see, Dafo dies, Pears dies, everybody dies. Incredible utility usage from Adrian, and that's our blacklight detail. Now, Cloud9 and Team Liquid is coming after a short break. Stay with us.
You're such a fucking pro. Holy.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
here with Mowgli to do 2 truths and a lie, and let's see if you know very well your team. Do you think that you do?
No, I am terrible. I'm gonna be very bad.
Let's see. So I'm going to talk about Twister, okay? So, first one. My first job was waiter.
Waiter?
Waiter, yeah. Also, I am the longest in activity. Okay? And also, I paint my beard. Who wrote that down? So, which one of these 3 is a lie?
For me, it's the second one. Because the third one, you know, he's like, okay, I'm going to put something very big. So I will think it's false, but it's true. Second is lie.
Second is lie?
Yes.
So, he really paints his beard?
Yes. I hope.
I hope. Why?
Because he's very good.
No, it's a lie that he paints his beard.
Bro, he's so bad. It's so obvious. Why he put this? He's so bad. Twister is so bad. He doesn't know how to play the game. Twister, you are so bad, bro.
Call him. Twister.
Twister, come.
Twister, come here.
Bro, why did you put such an obvious lie, bro?
What is the lie?
The beard. But it's so obvious, bro.
A lot of people ask me if I actually paint my beard. That's why I put it there. A lot of people.
But you don't paint?
No.
Okay. It doesn't look like.
A lot of people ask me, so I thought, okay, maybe it's a good lie.
Your hair is the same color?
His hair is not the same color.
That would be really funny, though.
Honestly, I've seen Twister with a different colored hair, but people have to explore that. Really see what more dyes we can work with.
I was just thinking about what an actual good lie Twister could have had. If Twister had said he was 32 years old, everybody would believe it. But he's like 22 or something. He's so young.
Super young.
He's super young.
The baldness will do that.
The baldness, the beard, yeah. He started coaching when he was like 16 or something. He might be like 25, I think. But you genuinely say he's in his 30s.
Wow, my mind is blown right now. Anyways, so on from Twister and Mowgli, what's been happening with Team Secret, of course, they were victorious only 20 or so minutes ago. I want to remind everybody about how our card system works with the 2 cards that are currently really active in a play. One of them is a passive card, which is always in play, which is the Flawless card. Now, Jack, I've asked you a million times about it. I'm going to ask Leo here.
Your turn.
What's the Flawless card? How does it work?
Very simple. Whenever you play a match, you reload a certain amount of bullets. If you win, you gain that amount of bullets. If you lose it. Now, if you win that match 7-0, you add 2 bullets to the amount that you reloaded. So let's just say that I won and I reloaded 2 bullets, and I won 7-0, I then win 4 bullets, and that's activated automatically, and that's exactly what happened with Fnatic beating Scars, and what could have happened with Featurette beating G2. Lol. That would have been amazing.
Actually, 1 round away from having it. We've had 2 7-1s back-to-back in that way on the both shows. But our second card is one of the active ones. And active cards you can only put into play during the draft. So at the end of the day, once all of the matches have concluded.
Yes, absolutely. And that is going to be the chicken out card. When a team doesn't want to face a team that drafts them. Now, there has only been 1 chicken card so far. It was used by Featurette. And I will maintain that it was a mistake. So what it allows you to do is it allows you to refuse a challenge when a team challenges you. You can use it in rounds 2 to 4. So Featurette used it in last night's draft show when Falcons picked them, and then the pick went G2, and they couldn't then refuse it. It did work out for them, even if I'm not sure that it was the best choice.
Dark knew what he was doing there.
Honestly, that's incredible
Against
vision.
G2.
That's incredible vision in the future. Everybody was laughing at him. In the end, he beat G2. In the end, they have the most amount of bullets.
Still think it's going to come back and bite him.
Yeah,
I still think it's going to come back.
It probably was not a good decision to play it that early, but when it comes to playing G2 and setting up and actually being prepared for that game, they absolutely were Featurette in this case. But we're talking about all of these teams. There's one squad from Brazil that has had a lot of changes, and a pretty major one going into Reload, and that's Team Liquid. Maria sat down with Diaz to ask him a few questions.
Competing here in Rio is a big privilege. I really want to make it to stage last time in Invite. I wasn't able to. So my biggest goal for this event is to play in front of the Brazilian crowd and hopefully win. So as the new guy, especially on Team Liquid, there's a bit of pressure. But I've been dealing with it fine. I've been playing for quite some time now. It's like it doesn't really get to me, but it's a privilege to be on Team Liquid, the biggest team in Brazil. So I'm gonna try to do my best.
Of course, you're stepping into some big shoes to fill on Team Liquid. There's been disappointment for Liquid, but there's also been a lot of hope through their runs in lower brackets, barely qualifying into majors, and still making it to the main event on the main stage. It still shows that this team has a lot to offer. It's just sometimes they run out of steam at the wrong time. Will this event be the one that they're looking for? Because like Dia said, they missed out on that main stage here in Sao Paulo only a year and a bit ago. So let's talk about Team Liquid and what they have to offer and what's been kind of going on with the squad over the past 24 hours.
Yeah, when we look at DS, I think it's a big surprise to see them. So obviously, you know, he's the one that was playing for Oxygen before, and he's not necessarily the standout player. He's not a guy that you know. He's not the star player. It's not someone we used to talk a lot about. It's not someone that was really shiny in terms of stats either. So when you have such a big name as Team Liquid, also recruiting a player that is supposed to speak Portuguese, when so many players that are amazing in Brazil, I think the pickup was unexpected. Now, is that a bad idea? I don't think so. I think sometimes when picking up a good player that's not great helps your team synergy be better. That's all you need, and maybe he's just that solution for Team Liquid.
It was certainly out of left field, I think it would say, especially when there's, you know, Brazilian players that were playing inside of the Brazilian league as well. But not a bad player at all. Like, we don't hate it. And the pickup of Ask again. I know you love that one, Leo.
I absolutely love it. Ask came on that roster when he was only 18 years old back then with resets.
3.5 years ago almost? Or
yeah,
4 years ago?
Yeah, 4 years ago. And actually Ask was supposed to come in as the IGL. He was coming to bring new ideas to make Liquid less stale, less passive. Now they reverted to that when they picked up Lagonis. It didn't work well. During that time, Ask, he matured. He stayed in the game. He led Black Dragons to amazing heights. And he's back with Team Liquid with more maturity, more confidence in himself. And also, I think, he will breach that stale playstyle of Liquid and go more aggressive.
And head ahead to rival Foxays also.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
Too short.
To be fair, Milosh, like I don't want to be a hater. I really don't want to be a hater. All of these changes are good so far. That being said, they lost their first game yesterday in what I would probably say is an upset. DS called Team Liquid the biggest org, the biggest team in Brazil. Not currently, I would say. Obviously, they are loading into this game. They are confident. They have reloaded themselves 2 bullets. They probably need that because Liquid are probably one of these teams that thinks they're a top team at this tournament and needs as many bullets as possible. They can't go conservative, especially after that loss yesterday.
And especially against Cloud9. Let's be real, Cloud9 is probably one of the biggest underdogs here. No one is challenging them to actually perform. So if you're facing them that early on, you're putting the maximum, you're reloading the maximum amount of bullets.
And we talked about, you know, Packer on the squad here, leading it as the IGL, one of the ones selected, but Dream's been there. We've seen him in Boston. Everybody loves a bit of Dream.
Yeah, I think, you know, our view on this maybe is a little bit distorted here, Leo, but our view on this is very similar. And this seems like a collection of players who all have talent, all have floated in and out of Tier 1 at times, and all clearly could apply themselves in Tier 1, that have kind of all accumulated together in this Cloud9 team. And yesterday, they played up against PSG Talon. They scraped past PSG Talon, who are, to be honest, considered one of the worst rosters in this tournament, maybe alongside Scars. So for Cloud9, we still don't really know what to expect, but there are individuals that we like on this roster a lot.
Absolutely. If you think of Dream is the one that, you know, Dream is
sexy.
Yeah, let's go. Dream is the one that actually was loved by everyone at the SI in Boston, and all of his teammates eventually ended up on really good teams. M80, DarkZero, all constituting of really strong teams. And he's the one that got the shared hand of the stick once again. He's put up with players that went to Tier 1 before and completely failed. Let's be real. Packer on M80, that didn't work. Mr. Kobilax on DarkZero, he didn't work either. You know? And if you look at Gitty has worked for so long in Tier 2. He was such a promising player, never given Tier 1 opportunity. Yesterday he came in and he carried them.
All of these players have something to prove though, that's what I will say.
It's a redemption story.
And they definitely showed it yesterday. They came in with 6 bullets, they added 2 to it, and making it 8 after the reload. They're reloading 2 more today against
For me,
Liquid.
That's incredible. Like, these guys, they're underdogs. Nobody is expecting them to beat Team Liquid. They come in, they reload 2 bullets. That's a show of confidence, and I'm here for it.
It's ambitious from Cloud9, and I think it's also a bit of a testament to really where Liquid have fallen to on that level, that you've got a team of, I'm not going to say rookies, maybe a team of misfits without being too disrespectful, really going for it against Team Liquid.
this is a big challenge. So big challenge for both squads, for C9 to prove themselves on the international stage on a new game in Siege X with all the changes that it brings, but also for Team Liquid to say, hey, look, we've had major changes, but we're still Team Liquid. You cannot underestimate us, and we are eyeing that main stage a few days from now. Though, with the series set up, we have to talk about our map here. What will we be playing on? Again, it's a best of one series all the way through up until Wednesday, day 5. We're gonna go to Lair.
Okay.
All right. Okay. That's very different.
That's interesting. What I was thinking just right now is that if you think of Liquid initially, it's probably one of the most passive and strategic teams in Brazil, right? Alongside W7M or Loud, maybe, to a certain degree. If you look at Cloud9, it's exactly the same for NA. Actually, they're constituted mostly of players that would have been labeled as support, or at least that's a little bit more passive. And they were also, I guess, labeled as a team that were lacking firepower, which was also the case for Liquid in Brazil to a certain degree. Both of these teams now are going on a map that requires a lot of step-by-step tactical play, but also gives a lot of space to players that want to frag out as roamers. This will be interesting to see. How much aggressiveness can they go into this matchup?
Jack, I want to ask you something when it comes to the map bans here, because in a 9-map pool, when you go down to a best of 1, there's low chances that you're going to end up on a map that you're really terrible at, or that it's a map that you do not want to play. Now, usually North American teams are really good at a map like Claire because they can segment it and play it that way. But how does that fit Team Liquid in a circumstance like this?
I think Liquid have a lot to prove because they will be starting themselves out on their attacks. And I think, Liquid are a team that are supposed to be better. They're the team that are supposed to have the better IGLs, the better structure, the better team overall. And therefore, there is a little bit of pressure, especially because they're starting on the attack. When we saw, and the only reference I can draw from Lair specifically was when Dream was on his previous team in terms of the SI run. They were very, very, very competent at Lair. I remember a few rounds where Dream was, he was popping off on Lair, out there on the main stage. So it will be a map that Cloud9 like. They are going to start on the defense. And defense is much easier in Rainbow Six than attack because you can stay in your position, teams have to attack you. So it's all on Liquid to be better right now than Cloud9.
So with the split of Nighthaven and Lair at the end, can you find anything that kind of brings the two maps together, or is it just, okay, we're going to be comfortable no matter what on these two maps because they're similar? What's the kind of thought process?
I think they're actually quite different. Where Nighthaven Labs is very step-by-step and smaller map, closer to Clubhouse. Lair gives you much more space for roamers. It's also about clearing, zone control, but it's very much like, I don't know, like a coconut, kinda. You've got to break the extra layers, and that you need to do that very quickly, and then you need to work the bomb site. And that layer, the moment where you try and burn time, I think is something that will allow us to see just how more aggressive is Liquid now with asking control.
Absolutely.
That's something that I'm very much interested in. Once again, I think this team had a lot of talent on that roster, but have not been able to fully express themselves for a few years now.
Liquid is certainly one of the teams that have materially changed. 75% of the teams in this tournament have come into the tournament with some kind of roster change. But Liquid changed out their IGL and one of their longest standing players, one of the best players to have ever done it inside of Brazil. They've changed their whole identity, and that's where we will really see it, is on big maps like Lair that you can really see what their identity and the way they play is going to be.
The question, how do operator bans really fit into all of this? Lair requires a lot of segmentation. You can really cut things off for the attackers.
I'm thinking we're going to see something maybe close to what we see on Clubhouse. If you start banning lots of average on this map, it's going to become really hard for you to crack what I was saying. So you get the extra layer of the map really easy, but then when you start working the core side, if you don't have enough arbitrage, you're struggling heavily. Multiple pressure points.
It feels like teams will compound whichever way they go, whether that be hard breach or execute base bans. Either one of them, it feels like they will compound and complement those bans when they get to round 4 as well.
There's a lot for us to learn from these two teams on our map. It's Lair, but let's bring up our casters who were singing their hearts out only a few seconds ago.
Sorry, Milos.
No worries, no worries. Gentlemen, I mean, you're singing out, we're singing out loud here for Lair. We want to see something cool between the two teams, really explore what they have to show.
Yeah, it's an exciting time for me personally, not having seen these Cloud9 players in action before. Obviously yesterday, but we weren't casting, so it doesn't count.
So what you're saying is that you weren't working when you weren't working, because I was working watching it.
I watched it, but
you
you did
it's
watch
not
the same.
That's world champion work ethic right there.
High IQ
that's
right
the difference there.
Sorry, I only have 35 IQ.
Yeah.
I have to go. Oh. But the other thing, the other side of the coin is what you guys were saying about obviously Palu departing from Liquid.
Yeah.
You have a pretty stacked roster here. It's a curious one seeing Ask come back into it after such a long stint since he was on Liquid many years ago. But of course, Diaz has always been such a king of a fragger in North America on the teams that he's played with there. So I want to be optimistic about this Liquid roster. Yeah. It remains to be seen. I think if Liquid can't take down this new look C9 team, though, it is a bit of a bad look.
Yeah, there was a little bit going on that, hey, Ask was the problem. That was kind of like a meme that was going on for a few years. We'll get to see if that was truth or not, because the way that he was playing on BD before definitely was not the case. We'll see how these two teams shape up on layer. Gentlemen, all yours.
Thank you very much, Milos. And the guys on the analyst desk, yeah, this is a big one for me at proving either of these teams. I mean, whoever wins this, at the moment, both these teams, we have quite a bit of doubt over. If we've talked a bit about Liquid, flipping it over to C9, right? This team falls into the category of one of the teams that we were talking about before, that if they weren't a partnered roster, they might not be qualifying for events of this caliber. Cloud9, Fnatic, Wildcard haven't qualified for events in all this time. Now is their chance to say, no, we do deserve to be at events like this. We can take down Liquid from Brazil.
Yeah. The reason why we're still talking about this is because C9's only game so far was against PSG from Korea. It was a 7-5. You know, they just barely won in regulation. That's not the most kind of confidence, speaking story for the start, but it's the first day. This is day number 2, harder opponent. They're progressing day by day, getting better and stronger. The C9, 8 bullets in the chamber with 2 in this matchup.
Yeah, that's huge. Both teams having high expectations for themselves, betting, or rather reloading the maximum number of bullets that they possibly can into this game with 2 bullets. C9, obviously, after yesterday, just getting a bare win over PSG, they have a lot of expectation on their shoulders. If they are able to take down Liquid here, that would be a huge boon to their kickoff here at Reload.
Oh, it absolutely would be. Now there we see Dream, the GOAT. I mean, this guy became a star after Boston. He had that unwanted run, and people were like, Dream, Dream, Dream. And he got what every player wants at one point in their career. When you're on that stage, and the entire crowd is chanting your name. For whatever reason, whether it's because you won, or you lost, or you got the accommodation, every player wants that experience just one time.
Yeah, and if you look at the parts of this roster, I mean, Cloud9 is made up of 5 players from 5 different origins. Dream from Unwanted, Packer had a bit of a history on M80, Kobe from DZ, Silent and Giddy never playing at the tier 1 level, not quite at this caliber, not an international event. They're making their debut here today. Is the talent on Dream, Packer, and Kobe enough to make them a world-class team? It's a question that you can't emphatically say yes to.
No, you cannot. And I mean, we always got to talk about Kobe back on the DC roster, having a bit of a hard time with the slower pace. I'm curious if C9 on a long-term future, though, are they going to be a passive team or an aggressive team? What's the kind of place that they will opt for? Because I do think they have the players to choose either or. I know Packers and IGL likes to play shields on the attack side, be in the front lines, and call the shots from there. But I think there's a lot of pressure on the attack side on somebody like Kobe to get things done and sorted in the server. For now, though, C9, they are on the defensive side first. It's Liquid's time to problem solve and deal with these first step, second step, and third step in these rounds. And it's a bit of bandit tricking, mirror windows. And Liquid, very classic style for them. They will typically play very slow in the first round or 2, feel out their opponent, and then figure out, are we going to go fast or are we going to go slow in this game?
Maya scouting up ahead from Ops Room. He's looking for any mirror windows. He knows that it has been picked here, and of course playing the Ash, he's the primary team. Meanwhile, Diaz, when you look on the roster, he's come over, he's brought those Ace Salmas. It's a bit surprising to see on the top floor of Lair, not a hard defensive pressure around that Ops Room.
Yeah, they've surrendered it completely, double reinforcing it. It almost feels like they're playing around the fact that they thought maybe Liquid only had 1 hard-breaching operator, but we know they have 2. They have the Thermite and they have the Ace. They can breach both the Ops wall and, of course, the side walls itself. But downstairs, bit of action, waiting floors, resets with a very good idea of a flank is about to occur. And Packer, very similar so, is just waiting for the right time to strike.
How can they bait him here? He's going to retreat. Unfortunate. Resets was really banking on more than just forcing the player back. He wanted to actually claim that kill, hoping to bait Packer into some movement there. Meanwhile, there's a bit of pressure on the side here. Meyer is getting very close. He's all the way up on this mezzanine. He almost managed to spot out Giddy. on that retreat. Still a player deep inside Dream, holding on to his position without much pressure. No breach from the balcony as of yet. From Liquid, C9 sitting pretty comfortably on site despite giving up a lot of ground to Liquid. That said, Maya finally does find that entry, and Dream on that A bomb site has been dismantled.
Yeah, now get a bandit charges, maybe get a breach outside. They also have one Ash charge and Pog for that final mirror window that we saw in Museum. But they might just brute force his door, walk it in, Toxic Baby's gonna stall them up. Get out of there, boys. Taking a bit of damage. Awkward spot for Liquid to be in. They can't get inside the bomb site besides the door. They're gonna have to brute force this one way or another.
Very claustrophobic here for poor Liquid. Not able to breach into the side. They have to funnel through the doorway. Maya finds his entry, resets, joins the fray as well. Kobe's found one before falling, but it does leave just 2 players from C9 as the plan is being confirmed. Ask will solidify the diffuser as Silent and Packer caught with C4s in pocket, not able to deny. And now this retake is a tall task. Silent's going to get down. Packer will trade, but it's pretty easy there for the defense to lock it in. And Liquid off to a very solid start.
The thing about Lair that I feel like that interests me a lot is that it's a map that's, well, still pretty new to the Pro League scene, and I definitely will say it has not been fully figured out. And the biggest way I feel like that gets, you know, kind of seen at this level of play, the lack of verticality. They had those bandit batteries pre-placed, all 4 of them, and Liquid are looking at the reinforced wall going, we can't breach. Yeah. Meanwhile, they had Grim downstairs the entire round, secondary shotgun. They can just go boop, boop, and destroy the bandit battery, stop the bandit from tricking, and then progress the round. If we had played a round of Bank, Cop House, or when I was the map pool, any of the older maps, every player's first instinct is to go vert or have some sort of problem-solving strategy. There will have a few more gaps where pro players will not have the perfect solution because it's still being figured out.
But at least in Liquid's defense, they were very stacked up together. They made sure that they were peeking these doorways one by one. Firstly, you've got Maya, who is just such a sharp shooter, so you're going to put a lot of faith behind him to land those kills. Sure. But you had Liquid moving together. There was a bit of cohesion to it, even if they didn't have the best plan. They executed maybe a poor plan well, rather than having all the great ideas and doing it in a disjointed fashion. At least they were well coordinated, even if the plan was a little bit uninspired.
I like that. A well-executed, poor plan.
It's better. I'd rather have 5 people doing a bad plan than 5 different people doing 5 different good plans.
You know who's like the founder of that saying in my life? Fabian.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would always say that. Guys,
if I make a bad call, just follow me anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, if it doesn't work, just blame the guy who caught the strat, you know? And he's like, yeah, I know it was a bad strat, but we needed something to happen. That's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. And Liquid in that very first round, very slow, methodical, and again, that's very classic old school Liquid as well. This second round, I will say, already a bit quicker. Get up to the wall, get the heart destruction, get things going, apply a bit of pressure. Now the drones are coming out, they got the secondary P's in case of wall deny. There's the new jammers, that's really it. And just with this heart destruction, we're applying pressure towards the bomb site itself, where one defender will be. But the real question is, how will it deal with the upstairs hold? There are 4 defenders upstairs holding the bomb site from verticality. If you don't clear top floor, you gotta cheese a plant with like a Munty or a Glass or an Oster or some sort of thing like that. They don't have that. So surely you will have to think here, Liquid. You have to contest upstairs. You can't just walk inside this time.
I don't know, Diaz seems pretty interested in doing that, and he does find his pick. Meanwhile, Maya has done the same. Great shot from Diaz again. Idiot hat Pengu, they can just walk into side. When you got fragging capability like Diaz and Maya, there's nothing to be shy. Giddy and Silent, the 2 debut players, looking for something, and Silent will find one, but it doesn't matter. As the diffuser has been planted down on the bomb site, these 2 defenders caught upstairs with no ability to deny and no ability to retake. Silence found his second, but again, it's not enough. He's looking for a third. Okay, 3 kills. 2v2, Silent low HP, but he's about to be caught. Diaz is waiting. He finds his third in the round. And now it is all up to Giddy, who has to hunt for a refrag here. Spots the player, but Diaz, a 4K, back in Brazil where he belongs, looking phenomenal. And Liquid have had 2 beautiful attacks.
I'm not gonna lie, when I saw an Ash sprinting, I was like, oh, Maya's popping off. And I see DS1K, DS2K, I'm like, okay, it's my boy DS doing it this time.
Hell yeah, it is. Cloud9, early tactical timeout.
É só continuar essa porra, mano. É só continuar a vibe, mano. É só continuar isso daí. E, mano, não tem muito mais. É timeout dos caras. Eles provavelmente vão usar, mano, mais tipo Valk, alguma coisa assim, mais tipo de Intel, mano. Porque provavelmente, tipo, eles já estão com gap, algumas coisas assim, e eles vão tentar buscar Intel.
They're just gonna fight through that fucking layer with Bandit. They know our Bandit was the one con there. They're just gonna fight through. So we need to start fighting more towards like meeting side. Maybe start bringing Goyo and stuff like that. Put a Valcam in there and just start fucking try to fight these guys. And hold top rocket 2 get way longer. You need to fight it out this time, okay?
I think we need to play more traps.
Yeah. When we go bunks, we'll play traps top 4, but for bunks. But when we go back up top 4, we need to actually fight the full map. We need to hold top rocket and stuff like that, bitch. We can still go basement here. That's fine. If you want to run the Cade as well, if you want the hatches, you can though. Okay.
All right, let's go, guys.
Just be ready for the gaps. Be ready for the gaps, okay?
Wait, lab, right? We're going basement?
Yeah, we're going lab.
Basement. Come on.
I'm a sheep for that, I'm not gonna lie.
I can't go 2. Who you got somebody going to the 2?
Alright, so I actually like this a lot, recognizing the problem here is that they gotta fight for the map more and not give Liquid all that space to work with. I'm also a huge fan of teams calling a tactical timeout when you have a slow start like a 0-2, because when it's this poor, what's been happening these first 2 rounds, you need to solve the problem right now. Otherwise, it's gonna be 0-3, 0-4, and the longer you wait, odds are the problem won't fix itself. So really good, I think, time for Cloud9 to turn this back around and have the technical timeout.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I felt like that was a very chaotic timeout.
It was chaos.
From C9. There was a lot
like, what
going
bomb did we go on, guys? A basement or?
Talking about 5 different bomb sites at once, and then, saying, wait, sorry, you're talking about feedback from that bomb site, but aren't we playing this bomb site?
Yeah. 5 seconds left before but the general note was just fight for map and play traps, right? That's like the general TLDR, but you're right, very chaotic.
Use a bomb.
Now, they didn't talk about specifics, right? It's much more like, okay, let's just, you know what?
Hello?
That's great. That's phenomenal, right? You just send it out the door, take down Ask, run back towards the bomb site.
But I tell you what, Goyo is so deadly. The Vector with an ACOG is just absolutely unreal. One of the best guns in the game, in my opinion. Maya, doing what Maya does best.
It's a shield.
That's a very interesting choice of a shield on this roam game, and Kobe finds his kill. Credit to him. Oh! Almost a second one. Dream steals it. And yeah.
Is that round over?
Round pretty much done and dusted. Cloud9, 3 early picks. Yeah, we got 2 players on low HP, but they could just chill. Diffuser's down as well. Likely died on Ask earlier.
I guess we should talk about the fact that Nesk has been completely invisible so far because he hasn't been needed.
Yeah.
Because a big question mark for me was, is Nesk going to become more of a flex support operator or player now, or be another entry because they have Diaz and Maya? Diaz could be a flex support in my mind, as could Nesk. Maya definitely get him on like an active kind of job, usually in the entry. Nesk is now playing Dokkaebi, playing more of a, I imagine, lurk, backstab, roam clearing role in this round.
Yeah, well, so Laxing did talk to the teams before the event, and what he learned was that Nesk and Maya are the 2 entries. Diaz is support, allegedly, which is not what we're seeing here.
Not really.
It's what they told Gabe, but clearly there's a little bit more depth to it. I mean, Diaz is playing Ace now, which is regarded as a supportive operator, but, you know, last round he was on the Ash as the first one in the building, so there's more than one way to skin a cat, as they say.
I wouldn't skin a cat at all.
No.
That sounds
it's a phrase. Cool. It is a phrase. I just make it up.
Why not skin a cow? That makes more sense.
I mean, why are you skinning anybody?
I mean, fur is pretty valuable. Hot commodity.
Yeah.
Make some trousers.
Do you have a leather jacket?
I do not. I support animals.
Wait, you're just talking about skinning cats and then you don't have a leather jacket?
That's different.
You literally just said you'd skin a cow and then you said you don't. Anyway, whatever. Dreams just locked in a flawless round for C9. Okay. What was that? I don't even know how to break down that round.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
Liquid had nothing.
I'm not sure if Liquid, when they get swampy like that, it's like, okay, let's go for a quick play and try and inch it back. And that's when you see saw the second player contest the shield, what Kobe was playing, and it's kind of ended right then and there, right? You have no map control, you have no execution operators anymore, you have no vert control either. Sometimes a round just gets decided that easily. Third operator bench though. What do we? I don't really have much to.
Okay, that Ash.
Let's see it. Get the Ash out of here. But the mirror though.
Yeah, I like that mirror pick. C9 already struggled a lot on the. Oh wow, that was a big run out.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I mean, we already saw how much that C9 struggled to defend on that top floor with that mirror. So even now, surely it's going to make it even more challenging. But maybe it will just lend into the strategy of playing a bit more aggressively. hold on to a little bit more map control. We already heard they called out the Valkyrie as an operator they wanted to bring a little bit more of.
How do you feel about
Bomb located by
Tachanka as a
attackers.
concept, as an operator?
I would like Tachanka to not take a million years to reload or be really difficult to handle.
It's very negative. What about the positives here? What do you like about it?
I love his gun.
I
love the yeah, I love that thing.
It shreds.
It is so much fun. Like, it's so much fun. It also does like 56 damage or something per bullet. So
it's
you can
pretty beefy, yeah.
It's the only automatic weapon
5
that
seconds to insertion.
gets 2-hit kill, if I'm not wrong. Is there any other weapon that can kill in 2 hits?
Well, you said automatic. I was going to say plus G, but
well, yeah,
automatic.
That's 1 hit.
It's probably, I mean, it's the hardest hitting automatic weapon. I will definitely say that.
Because every other automatic weapon is like, I guess if you
the
have like
Commando would extend the barrel back
does
in the day. It did like
52
51-2 or whatever. Yeah.
Anyway, that thing does pack a punch. I really like that. I like the idea behind his gadget. I just think the it's just worse smoke.
Yeah.
It's just smoke, but worse in every way.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're right.
You have to hold the gadget out. You have to take 10 years to reload it.
Yeah. You know, it's I always thought when I was a player, oh, if I was a Jaeger main, I would have been like a phenomenal player. I would have been had even bigger highs. And then I realized that older I got, the only reason why I ever had Jaeger is because I wasn't playing Jaeger. Like, I think the SG11 was like my saving grace, but I felt imprisoned by it my entire career when I played. Anyway, I'm not sure why that came up, but I feel like when you play Tachanka, you feel the same way. You're doing the right operator job, but it sucks to play the operator.
Yeah. Ooh, speaking of
that's
things
not
that
good.
suck, that is not...
Really
missed left side. There you go. Finally got it. Lucky to have survived there. So one change as well recently with Siege X, electricity no longer does damage to enemies, but it does destroy gadgets now. So you can't throw a C4 onto an electrified wall.
It's a neutral environmental thing now.
Yeah.
That is true. It's the small things that flies under the radar, right? Because I forgot about that.
You do have to know those intricacies.
Yeah.
As soon as, like, because the game like has so many patches so quickly, like I'm really a lot of them, and then I jump back into the game and I forget the tiny little update, the tiny little interaction change.
Like an operator got a nade, for example, you had no idea that nade.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it changes a lot.
Alright, we go. Candela's out to cause a bit of distraction, but Maya with that runs into the corridor once more, finds the gap.
Really nice. Oscar has fallen. Good control here from Liquid on the back of Nesk's Ying. They've found their way very deep, and Nesk has found a kill on a Kobe. That should be the opener here for Liquid. A nade as well over the top. That is surely going to secure the kill on the Dream. Beautiful work from Resets. Now Liquid encircling the bomb site. Now they have lost Nesk as well, but they've got a good read here. Downstairs, Silent is silenced. 3 versus 2 on the bomb side now. Giddy, aggressive with that shotgun, finishes off Maya. Packer and him left to hold on with 20 seconds to go as the Tachanka's flames will try to deny this plant. He looks to try and peek, but a very slow fire rate on this weapon means he has to land some quick shots, and now he's all alone. Resets has had a big round so far, and another one! 4 kills for Resets! And Liquid are untouchable on this attacking side.
It does feel like for Liquid right now, every round a new player will step up, and I want to praise Nesk in that one, because he got the opening with the Candelas, flew in, and while that happened, Maya used the distraction to get into the 90 hallway as well. So Nesk buying so much space there, trading his own life 1-for-1 as well, and on the flip side of Cloud9, Giddy playing smoke was great at stalling Liquid, you know, waiting for backup to arrive, swings with the shotgun to even back to a 2 versus 2. It really is a back and forth in that moment, but again, Liquid, they have everything under lock. We saw them try to go for a flank, yellow ping comes out, Reese's get the flank right here, it's yellow ping. Yeah. They know what the flank is happening, they know what the site looks like, they know where the gap can be abused. They are everywhere. Ooh, that's gnarly, yeah. I've made a mess. That's what that's basically saying.
I don't blame him. 4K. Also, he's playing the instrumental operator as well on that IQ. We heard a lot of chatter from C9 in their tactical timeout about how they wanted to use that Valkyrie.
Yeah.
We saw that information really amplified by that IQ. Resets also had info himself on that front.
5 seconds left before
allowed him
insertion.
to confirm that kill at the end of it. Really beautiful stuff from Liquid. Looking a lot better than they did yesterday against Team Secret.
Yeah, one of my big questions was like, how is the supportive work gonna, work now for Liquid? Like, they're losing Lagunas with the IGLs, but also the heavy support player, heavy drone player.
So who is doing
the calling?
Reloading!
That's what I'm kind of curious about. I kind of would feel that maybe Diaz is very involved because he's a vocal voice on like MAD or XG, or if it's maybe Nest taking the risk a bit more on the entry side.
Well, what Gabe said is that Ask is listed as IGL Flex.
I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if that's...
It very well could be. I could imagine it's a shared responsibility more than a sole person working. There's good old Nesk in the entry.
Dude, everyone on this team can entry. Like, Reset's got a 4K last round. Diaz, Maya, and Nesk, all solid entries. That's a good response. Ask goes down. But I think Kobe is pretty much trapped. What a one-tap from Giddy.
Okay.
Maya goes down. And, well, Cloud9 with that have the numbers advantage. What a wall bang from Nesk.
No way. Okay. Turning back the clock, here we are. This is 2018 Liquid Nesk time.
30-year-old Nesk just farming these young blood from Cloud9.
I'm pretty sure Nesk's gonna keep playing until his kids become of age and then take
they can join his team.
He's like, I will teach you everything I know.
He'll hand the mouse down to them.
Oh,
I can retire
God,
now. You're making your debut season.
He'll coach him too afterwards. Damon is sweet in the background. I'd love that. Oh. Now, Liquid, where do you go from here? It's a bit of an awkward situation. Yeah, you got above control, you got a bit of self-destruction with the BS, 3G charges, and the block, of course.
On Buck.
Yeah, actually do. I kind of forgot about that, to be honest. So they can get the bird control. Cloud9 in response, they will play around the bomb site on the exterior rather than inside the bomb site. With those cameras being hacked though, flank possibilities are going down the drain. And if there are any good cams for Liquid to utilize, well, they will. And I see them right now flicking the Val cams. Those are above. They will shut those down, of course, because defenders can also see the hack cameras. The question is, will they go for kills or will they go for a plant? The 3-3 is always very awkward as an attacker because once you start planting, of course, it's a 2 versus 3. And your coverage has to be perfect. The upside, there's no C4, there's no Toxic Babes, there is no Goyo. Those 40 seconds that are left are true 40 seconds.
They are still looking for a pick before they go downstairs and execute. Of course, Hatch is open. Diaz has made his way downstairs. There is a flank up above from Giddy. Not sure if Liquid are aware of it, but Nesk has held down the fort above. Nesk is, in fact, aware of Giddy's position. He ADS's at the worst possible time, but it doesn't matter because on the side, Diaz has cleaned house. It's all up to Giddy. Resets, finishes him off. These guys are absolutely indomitable. Team Liquid flooding the site. And flooding this game, Lair is theirs. 5 rounds in, they're up 4-1, and there's nothing that C9 can feasibly do about it.
It's very well played. I mean, they did all of that with practically 0 drone usage. Yeah, they had the cameras hacked, of course, for a bit of information, but almost no cams were left alive at the end of the round. Okay, do some vert here, plant in this position, we can cover the 2 entryways, and then Nesk reads the flank perfectly afterwards too. And it's very much been like a Diaz has a round, Maya has a round, Nesk has a round, Resets has a round.
Yeah.
And I guess Ash is just calling the shots at this point. Yeah.
I love the energy. That's what we need. Crazy to think that for so many years, Liquid, which was an incredible contending team, and they won a Pro League Finals a very, very long time ago. It was 2018 when they beat you guys in Pro League Finals. And then since then, like, they've had some appearances in Grand Finals as, unfortunately, the runners-up. 6 Invitational 2021, rather, against NIP.
5 seconds left.
The Sweden major.
Against BDS.
Against BDS, rather, the Jönköping major.
That one, yeah.
Not to be confused with the
There are a couple of Sweden majors.
We've had 2 Sweden majors and a Sweden SI.
Yeah.
Beautiful place. But of course, in the last year or two, Liquid has really dropped off the radar, particularly with the rise of teams like W7M, both the former and the,
Well, yeah, same, I guess.
Oh.
Well, current W7M.
Current W7M, former W7M, Loud even, of course, in more recent history. Liquid have really dropped off the radar. But perhaps, with this much-needed roster change, they could really make way. Of course, it's a tough pill to swallow, finally getting rid of Palu, separating the iconic duo, Palu and Nesk, but clearly it was necessary.
Yeah, I mean, they held on for that roster for way longer than I think some people would, some teams definitely, and I can see why they did, because there's definitely a chance that it coulda, woulda, shoulda worked out, but it certainly didn't.
If it doesn't work for long enough, you kind of just have to cut your losses.
You have no choice but to do it, yeah.
Palu and Nesk, both like world-class players, but for some reason, it just wasn't working out. You had to change it up, and I mean, Diaz is a phenomenal addition. Ask I'm yet to be proven on. I'm keen to see a little bit more. But Diaz Maya as a combo, especially with Nesk, like you've got such a powerful front line here for Liquid.
They got the spirit, but I see Ask. I'm watching the player cams right now. He's certainly making a lot of calls right now. He's hovering the Osa early and on the Ram. He seems like the tactician for sure, kind of leading the way forward. And Liquid have done this thing where they've gotten the first kill. Now they're just holding angles, waiting for Talon to make the first step, make the wrong move. They've fallen back towards the bomb set now, reinforcing that wall because the Dokkaebi call came through. Now they gotta do Vert. Kobe though gets a kill out of nowhere. Oh, he's still running around upstairs actually. Okay, I thought he was back down.
This guy loves it. He can't get enough of running around. He's found his kill and he will fall back eventually. The Ram goes out. Ask is mincing up that floor and Liquid look to try and isolate these players on the bomb site.
Okay, so Liquid can do a classic plant here. Where Nesk is, you walk into the store, you start planting. The only real counterplay is going to be the 3 toxic babes from Dream. The C4 is not likely to reach with the verticality above the bomb site. So Liquid really got to look at the timer. Going 5 pop is going to buy 20 seconds, and there's 30 left. You have 3 toxic babes. If you just sit still as Cloud9, you can win this round simply off plant deny. That's all you got to do.
Still a lot of time to work with here. Flashbangs go out. It's going to be an entry from Nesk straight into the Ela mine. Giddy should know about it, but he was flashed. He goes for a swing, but Nesk has baited him out and found the kill. And suddenly the advantage is flipped. Liquid poised despite the numbers being even, but Nesk will go down to Dream. Packer there to support as well. Maya with low HP. It's all up to Ask to have a big impact as he drops down. Packer on the floor. And Dream to finish it off. C9 to finish off the half with a second round of defense.
Much needed. I mean, I'm not going to be that guy and say like, Lair is super defender sided because I truly don't believe that it really is. I see this a bit of a coin toss map, depending like what kind of attacking team you are, and also, of course, like the Arbiter bans and whatnot. 4-2 is not phenomenal, but I think for C9, it's okay, right? It buys them a fighting chance, but they gotta have some phenomenal attacking rounds now to really bring this one home.
So what do we see in the Veto in the second half? Liquid getting rid of the Blackbeard, the Kaid from Cloud9. You can see that mirror slip on through. C9 played a lot of it themselves. Are they happy to play against it?
I mean, you could also ban the Maverick and do some bandit tricking here. Taking possible.
Oh, so Bandit actually banned. So C9 don't want to play Maverick at all. And the Blitz, I don't mind that from Liquid, understandable if you really don't want to play against the Shield. Yeah, I mean, Bandit being taken out does...
I was going to say, because again, if they ban the Maverick, and then you can just abuse the Bandit all of a sudden, it's like, okay, now you got to go verticality, and it kind of sucks to deal with. I think the Bandit ban might have been a precaution for that specifically.
Yeah, didn't want to have that Maverick ban, and
then you're completely locked out. And I think like when I see this C9 lineup, I'm thinking they need things to work out. They need this first step to get to the second step to get to the third step. They don't strike as a team where, oh, they lose the half breacher, they're going to have an excellent plan B. I feel like they need to hit their points throughout that round, and in this very first, potentially, they're hovering stuff on Munty, Glass, Sense. Again, very execution-based operators. Not so much in your face, but saying, hey, as a 5-man team, we're going to hit that bomb side. Very different from what Liquid was doing. They were like, let's get in there.
Yeah, absolutely.
5 seconds left.
Well, Oscar is gonna bring that mirror. I'm actually gonna put it on the main wall. The Ace is gonna be the perfect recipe for dealing with this. But yeah, what I'm really excited for here, Pengu, is this attacking operator lineup. It's that Glass. We don't see a lot of it, but every now and then it comes out and it has a huge impact. Especially in combination with the Sense. Now these days you can't actually peer through the Sense with Glass anymore.
No, you cannot. The Sense wall is no longer a smoke wall.
Yeah.
It is a projectile wall, so Warden, Maestro, Gullibu's Glass cannot see through it.
I gotta say, playing Glass with a Sense on your team used to be the best thing ever, because you can move as much as you like and you can still see through the light wall.
Yeah.
But of course things have changed. Sense now is a true information denier. Can't peer through it at all with any gadgets. I really love to see the creativity. We saw it at Six Invitational a lot from Shopify Rebellion.
I was gonna say.
Beautiful with that the Sense.
I actually became an instant Shopify Rebellion fan.
You're a simp.
I was like, I've been playing, saying like, Sense is super underrated, but hard to learn. Kind of like when Ying first came around. The first teams to crack this operator open is going to have a different approach to the game that other teams won't have. Shopify can do it. We'll see if C9 can. You can pre-place those Sense Protector walls in the floor and then pop them whenever you want. So you can do setup plays, you can do rush plays. You have so many options with this. Love the word. I said it earlier. A lot of teams don't do vert on layer. C9 again, very execution-based. They're going to block downstairs. His flank is being watched right now by Dream. He's doing the harvesting operator. And once Bach is ready, they can then start the second stage, which is going to be enabling the glass, the Muncie, and the sets on the bomb side. Ooh, hello.
Vertical game from Silent. He needs some kind of horizontal support. Otherwise, he may lose a gunfight to one of those players up above him. Drone work on the side. I don't mind this start to this attack from C9, but Silent is now feeling that pressure. Out goes one of the light walls. In goes Packer, though. He's getting aggressive on this Muncie, but he still can't dislodge this core player from Liquid.
Lost the glass. He took at least half his health bar from Toxic Babes. Not sure what happened. He was lost in his own smoke, perhaps something like that. But the glass being in the grave now is going to mean Plan B activated. We see the rotation right now, Packer and Dream in Ops room, changing the strat in the middle of the round with 35 seconds to go. One Toxic Babe, one C4 in pocket. We're going to see Giddy or Packer make a huge play to open things up.
There goes the smoke from resets, just locking off that window position, preventing Giddy from going in there. Packer needs to make a little bit more headway on this Monty, but he is being held at bay. The timing is not it for Giddy. Maya's found him. What seemed to be a good start for C9 has just gone down the toilet. Silent up against 5, and Liquid out of nowhere put it to bed. What a phenomenal showing. Maya is fired up about that one, and Liquid seem to retain control of this matchup with a dominant lead. They're not letting up at all. C9 have nothing to show for it.
You guys didn't see it, but Liquid were not happy about C9's glass performance. They're saying glass and then laughing about it because he literally died to a Toxic Babe because I think he was just lost in the smoke. He didn't know where he was going.
He was lost in the sauce.
He was lost in the sauce, dude. And then again, when you're playing these heavy execution strategies, you need very specific operators to be alive for a certain job. When you lose glass as your first player in a round, you have completely trolled whatever their first plan was. They go to play with 35 seconds left, and that's just not enough usually unless they could make a massive mistake somewhere, or again, Cloud9 come up with a massive clutch. They didn't. And ultimately, they lose the round.
Yeah, when you have a glass, in a sense, you have a very specific pocket strat in mind. When you lose one of those operators, you can't do that strat anymore, and you have to be versatile and try something different. And they could not achieve that at all. They don't have the adaptability yet.
I did like the Bach downstairs. One thing that was kind of missing for me was there was no pressure on the bomb set itself. What happened was Silent, who was playing the Bach below, ended up dying because 2 or 3 separate defenders were just swinging the vert holes against the Bach. 1 versus 1 or 2 versus 1. They didn't get the breaches done on the bomb side. So you're doing vertical destruction without any bomb side pressure, leaving the Bach essentially alone. The flank is not a problem, the bomb side is. So small mistakes arguably for Cloud9, but I saw the vision.
This time around, the operator that speaks to me is the Skopos from Ness.
Oh yeah.
Always exciting to see an operator like that, what playmaking potential he might have. I'm not exactly sure where is his
I'm gonna say basement bomb side.
All the way down.
It's gonna be all the way down yonder. Yep.
So it means he can just play his life as much as he likes on this roam game. He doesn't actually have to escape. He can just TP out of there.
Yep, that's the thing. People that don't know how Scopos work exactly, if the active portion, so the robot that Ness is controlling, that dies, that's it. Then you have a shell that's idle as a camera. If he TPs away, of course you'll be on the other robot with full HP again. So Ness can kind of min-max the situation. In a perfect world, he takes a bit of damage, then he's out of there. If he TPs while Demo's tracked, it stops the tracker as well, essentially, because it's 2 different bodies. He's going to stick around for now, though. Again, he wants to min-max this as much as possible and stay for as long as he can.
Oh, he's getting Dokkaebi.
That doesn't feel good, does it? Can't see a whole lot.
Yeah, you also can't teleport out of there while the Dokkaebi is hacking him. Meanwhile, Kobe is getting very aggressive, but that grenade is going to give away his position and prevent any kind of a quick execute onto the side. But Diaz has fallen. Temptation here for C9 that just focus up and head onto the bomb side. Of course, Ness can teleport back on, but it might not matter because the rest of Liquid are coming up in spades on the bomb site. Silent and Dream deep on in. Dream with that diffuser in pocket, info from the bulletproof camera exposing his position as Nesk has made his way back to site as well. Both of them are cornered, and Nesk with a backstab. With the inactive shell, he's brought it back to life. And he's brought C9's hopes down to their knees. It's all up to Silent in a 1 versus 2. And there's just no way that this works.
Oh, it's a tough one. Gotta try and isolate, find that one player, but we know Liquid. I was gonna say Crossfire, but no, Maya swings out in aggression, confirms the final kill. I almost want to say with C9 there, a little bit of hesitation, right? We shut them by the bombs at door, they toss in their grenade, guess what? Goyo Fire gets popped. Now you gotta either run for the fire and take damage, or you gotta wait 20 seconds. Had they just sent it in, there was also an Ella mine, but that's better to tank that Ella mine than the Goyo Fire.
Exactly, and there's also been a slight nerf to Ella
you remember this?
I did.
Okay. I was gonna bring it up, but you got it. Okay, so, what's the change?
Well, if they had 2 players, so Kobe was the first one. If he had sent it in with Ella, it would have detonated, and so the detonation radius and the effect of the concussion radius are now different. They used to be the same.
Yeah.
And so now when you detonate it, it's only a 4-meter radius, which means that if Kobe ran in, the player behind him looking to refrag likely wouldn't have been affected by that Ella mine. So if they had just, like you said, left that Goyo, don't destroy it, use the element of surprise, it's more valuable than the potential of that Goyo detonating and putting a port in your push. Just send it through that Ella mine, your second player's not even going to be concussed.
Yeah. You're right. Whereas before the change, they would probably both get concussed because the range was huge.
It was, I think it was 7 meter detonation and 7 minute effect radius.
Yeah.
And that effect radius would travel through walls.
Yeah. So
even
a lot of people who weren't even interacting with the Ella mine would get hit as well. It's
exactly.
Like, I didn't even go through the door, man. Come on.
Yeah.
So that's the big change there. So arguably a nerf, but I want to say like more like a rebalance. It's more logical now, I would
Exactly. Yeah, wow. Well, with that round, which could have been a C9 one, Liquid steals it away. We're now at match point.
Yeah. And I mean, I will say this though. I don't know the ins and outs of Cloud9 of course, and also Liquid. They're new rosters. Haven't seen them play before with this iteration. But when you look at a new, younger team like C9, I'm always thinking, what's some of the hardest maps to play? I'm thinking maybe Bank, maybe Lair, Skyscraper. Maps that are either very coordinate heavy, requires a lot of structure or strategy, or maps that are very hard to attack. I feel like Liquid going to Lair against C9 was a massive drafting win for them essentially, because they're a newer team. With that being said though, Cloud9 on defense did show us some funny like shield strats on defense, playing in certain spots of the map, having aggressive roaming, and they got their 2 rounds in defense. Yeah. It's just they haven't found anything on the attack yet, and it's match point.
Yeah, and what's more, Packers actually just wasted a grenade. He used one on the castle barricade, then tried to use a second on the deployable shield in the hallway, and unfortunately that second one missed. So
you should have cooked the grenade, James. they removed
now you're trolling me, man. It's been a while since we had that.
Some people might be like, why didn't they cook the grenade? It's removed, chat.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. You can't cook grenades anymore. And it's a bit tricky because if you toss a grenade on a castle barricade, it can like roll away and you miss.
Well, there's an entry here from Packer, but Liquid have a really solid hold of this top floor. As I say that, Nesk is going to find Silent. How is C9 going to crack on through this? Nesk looking for a little bit more pre-fire, but Packer finally finishes him off. Is there going to be contention for a refrag here? Resets to gas out that position. Meanwhile, Dream looks to go for a backstab, but he doesn't have a lot of information. And there's these vertical angles to contend with. Maya goes down. And that does make things open for C9, but Diaz is still holding on to this top floor. He's feeling pressure from Packer as well, but he takes him on down. Diaz too, hopefully mount against the world. It's a 1v2, but guess what? It's the Warden. He doesn't have to worry about that flashbang. And both of these players from C9 are low on HP. Diaz could put this game to bed right now.
Hold the angle and play the sound.
Oh, spots the player. Going for a frag, but no, Kobe! You can't afford to be going for an aggressive play like that! Maya has called the early GG, and it is all up to Giddy at his first ever international event.
He's being red pinged. They're spamming it.
There's no way Diaz loses this. Shotgun ready for the one pump! And Liquid have dismissed Cloud9. 2 bullets load into the chamber, and they do not miss. Massive from the Brazilians to take a huge win here at Reload.
Such a good look as well for Diaz, was in North America, came back to Brazil. I'm thinking, with the voice from James going from English back to, Portuguese, it might be very difficult to handle, actually.
No, Diaz is not worried about it whatsoever.
No, not at all. I mean, what do they call it, baby killer or something like that back in the 80s? Because he has a baby face and he kills people in the server? Baby killer.
Yeah, oh, well, that's exactly what happened. Liquid farmed Cloud9 7-2, a dominant victory for them in their first win of Reload. We'll break it all down on the desk.
ask from Liquid, and you guys know what we call in Brazil Sedex. Yesterday, Liquid was kind of Sedex, which means they were throwing some rounds, as you said on Twitter. So what did you guys make different from yesterday to win today?
Basically, we don't change anything. We just follow our game plan and stop trolling. That's it.
Hey, stop trolling. You troll a lot, you think?
No. Yesterday's Diaz and Ask trolled a lot. 3 rounds.
Okay, not blaming on you, right?
No.
Also, you were...
But today is me. I trolled a lot today.
Also, you are back on Liquid. So what made you leave the team, and also what made you come back?
I think the thing made I come back is the players who kicked me get out. So I just back for that.
Okay, why can you say, no, don't kick me? No, don't kick me. You just leave, right?
Yeah, I just do my job on the server, and that's it. That's all I'm gonna do.
Right. I also want to talk about Maya sending GGs on the chat before the game ended. Were you guys like only joking or kind of underestimating the other team?
No, we only joking. It's our mentality. We just, how can I say? We just have fun on the game. It's a competitive game, but I think the fun things on the competition is like to have fun. So that's it.
Are you having fun?
A lot.
That's good. That's good. I also just teach some word in Portuguese. Sedex. It means they just throw in rounds. Yeah. You learned that, Milesh?
Sedex.
No more Sedex. No more Sedex.
No, I had not a single Sedex. I was hyping you up there. So.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I'm a pro. That's what it was called.
You are a heckin' pro indeed. Well, it was good to hear there a bit of a bombshell that was just dropped on by Ass and saying, you know what, I was out because, well, and I came back because, well, the people that kicked me out were no longer there. So that makes a lot of sense.
I wonder who it could be.
Who was on Liquid when Ask was kicked? Anyway, let's move on. What a performance from Liquid.
Yeah.
What a performance. I think I really challenged them. I said, look, we're going to have really judged Liquid where they're at on their attacks of this map. Penga alluded to it in the cast. It's not necessarily a defender-sided map, but attacking it can be tricky. You really get shown up if your attacks are not good. Liquid's attacks were absolutely solid. And they really set the scene. They got themselves onto a 4-2 half. And I will say it, once Cloud9 got onto their attacks, they looked absolutely lost. It looked like they'd never played this map before. Fair enough, and Liquid just punished them out from that.
I saw 3 plants on the side of Liquid, you know. It's a team that struggled to attack so bad in all previous events. Yeah. They were way too slow with the Lagonis playstyle. And they sped up a little bit. I will still say this. They took the full amount of time in attacks to actually close their rounds. It was still a little bit slow, but everything felt like the bulldozer that we used to know when we were playing Liquid. When I played Liquid, if you gave them space, they would always convert that into round wins. You needed to contest early if you needed to have a chance. Now, in that scenario here, they work properly and they don't give you a chance anymore, and that's like the old Liquid that used to, ruin everyone basically.
Well, let's take a look at where these two teams now stand, starting off with Team Liquid. And well, now they are up to 7 bullets. They started with 6 yesterday. There was some issues yesterday, but they made it happen. They got an extra bullet back. They're at 7. Not too shabby for me.
Yeah, clearly they had to go in. They had to be confident. They put 2 bullets onto this game. They reloaded 2 bullets onto this game, got themselves back up to 7, and I think they'll be happy with that.
Absolute soldiers out there, all saluting as the proper players they are. And when we look at Cloud9, well, it's okay. They're still middle of the pack. They only,
back where they started.
Yeah, they reloaded 1 bullet. It's completely fine. They knew they had poor chances of actually beating Liquid, which tells us a lot about their confidence. Wow. But in the end, they were ready. They knew they weren't, they didn't have the caliber to beat Liquid, and it's what they need. They're still a young team. They need to learn. They're playing against better opponents right now, and it's okay. That's where they're here for.
In the draft show tonight, I think Cloud9 are going to be the #1 preference for a team that wants to go for it.
Yeah.
And the reason I say that is they'll be able to reload 6, and then add a card that we've not yet spoken about in terms of the extended map. I think teams will go for Cloud9 because they struggled against PSG. They've been shown up by Liquid now. They're going to be the #1 target.
Now, gentlemen, we were mentioning kind of changes that happened with Team Liquid. One of them is Diaz, and he definitely did perform today and bring it up for the new player that we've seen in North America really shining now in Brazil.
I mean, we've said this before, right? It's not the shiniest of players, but when you look at the statistics right now, it's amazing. 10 kills, 3 deaths. And also on roles that aren't necessarily the one that has the most frag heavy. He played Ace, he also played support and Warden with a shotgun. He's the kind of guy that was maybe a little bit silent when he clutched. Eventually you look at his face and it's just like smirk, that's it, like he's good. Like, we can expect a lot from this player. His coolness, like here he got a double kill already holding that floor, and then the way he isolates gunfights here again. Amazing play.
Yeah, I will say I have no idea what Kobe and what C9 were doing there, but to win any single clutch, you need your opposition to give you 1v1s, and DS went and found them and then clutched out from there. As soon as it was in 1v2, Leo turned around to me, he goes, DS is winning this. There is 100%. No chance he's losing this. Bang, bang.
Game sense positioning, and that's what we saw. He got 1 kill, he retreats back through an indestructible wall, and you play that so well. That's just off of thousands of rounds played and knowing what's happening on the other end. However, I want to see what our blacklight detail is for this match.
Well, Milosh, it's exactly the same. It's about positioning. It's about, DS himself, and it's about being smart, being aggressive when you need to, and being passive when you need to as well.
Show me the money.
Yeah, it's going to be the very, very first round. I think this is great from DS. This is the Ash. This is getting aggressive, getting into sight, clearing their upstairs hole. Lovely free cam usage here, and you're going to see him. He now knows when to back himself off because he knows now he doesn't need to be aggressive. He needs to play the time element of the post plant. That's exactly what he does. In the same round, 2 different kills from different scenarios.
So the blacklight detail is not necessarily the aim here. It's the positioning. It's knowing, oh, I have a drone. I see that it's a vertical setup. I can go aggressive and kill the roamers. We've now planted. I now need to play passive, and I use that corner to my advantage to isolate those gunfights. And once again, I will never say this enough. Always try to pick your 1v1s, and by doing so, moving away from your competition, isolating a first one and then a second one. Perfect play from the S there.
So smart.
Good to see. Good to see. Those small things really do add up, and you get yourself into better positions as a player and then as a team. Gents, thank you so much. This was a pleasure to go through. Map-wise and game-wise, we still have more to go. But first, we'll take a quick break. When we get back, it'll be a featurette about Hot and Cold, one of North America's most beloved player, and how he regained his passion for competition and CJX.
Eye out for contact.
Available now.
Yeah, it's the music really gets to us in a situation like this. I don't know why Jack was not really getting into it, but
I'm not part of this.
We'll be playing some jiu-jitsu after this.
I'm over here.
All right, stay in frame, guys.
Anyways,
let's be professional.
Let's stay in frame. We'll have some stuff
Let's be
to talk
professional.
About.
Let's be professional. Oh, sorry.
Let's talk about our scores so far, because we're 4 games down through the day. There's one more left on each one of our 2 streams, so of course 2 in total. What are our scores? Let's set it up on the screen and update you. Furia are up at the top with a 10-round differential, 10 bullets that they have today. Pretty incredible from what is considered to be definitely one of the top 3 teams in the world, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely, and we can see obviously DarkZero getting it done as well. They're also on 10. So yeah, pretty good overall from some of these teams up there at the top.
Featurette, of course, the 3rd rated team in the world. That is high up here on the board.
Yeah, some big surprises. Like I feel Featurette is like the biggest target for anyone in round 3. You have 10 bullets. You can go and try and hunt for them in round 3.
I did say Cloud9, but
it's also a target.
I also agree with you, Featurette, because you can get more out of Featurette. I think it's easier to beat Cloud9.
No, I'm not saying they're bad in any way. I think they're actually improved a lot with their roster change, but clearly they will be a target for round 3. Other focus probably down there. FaZe being in the middle of the pack is a big story. Loud, same story actually. Space Station dropping down with only 5 bullets is also a big surprise. That's actually, we're at G2. G2
I don't know what's been going on, because G2 or Jihu are down to 3 bullets. That is...
The round difference is also crazy, -9.
That's
-9. Yeah, G2 are going to get a second pick. Like, I know G2 have been bad, but G2 are going to get probably second pick after Scars, who will get first pick, and they could really go for it, to be honest. They probably maybe have to really go for it,
Yeah.
I think they
could
forced
go
into that.
They could go risky and try to reload as many bullets as possible against their opponent,
And they might have to run their extended mag to even get more stuff out of it. That's a card we'll discuss later on. M80 also, should they lose, they can drop down below G2, so it's going to be a throw fest?
Yeah, I don't know if they will.
Potentially.
Maybe.
Our production maybe is not too sure about that, Jack. Maybe they'll have a thing or two to say. But there's a reason why you're the expert here on the analyst desk and not anybody else, right?
Expert.
It's great to have very good supportive teammates here on.
He was supporting you, and you're shitting on me. What's going on?
I'm just messing with you.
Gentlemen, what we need here is to learn from one of the best and one of the most beloved players out there, hot and cold, rekindling that love with CJX.
Hello, I'm Hot and Cold, and I'm the IGL for M80. I thought about retiring before Manchester, honestly. I remember telling the old analysts from SSG, Luke, and then Forrest from old SSG, because they both live in Vegas. I told them, I was like, I don't know, like, I think this is going to be my last season. And then we started winning everything from there. I wasn't too surprised of the result in Manchester, but I was just more so a little bit surprised that would be the first team that I'd win something with. I mean, just because, I've been on a lot of good teams, a lot of quote-unquote super teams, and that team was just made up of a bunch of drop players, and, we just came together and made something special. Going from just a player on a team to, IGLing a team, I feel like really, sparked the fun and the energy back for me. The transition to IGL mainly happened just because, on Beast Coast, it was, 5 players that got dropped, basically, or 4 players and then a rookie. And I was the oldest, so I felt like I kind of needed to take responsibility for, for more of the team, and I kind of just transitioned into that. I would say it was more fun just because I was learning, something new. I've been playing this game for almost 10 years now. I feel like I know everything about it, but IGLing kind of adds, a third aspect to the game where, I have to learn not just how to play it myself, but how to control a whole team. It's the most fun and the most stressful, yeah. But I'd say it's the most fulfilling when it works. I'd say the biggest difference is just mentally. Before, I felt like I would have maybe some issues with nerves or just overthinking, putting too much pressure on myself. But nowadays, I feel like it's kind of my job to stay level-headed and keep everyone on the team in the right end goal. Give 80% to yourself while you're playing, and then, the 20% you're trying to see what everyone else is doing, get them to do the right thing. I thought I'd be more emotional lifting the trophy, to be honest. I kind of felt like I needed more. I needed to lift the hammer. I felt like that major win, like, I don't know, it didn't satisfy me.
There we go. Hot and Cold, one of the most beloved players in the scene in North America, especially, but in the world. And, you know, I could witness Hot and Cold in his earliest days casting. I actually got to cast him when he was on Flipside Tactics. That's way back in the day.
Throwback.
When they literally made nothing. And I remember Zilchi, for those who remember, way back in the day where they all played together. They played against G-Bots on Bank. That was an opening game of Year 2, Season 1, which is Season 4 of the entire game in its entire history back in 2017. I got to cast that game. That was the first game I ever got to cast in official Pro League, and it brings me back. Seeing this man who I've gotten to watch over the years still thriving and finding new passion in a new role, that's something that's so inspiring.
For me, that's a big story for Matt because he's been there forever. You know, he was with DarkZero for so long, got dropped, went into Space Station, instantly made them better, then got dropped. He also had a stint in Mirage, where he instantly jumped in, instantly made them better, got dropped as well, or had to leave. Every single time it's a redemption story. He joined Beast Coast, and I think he was ready to quit. We had a talk in Boston about this moment where he was like, I may give up on Siege right now, I may retire. And the fact that he got the IGL role, that he needed to step up, be the mature, be the leader player, that rejuvenated his passion for the game. And it's just, I saw him blossom in that roster, and that's what I'm expecting to see with M80. It's just a beautiful story overall.
Yeah, obviously, obviously the Beast Coast roster went and won a major. Even a Six Invitational was successful with that roster again. A team of misfits, everything in there. Now he's at M80 as well. Bit more of a stable, team for him. Back to the core that he won the major with. So you're really expecting him to kick on with this team and progress.
Well, let's talk about said team. M80 are up on the block, and we'll see who he'll be leading for this play day. Now, there's a lot of pressure still on the squad to give their all because there's a lot to recover from as the M80 name, especially after Boston.
Yeah, I think they went away from that patchwork of a team that they were before. Let's be real. They were picking up amazing players that never had that chemistry of a real team. I think the Packer pick was an interesting choice, but picking up an IGL from Tier 2 to lead Spoit maybe wasn't the best idea. When you have lots of talent, you also have, let's be real, lots of ego and history. And if you make that work as a team, if you want to make that work as a team, you need a strong figure. Now you're looking at a team that at least has a similar understanding of each other, a shared vision, and also incredible fragging power.
And Fabian.
And Fabian's there as well. M80 certainly seemed like that team. If you look through history, they haven't had success, and it felt like all they've done is try to find the best possible players, not the best possible team.
Absolutely.
So I really like this team because now what they've done is they've looked at that core. How can we bring the core of the Manchester major winners together? How can we make them succeed? And obviously Kino's joined into this core. They've added in Fabian, and I really like what they've got going. They did lose that game yesterday against W7M, a very, very close game. Both teams played really well. That's where they're starting on 4. Now, considering their opponent, M80, they have to go for the jugular. They have to go for the maximum amount of bullets. That is 2. Realistically, what M80 need to do today as well is really try and get a 7-0 to bring themselves back up in the standings. Do what Fnatic did against Scars earlier.
That would be best case scenario, of course. That means Kino will probably have to stay away from the Monty, as we've looked at in the past. However, you might notice that our resident French person is not here. Alfama wants to talk to us about M80 on the Telestration station. What do you got?
Of course, I disappeared again, but for a good reason. I want to show you guys how M80 is actually great at team play and composure. So we're looking at the very first game at the event, and it's against W7M. And as you can see, W7M are stress tasting that composure right now. They're rushing on Chalet, on Dining, and they want to plant in Kitchen. And what you're seeing here, you see a bulletproof camera, spotting Volts, and you'll also see here Dots rappelling from Master Window, and what he's doing effectively right now is covering the vertical play so that Volps can go and rush and plant the diffuser. Now, as you can see, Volps is aware of that vertical play, he's gonna get rid of the bulletproof, send a ram to make some noise, go for the plant, and I wanted you to pay attention to the reaction, instant reaction from M80, waiting and being smart about it. Kino here is gonna throw a C4 on Master Window to remove the vertical pressure. At this point they can retake and deny the plant directly from above. Amazing coordination, amazing composure to not peek before that, to be ready to let the plant go down and deny it afterwards. And this is an amazing play for M80 that shows me that team play is there, that composure is there, and that's something that we should see, guys, against PSG Talon.
Thank you very much, Leo. And really, in a situation like this, you also need sometimes to cool down all of the energy that's going on. This is a young roster with a lot of fire behind it. And when Fabian calls a timeout, he's different than how he was in the past with other teams. And I think it really does help put them back into shape. However, PSG on the other end, what do they have to show? Of course, Fabian used to coach PSG Talon. He has also helped Joker, who is now the head coach for PSG, to really get his foot into this situation.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Joker's taking that big step up. Obviously, he went from analyst, had, you know, a year under Fabian as an analyst, and taking a step up to a head coach. Big jump for him, I would say, specifically. But PSG, what they got going for them, I think, you look at them as Six Invitational, they actually really struggled. I think they had a great 2024 kind of throughout the first half of 2024. Second half, they really struggled until they came alive when it was all said and done in the group phase. It went too late. I think the problems within Korean Siege are quite well documented. They've obviously missed out on players with regards to Featurette creating a Korean super team as well. And so they're stuck with the same 5. And I didn't get to see that game yesterday, but it was, the result-wise, close against Cloud9. So they're going into this. They're playing up against M80. Fabian called it to me the loser strat, which is pick a good team and show as little risk as possible. And that's exactly what BDS did. It's now what PSG are doing, and that's why they're only reloaded 1 bullet.
Now, knowing they've already reloaded 2 bullets in the round before, they've lost them. They're now 4 bullets, so they want to play safer, but still playing the loser one when you've already lost 2 early on, I think is tough. I think another thing that's tough is that when Fabian joined almost a year ago, there was instant improvement. There was great results in Manchester, and they were never able to replicate that. The big factor for me was they put themselves so much pressure on their shoulders after they had such great results in Manchester, after upsetting BDS, for example. And then whenever stress was there, you never see them perform. Whenever they were eliminated, that's when you see them turn alive. And that for me is a big thing. They need to work on their mental. Start playing whenever you have something to win, not when you have something to lose.
Which ironically might make them better inside of this fixture because they're against a quote-unquote big opponent that they're expected to lose, that they're up against their old coach who knows them inside out. There's no pressure, so we might actually see them do well.
And Fabian is not there to yell behind them anymore.
That's true.
He's there to yell in front of them.
I can't wait to see what he's going to be yelling through it. Our map pick, here it is, a 9-map pool, down to only 1 with those 8 bands. We'll be going to Nighthaven Labs. Gentlemen, what's the thoughts here?
That's a map that they've played a lot when Fabian was their coach. He probably knows all of the strategies. One of the biggest thing with Korean teams is that they love to rehearse and dry run a lot. I'm hoping for them they've changed everything, because otherwise, well, Fabian knows all of the game plan.
Yeah, exactly. That's the big thing for me. Is you know, we can't understate it. Fabian built this team. It was his vision. He really redesigned how they did it, everything through 2024. But one of the flaws as PSG Talon was they were quite rigid. So I don't think they'll be able to change too much. So M80 are going to be really happy with this.
Well, Fabian always has choice words for any team, and he had some choice words yesterday during the draft when Joker picked M80. Let's see what he had to say.
It is indeed, and now we're going to head in to PSG Talon. My friend, it's been a while, but who will you play against tomorrow?
I think we pick Fabian and M80.
Oh my God. He's thrown in the towel. He wants the master down. He was just your protege just 3 months ago.
I mean, I don't really care. They're ass. We're good. They're going to get beaten.
Yeah, ass is usually good.
Oh, it cut
Ass is usually good, Milan.
It cut too short.
What did you say there? That's pretty good sometimes. What can I say? I stand by that. That was the best part of the entire piece. Anyways.
Fabian did follow that up with a tweet to call PSG Talon ass again and said that Joker was Fabian from Alibaba. So,
great.
You know, he's expecting to win, but there is pressure on M80. They do have to go out and win this game.
Yeah, because if M80 start to pile up too much pressure on their backs, it's not going to look good.
You really think they're going to feel pressured by PSG Talon?
Hey, let me remind you, Featurette versus G2.
I hope I will be wrong.
That would be great.
I hope I will.
Anyways.
That doesn't happen often, but yeah.
Expert.
Fair enough. Anyways, our casters are ready. I can hear them giggling on the other side. Pengu, Devmarta, please, can you take this one away?
We can try our best, but we wouldn't giggle. We're far too professional.
Professional people
We
over
certainly
here.
didn't lose them when we were watching that clip back where Milos said, what? Anyway.
What was that? Yeah. I was telling you, like wait for the ending. Okay, Milos gonna say something funny. You're like, wait, what's he gonna say? And then
Yeah, you were so hyped up.
they tried to cut it.
They tried to cut it out, but they could not suppress the GOAT himself. Speaking of GOATs, Fabian, right here. He's jump sides, the turn cloak. He's no longer supporting PSG Talon. He's here for M80 and he's here to lead them to a victory. I think he got sick of not being on a team that was likely to win championships.
Yeah, I mean, Fabian has been in a couple of podcasts now, for example, the Fresh and Friends podcast. There's a lot about like the team culture atmosphere and not feeling involved with the team due to language barriers. We know Fabian, big personality. He wants to feel like he's a part of the team. With M80, I spoke to Fabian, he said he feels like this is a great place for him to be at with the players, their ambition, their motivation, and what they can achieve together. 83% in favor. No real big surprise there, I gotta say.
Everyone knows that this is a crazy ballsy pick from PSG Talon to go for M80. It is such a lopsided game on paper. PSG chose a hard opponent. They did what BDS did. They chose a challenging opponent early on in the fixture before we get to the portions of the Reload to Survive format where you can place a lot of bullets in that chamber. Now, M80, they have full confidence. They've maxed out. They've reloaded 2 bullets. And having only 4 left after their loss yesterday does make things a little bit precarious for them. Of course, they loaded 2 bullets into their match against W7M, as PSG did in their game against Cloud9. And yeah, of course, both of them now quite bloody. This is a big win, very essential for especially M80 to win this one.
This is funny because M80, they've banned double hard breach, and in normal circumstances I'm like, oh yeah, this that. But for this particular take, Fabian knows that like most APAC teams, especially Korean teams, problem-solving skills is not their biggest strength. By banning double hard breach, you're gonna make something that's usually very, very simplistic rather advanced. Yeah. Either you go Maverick on the attack inside, or you gotta go like Hibana can openers, verticality, Sophia stuns, EMPs, and just overcomplicate a very simple thing. And this is going to be a challenge almost from Fabian. We can almost put this as a present, right? He's teaching PSG valuable lessons by making them problem solve correctly, or he's going to punish them and make them learn from it after the fact and debrief.
Of course, I mean, Fabian has a huge advantage in that he has coached this team.
So he made this team. So
he knows all of these strats, and he was instrumental in piecing the players together as well, recruiting everyone, writing all of the strats. Now it comes down to Joker. So yeah, it is a huge advantage here for M80. Of course, as well, this is a championship-worthy roster. You know, 4 of these players, everybody except Kino.
Oh, sorry, I made you.
Sorry, calm down.
I just had to make sure.
You're on the PSG money, so I know you can't say a bad thing about them being Mr. Content Creator.
Oh, if they sucked, I'm gonna say they suck. Okay.
I know you will.
It's only fair.
I trust you for that. But M80, as I was saying, championship contending roster, and we know that, and we know that 4 of these players won in Manchester. They took down BDS in the grand final on the Beast Coast banner. Quite a different beast now. Ryder is going for a little cheeky lurk here from the basement.
It's Ride Reload. He's renamed.
And Soldy Reload, Soldier.
So here we see the first problem here. Problem solved the breach. They put a mirror window on there as well. Pre-fire coming through. It's been popped, that canister on the mirror window. The fighting going back and forth.
Who's contesting that on the defensive side? Is that hot and cold?
It's Diffuser running cold together, looking for something. And the thing about it right now for PSG is that they're getting the first step done, but they're taking a mighty good time about it. We saw Ryder downstairs looking for a backstab or something below, but there's no real roamers here from, I mean, they're playing the bombs, so they're playing in close corners. Ghana finds Misa, floor is down, that's from that meeting window. And Fresh said this on the desk, PSG Talon yesterday against C9, very rigid team, and they're also, again, on Nighthaven Labs. M80, they've watched this and said, these are going to be the weaknesses from PSG, let's counterplay it.
Oh boy, this is rough. Got to worry about that Dreadmine.
Reinforcing wall!
Reinforcing off the rafters position, just leaving that player try and survive. Oh no, sorry, all of them on back.
Not really, no.
So Soldier now on the Blackbeard can march on forward. There's IT control, but we do need to have some kind of a breach, ideally, on this wall into sight. Gotti can get to work on that with the Maverick. Or we could bring Yas over with the can openers. Looks like Goti's going to do this. This is just so vulnerable, though. I expect M80 to simply contest.
Yeah, so they got Deimos downstairs with the ground, making some verticality right now. Bandit is not actively on the wall either, but there's a Fenrir just lurking about on the outside of it. But again, M80, all they're doing right now is just locking PSG out of the bottle, and again, making them problem solve because Fabian knows it's their weakness, and that nade doesn't quite hit the mark. I think it might have gotten the bench here at least.
Yeah, I believe it did. Meanwhile, Kino Managed to catch Ryder on that rotate downstairs. This makes things very awkward now for Soldier. Flashbangs go out, but he does need to try and find this fight. Good bait, and eventually he does find the kill, but he can't push for a second. Unfortunately, Soldier has gone down. Thankfully, there is a flicker of hope for Talon, with Yas making this somewhat possible. Never mind, Hot and Cold's taking down Gotti. It's all up to Yas now in a 1v3. Walking into a crossfire with no diffuser. It's only a matter of time before he falls. Easy for Gavin, easy for M80.
Yeah, you see right there off the rip, the double hard breach into playing an extremely passive defensive round, knowing that it's going to be a trouble to do the basic fundamentals. That's the top floor bomb site though. Basement a little bit different, you can't brute force it as easily. Same with tertiary bomb site. So maybe they are going to show us depth in their strat pool. And this is what I really like about this iteration of the roster, especially with Fabian as a coach. They've only played one game so far, yesterday. It was, I believe, max overtime against WCNM, but it was a really high-quality match of both teams taking each other to their maximum limits. Adaptations, counterplay, reading their opponent, controlling the pace. And I do feel like a player like Hot and Cold, Matthew Stevens, as Parker says, I love this guy. I've been watching him back when I was a player. I've been casting when I did NAL. I've always just enjoyed how he plays the game, what he brings to a team. So getting like Fabian and him together is like exactly what I want to see.
It's great. And Hot and Cold, as we saw in that interview, in the little content piece that played before the match, he's gone through quite an evolution.
He has, yeah.
As a player.
10 seconds to
He's
go.
had, obviously, a plethora of experience back on the old space station, on the old DarkZero,
5 seconds
side
left
before that.
before
But as of recent history, he was dropped from all of his
Attackers
big
are moving
teams.
out to locate a bomb and
And then he had to go and build up a team from nothing. It was just him, the veteran, who was not usually a leadership figure.
No.
And then 4 youngsters. And he brought that team into a championship-winning roster in Manchester after just 1 season. And then, of course, over time, there was a bit of a fallout with that as well. The team slowly slipped away. Had a really solid contest as Unwanted at 6 Invitational, top 6, I believe. And then, of course, now on M80 Big Org to support him. He's really developed those leadership skills, and as you said, he's got Fabian to support that as well.
I guess like a small shout to Fit as well, the coach of that roster. Small credit there.
Yeah, he's been co-streaming most of this as well. I saw some of his clips before. He's that man has energy like I've never
He could
seen
cast
before.
very loudly.
He could. Volume would not be a problem for him.
Brings the hype factor, maybe. Now being forced back. A little bit quicker this time from PSG. Fast out of kitchen, scan Soldi, reload on the Blackbeard. Looking for his way forward, but they're playing the sandwich trap. They're playing on the primary floor, but they're also playing top and basement where the bomb site is, of course, going to be. So if you don't clear top floor, the flanks, the vert will be a problem. If you don't go take primary floor as well, then the top floor guys can just run away. So this is, again, challenging PSG on fundamentals, because they gotta work the full map right now. Left, right, up, and down. Half the round burned, no kills happen from either side. Blackbeard's approaching the bomb site right now. Interesting.
Soldier just need to be careful not to overextend, though. I like that air jab. But as we've mentioned before, double hard breach ban is going to make this very challenging. Just you wait until after round 3 when the Maverick ban may well come through for M80. It's going to be nigh impossible to attack. Here comes the poison. What is that? A flank from Diffuser above! 2 floors down! What vertical potential is that? That is an unbelievable angle, and it has completely shafted the round down through the hatch. I mean, PSG Talon looked to pick up the pieces, but there's nothing left for it. They haven't even traded Diffuser upstairs. Gavin's claimed Misa. There's nothing left.
It's again full control versus what is going on right now. I mean, I don't even think they know the angle they're dying to right there. Flawless at that. It looks all too easy. Again, test their fundamentals. Don't give them anything for free. That is the name of the game right now. If they don't take top floor, we'll punish you from all the way up towards the bomb site itself. Diffuser with that easy 2K early on.
Yeah. No, it's only going to get harder from here on out. Of course, 2 rounds deep. After this next round, we're going to have another operator ban. And honestly, if I'm a media, I'd consider banning that Maverick. I mean, Talon aren't having much success with it, but if you ban that Maverick, there's just like literally nothing that you can do.
Yeah, I think you have 3 options, which is Blackbeard, Monty, Maverick. I think that's the approach right now, because they've been crushing the Blackbeard turns in a row. It hasn't really done a whole lot for them, so they probably don't see it as a threat. Monty would be the more passive, safe choice, but less lethal in the server. And as you said, Maverick deny the hard breach even more. Now you have to problem solve the Kaida the Bandit.
How do you take bottom floor with no ace, no thermite, no Maverick?
I mean, bottom floor, basement, you'd have to do a full roam clear, top floor, first floor, vert into bomb side. And this is the issue. PSG, they've banned the Kaid. So Bandit, of course, is still open. They'd have to use their final ban on the flip side on a Bandit, which again, like, the Bandit batteries hasn't really been the problem. It's been the map itself. So it's not even going to help the roam clear. And this is the problem. When you are a quote-unquote weaker team where you're struggling on multiple fronts, is do you care about getting to the bomb site and making the roam weaker, or do you care about making the bomb site weaker but the roam is strong? You need to be able to play both sides, and PSG so far haven't been able to deal with the roam at all.
And what's more, like, even if you did ban that Bandit, because Thermite's gone, you're still worrying about Mute.
Yeah, Mute alone actually going to miss you. Then you got to play Thatcher or EPs every single round. I mean, there's a world where you can then play Striker, you can do Ken Open or EP double combo, but it's just one of those, like, this just feels bad.
It's hard work.
Yeah, it's hard work, man. Gotta earn that paycheck.
If there's any bomb site where the attack will have a bit of an edge, it could be here on Control Room.
Yes, for sure. Tertiary is always arguably statistically the weakest. We got the blitz this time, a bit more aggressive, kind of into the operator, a bit of a whip top between them. Yes, no! He gets swung out, Kino! Yes! Freebie C4, second maybe? Oh my god, not like this!
How? How does it happen? PSG are looking in absolute shambles. That should have been a freebie for Yas. And unfortunately for him, all he does is about 50 damage onto Kino, who's now replied with 2 in kind. Diffuser to finish off Misa, and there's just nothing. Nothing to be done for Talon except to lay down arms. Ryder's going to go down. Gav as well. Back-to-back flawless rounds for M80. You can't help but suppress a smirk there for Gavin as we get back into a ban phase to see what final operators will get removed from contention.
Now let's give it to let's see if the theory crafting is working on our side. James, we're just completely in the wrong. We are going to see the Maverick. There it is. And
but they didn't even ban bandits.
No, I was going to say, I don't feel like Mira... Okay, I get why they're doing it because they're putting on the CC wall. Actually, PSG timeout.
They just took a timeout straight away. I would love to know what Joker's going to say here.
Just keep doing, you have the game plan, you know exactly what we need to do. I don't need to tell you anything. Really good that you calm down your comms, it's night and day different.
Angles, not be super fast, but
Joker.
try have push power with drone and pressure. Use some utility and use drone for each other. If we have shield, shield is like drone. We follow shield. We don't need 4 drone and shield. So, be a little bit faster, more angles, better droning. And we got this. It's only attack phase.
이거 방패 앞에 드론 걸리지 말고 그냥 고티가 선수들한테 드론 붙여서 죽게 해주고 해야 될 듯 게임. 만약에
Must be so challenging for these poor Korean players, right? They have to switch their brain into English to listen to that tactical timeout, and then switch back to Korean to play the match.
Often what will happen there is, for example, Misa talking is that Joker will sit in English, and then a player, Gauthier Misa, who speaks English the best, will then translate to Korean, so we ensure everyone else understands the same message. And the way Joker is talking is very, we call it baby English, right? It's very simple. If you have shield, shield is like drone. Don't drone and shield. It's just, and the same way that Fabian would speak to PSG as well, you have to kind of simplify the way you speak the language to make sure that there's no language barrier issue.
Well, even the PSG players who have the best English still are by no means fluent.
No, not necessarily. And I mean, of course, English is a language, but also Siege is a second English language. True. It's a different kind of barrier. And this is the difficulty that somebody like Fabian, who is very much his own person, is like, he wants to coach the way that he is, and that's what he does best, right? For Fabian to be the best coach possible, he needs to just go...
He can't be translating for himself. How can I say this in a way that's easy?
Yeah, and Fabian has a lot in his head he wants to get out of there, and he has to talk very slow with a Korean roster, for example, but maybe he can spitball.
For sure.
Fabian was talking to players about, like, voice comms, don't be so panicky. That was his main point that we heard in the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. Well,
but you're right on money with the Maverick ban.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, it's not necessary because M80 are dominating anyway, but it's just like, it just makes it even harder. The only shining light here I can think of for Talon is like now they don't have to worry about the Maverick. Maverick is an operator where a lot can go wrong.
Yeah, you get baited into it.
You can get baited into it, and it takes a lot of time. So at least Talon now, they might actually just say, what the hell, when it comes to hard breach. Like they might just focus up on brute forcing areas, and that actually could be a little bit more successful as it is a more basic strategy.
I will go back and say I really would have liked the Bandit ban instead of the Mirror. And you can play Hibana for free, Can Opener for free, Striker can get any wall because they're playing Striker regardless, especially with the nades and secondary Can Opener. Nate goes out, and they can be bound on the wall most likely.
Oh, again, Tuber out.
Here comes the Tuber out. So again, M80, one step ahead. Now Bandit can check the wall. Had you banned the Bandit, this would not be possible.
Yeah.
That's the small steps that we kind of got to figure out. PSG Talon, very much like before, they're locked out achieving the first step of the round. They can't get the breach open just yet.
Another Tuber out comes through. Oh, this is so frustrating for Talon here.
I would have loved to go here, I'm not gonna lie. Just with a time deny, right?
Yeah, I mean, not that they need it, mate. Like, you've got Tuber out for time deny.
It's just doubling down.
Well, there you go. Ryder's now been finished off, and the wall solidified for a little bit longer again. If only Soldier had been a little bit earlier, perhaps he would have suppressed or maybe shot that Tuber out. He can shoot it now, and he does. So the wall will finally breach open. Ryder's fallen. We no longer have that vertical pressure.
Plan B in action, go for meeting side. The thing about this top 4 attack is that you need 2 out of 3 attacking points. You have IT Breach, which goes into Catwalk. That's kind of the same thing. Then you have the Aqua Fish take on the back portion, and you have Meeting. You need pressure on 2 of the 3 sides to then have a successful attack. PSG right now are only applying pressure on 1 at a time. And that's why they can run around the building, rotate back and forth. They have so much comfortable free space inside of the server right now, and it's just, you know, choking out PSG.
At this point, just get a kill. Like, at this point, just go 3 for 3 flawless rounds. Uh-oh. Aggressive from Kino there. Worried about the Blackbeard, who does inch closer. God, he just has to swing this. You just have to go for broke now, PSG. There's 2 players around this corner. And Soldier finds the double. Finally, an opening here for PSG Talon, but they have to commit. And Hot and Cold will hold down the fort for 2 kills. Diffuser to find the final one. It is not flawless, but it is a round nonetheless for M80. They lock it down, and they are untouchable here on their defensive side.
And again, that final round, there were 3 attackers left. Where did they all come from? The same side of meeting. They had Buck below doing verticality to deny the bandit batteries or whatever. Then they had 3 guys in meeting. Gavin then drops the hatch in the bomb side, kills the Buck below. Last 3 attackers in meeting together. No one's garage, no one's IT breach, no one's catwalk window, nobody's flying an aqua. It's a completely one-sided take. And then in the end, they funneled through the same door when there was a vault hole on the breach they could have gone through, and then maybe try and plant.
Yeah, I don't know where PSG Talon find headway here, because I think this basement bomb site is going to be probably the hardest bomb site to attack when you've got these hard breach bans.
Yeah, I want to see a big run from an 80, and this lineup tells me that, right? You got the Mute, the Mossy, the Goy, the Lesion. You can solo play bandit tricking on the wall inside, and have 4 guys roaming above, and you have to full clear the map or rush the bomb site. But how do you rush without a Thermite, without proper hard breaching? You really don't.
What I really ideally would have liked to see from Talon out of this round is go heavy into the roam clear and pick your operators to support that. Just fight them. Deimos, because, like, to be honest, like, Talon, they're pretty good shots. Like,
not right now.
No, okay,
but typically, yeah.
But in theory,
when they beat BDS, they were outgunning BDS 1-1.
Sure.
Ryder outfight Shaiiko, he's dead.
Okay.
Ryder outfight Shaiiko when they beat them, basically. Last time on lap.
But it's because they're in their head thinking about, oh, how do we strategically win this game, win this round? Like, honestly, with this hard breach ban, what you need to do is just say, look, let's just bring, like, Ram for the vert so that we don't have to think about it, we don't have to go over complicated. Yeah. And then just bring, like, Dokkaebi, Deimos, Jackal, a shield, and then just hump them.
Which they kind of have, but Deimos is now spawn peak. They got a shield in the Blackbeard, they got Dokkaebi. They're just missing the Jackal, which, you know, you don't have to, but you can bring.
Yeah.
But I think you are right. I think that it mainly have forced them into a strategical game of Siege when they want to play more gun heavy. And they're also just losing all their gunfights at the same time, and that's how you find themselves 0-4.
When you strategically lose, like when all the good operators are banned, how do you act? If your strengths are in gunning, just gun.
Yeah.
Like, brute force. We've seen metas where, oh, we got no breaches open, but it's okay because we have Ying and Monty.
Yeah.
You need to take that mentality into this game. Like, M80 are just going to style on you when it comes to strategy, so you just need to play the chaotic game.
Okay, that's 1. Trade, though. If you just swung the window, bit of an ego challenge, but he gets 1-for-1 trade. Now maybe he's filing a little bit back towards the bomb side, but they still got proactive roaming. We see Gavin, Gunnar still in the first floor, so it's 2 roamers, 2 side, with a man advantage. 1 that we call in pocket to clear out the rest of the map. Half the round to go, plenty of time, but look at this, they're doing vert right next to enemies.
Oh, he doesn't know that Gavin is right around that corner. He needs to detonate this Dokkaebi call as soon as possible.
He's not going to. They're going to wait for the bomb site execute, surely, right? Because they think the room is clear. Calling now is a troll play.
Gunnar is also still on this run, but they haven't droned this room clear. They're just assuming that the map is clear, but it's clearly not.
It's not a bad assumption, but it is the wrong assumption. Because they physically saw
they just
one guy fall back.
Wait,
outside spawn on the exterior. So we got the vert gun. Oh, you got the hand. Oh, I'm riding.
So he is dropped. So yeah, poising for a push, but I mean,
Gavin
is...
hear him.
Okay. Will they hear those roamers? Hot and Cold, meanwhile, has found his kill. The push on the bomb site has to happen now. Hot and Cold is on the floor. Yas looks to support. Gotti needs to find this plan. There is awareness of these players up on the top floor. If Gotti's able to flood the site and find this kill on the player, he might be able to force down a plant with the 2 remaining defenders on that top floor. But it all comes down to this gunfight for Gotti, and he loses it against Kino. That was the deciding moment of the rounds. And M80 lock it in. There's just no response whatsoever from PSG. M80 are running rings around him.
Yeah, we're in a spot now, the territory where the job for PSG is quote-unquote survive. And what that means, get 1 round. Just avoid that 7-0 for M80 to get that extra bullet in their magazine.
2 extra, I believe.
2 extra, sorry. Yeah. That's what you gotta avoid.
I mean, that's definitely what M80 are going to be gunning for right now, especially considering they did reload 2 bullets yesterday in their match against W7M and lost it. So they're actually right near the bottom of the standings.
Yeah, they were.
4 bullets. If they win this game 7-0, they get 4 bullets back and go up to 8. That is huge.
That is massive. But again, I mean, we saw the same thing from BDS Furia match earlier, you know? That was a spoiler alert. It was a 7-1 victory for Furia. BDS got that 1 round that they needed. It was not pretty. This is a very similar story. It's not pretty, but PSG need to just deny them that 1 round for flawless.
I also wonder, would this have been quite a different story if PSG started on the defensive side?
I think so, yeah, because there's less operators you can ban to really like nullify the defense, right?
And M80 are playing a scare game against PSG right now. Like, you ban all the comfort operators, all the hard breaches, you force PSG to play a game they're not familiar with, and they start on attack.
Yeah.
And then M80 are just bullying from this point.
Yeah. But this is the thing, like the new operator ban system, it can bully you just on operator availability. And as I said, back in the day when you had only Thermite, he gets spawn peak, you need to have a really good plan B. A lot of teams have been living the Pro League life for many years, never being punished on like no hard visual ability. And those players, especially in PSG, it's the first time they've ever had this problem because they play in APAC. I don't think this happens a lot in APAC.
Yeah, certainly not in Korea, which is, for the most part, like recently, PSG hasn't even played other APAC teams domestically, right? They've just played Korean teams.
Yeah, that's true.
And there's even fewer talent in Korea than there is in the whole of APAC. Obviously, it's a subset of already what is a weaker region.
It's good, though.
Yeah, good progress on the hard breach. Last chance here for PSG to find a round on their attacking side.
So they got more like, I would say like aggressive operators, right? You got the Jaeger to go crazy with, you got the Blackbeard to enable as well. This is again the tertiary bomb site where we expect the tank to have an easier time. But we need to see PSG get comfortably inside the building. Gunner jumps out instead. That's a freebie onto Misa on Twitch having a very bad time. The one benefit, I guess, to Misa being able to die, he's the IGL. He can now call from the grave like League Effect does. Obviously different caliber of IGL, but I do think right now PSG they need overview. Misa dying can get them a bit of that.
They need to get their boots in the building. And they do, as Soldier spots the Fenrir of Gavin, supported by Kino upstairs on this roam. Still has not been flushed on out yet. They have an inkling of where this player is. Good pre-fire. Kino takes a bit of damage. He wants to fall on back, and so he does. Gav also looking to retreat elsewhere down the blue stairs. M80 have wasted 2 minutes on the top floor, and they will fall back to side.
There's no catch anywhere. So PSG is shoving them back from floor to floor, but they're losing resources. They lost a player. They lost so much time. There's no catch. It's all shove, shove, shove. No net to capture them, and then Gunner does this. That's gross.
Great shot there from Gunner. Even though Gotti was seemingly aware of it, he contested through the vert. He simply lost the gunfight. The diffuser is now down. PSG's going to have to pick that one back up. Yas, meanwhile, is getting aggressive in the middle of side, but there is a bulletproof watching his position. So no clear way for PSG to secure this round. That diffuser is still outside on Gotti's body. Meanwhile, diffuser has taken down Soldier. Yas hunting for this player just to his left, but he will find it. Gavin falls. The first breath of fresh air for PSG, but it doesn't last long. It's all up to Ryder, and he is just not going to survive. What can I say? What can I say other than M80 styling all over PSG?
is, again, I mean, when you're seeing this thing happen time and time again, you can tell the skill level difference, right? PSG, on their attacks, they keep getting sandwiched, as I refer it to, where they're attacking the middle portion bomb site, and they're being shot from above and below. When you're not clearing either or of those areas, you have no map to work with. And that's usually because you are just a weak attack inside team or not reading the situation well enough. They lost 4 rounds to getting sandwiched. That shouldn't happen on labs, never.
Yeah.
Monty ban? Kaid ban?
Yeah, what does PSG do? Are they just going to get rid of...
I say ban double Harbies and figure out how that actually to attack it, you know?
I would think it would have been fascinating to just exactly replicate M80's bans and to see how they respond to it.
Yeah.
Instead, it's a double shield ban.
Shield.
And on the flip side of that, M80 bans double hard breach denial. So
yeah,
like a
different games.
Opposite.
Yeah, and yeah, completely. I don't know about the double shield ban. I mean, I know maybe they can play shields. I wouldn't say it's like their main philosophy or main identity whatsoever, at least not from what we've seen so far.
M80 have gunners. I want them on shields. Like, get that rifle out of their hands. And what's funny here is, I mean, you ban 2 shields, Hot and Cold's going to play the Blitz anyway, which is one of the most terrifying of those shields.
Attackers have located a bomb.
So, potential final round.
Yeah, I mean, this is where the really comes to shove for PSG. They want to deny M80, racking up those extra points. If anything, there's a lot more pressure here on M80 in this round, though.
Yeah, to win the 7-0.
They've got this close. They could double their loot out of this game. Double the number of bullets that they gain.
10 seconds
2
left.
to 4. And get back in contention. Of course, every team wants to be gunning for as many bullets as they can, especially early on. At the end of day 4, they'll be able to auto-qualify if you're in the top 4, auto-qualify for stage 2. So that's what M80 want to get out of this right now.
I would love to see a Fabian timeout when they get the 6-0, just to talk about the most silly, random topic for 60 seconds, start the 7th round, and just win. It would have been aura. But Fabian's being respectful, so I gotta give him that.
Well, you gotta respect your former team when he worked with that roster.
I mean, this is the thing. M80 are respecting PSG all the way. Fabian, for him, this is a statement game, right? He wants to show the potential here.
That is not respect.
3 people. That's disrespect, James.
No.
It's that easy. It can be that easy.
Well played. Early start. Kino's also baited amongst the chaos. PSG are getting a little bit antsy. Now what do they do? They're
just running away. They're giving the bombs up for free.
You can't give up the whole A bomb
Gotta
site.
fight back. Give it your all right now.
They're re-rotating. Yes.
Shoot the drone, please.
Inside. They can't even shoot this drone.
Guys.
They're just terrified. Again, rotating out. 3v5 for PSG. M80 on the verge of their flawless win.
Yeah, just gotta get that split pressure. They're missing a catwalk player right now, so they look to drone it, get a guy IT, get a guy catwalk. Then you can have 3 guys Aqua, 2 guys Scarets together. Again, get that split pressure, overwhelm the bomb site. What PSG was missing was attacking different angles. They got Gunner backstepping as well. Yeah, this is done and dusted.
Yeah, I mean, M80, they're treating PSG with respect. They're slowing this down. They're making sure that they are well set up. And Soldier is just going to swing. It's Yas versus the world. It's going to be a flawless round to finish off a flawless match. A subtle chuckle from Fabian as he has schooled PSG far more than he has ever schooled them in the past. M80 completely untouchable. The North Americans with a flawless victory over PSG Talon.
Yeah, there's a reason why Fabian was and still is the master. And as I said, this was a match for a statement for Fabian, but also M80 to show how good they can be against the quote-unquote weakest region of APAC at this level of play. I had M80 making top 4 at this event. That might have been a hot take at the beginning, but the more I see them play, the more you see that potential of them to shine.
Well, they've certainly redeemed themselves after that tight loss to W7M yesterday. M80 are looking like championship contenders here in Rio. We'll break it all down after this.
with Hot and Cold. And yeah, we have our first 7-0 in the A stream. I heard that it's the second one because we already had one in B stream, but congrats. Why are you so serious? You just won. Put a smile on that face.
Like, you know, like Kobe said, job's not over yet, and that was a pretty easy win, so there's nothing to be happy about. We just played our game.
Okay, keep a serious, straight face. You have a lot more work to do, but congrats. And also, I want to know your thoughts about being so easy. You know, 7-0. What the hell happened to just you guys obliterated PSG Talon?
Yeah, I mean, I think yesterday we kind of started off very slow. Our comms were super chaotic, which, in my opinion, that wasn't due to W7M playing good. That was due to, you know, us just being overstimulated because first land game back just kind of happens. You know, today we were dialed in, and I feel like that showed. It was easy.
Okay. Do you still have that? I don't know, stress because it's the first game, because you said that you were kind of overreacted on the first game because, you know, against W7M?
I wouldn't call it stress. I would just say, you know, just first game jitters. It's different coming, you know, from wherever you're at, boot camp, your own setup, you know, back on the LAN. It's just, you get a different feeling in your body, so.
It's very normal. It happens with a lot of teams. Yeah. Also, what did you think? What did you thought when PSG Talon picked you guys? You were like, oh, this is going to be really easy, or you know?
Yeah, we were very happy. We knew that it was probably going to be an easy game. I don't think we've ever lost to those guys. At least I haven't. So I mean, it's better than playing against a different team.
Well, they also picked the map instead of you. Do you think that also helped?
I mean, I want to say, yeah, you know, we got a 7-0, so I think that helped. But any map, I think we would have beat them. Max 7-2, in my opinion. So it is what it is.
So you think PSG Talon is not qualifying for playoffs and neither going to the grand final? You don't see them doing that at all?
I could see them maybe qualifying, but grand finals, no. Come on. What are we talking about?
Okay, thank you so much. What do you think, Desk?
Thank you for the reality check. Thank you, Maria, for the interview. Of course, Hot and Cold for laying it out for us here. M80 with absolute destruction. All flawless here, 7-0. And that means that which card is invoked in this case?
The flawless card.
Yeah, and that gives them 2 extra bullets on top
which
of
they needed after yesterday.
Exactly, so that's 4 in total that they get back, and they stay clear of the bottom of the board there, where teams like Scars and G2 are laying.
Yeah, I don't think anyone is surprised here. I remember saying to you, like, do you really think M80 will feel pressured by PSG? Like, to me, like, everybody knew this was an easy game for them. I just did not expect PSG Talon to play, quote-unquote, that bad. It's a reality, you know, like they really gave up in the last round. I think the last round particularly is like a good example, right? Like a first player gets picked up and the others, they don't know what they should be doing. They run around, they struggle to shoot drones. Like, I think mentally they shut down completely. Yeah. And praise to Fabian, because straight after the game, he went on Twitter and he said, hey, you know, I know what PSG Talon is like, and they weren't in the server today. They are much better than this, and I actually think it's true. I think they have a lot of potential, but today it just wasn't there, and I hope they can turn things around before being eliminated.
This was very similar to the BDS Furia game in that it's 2 teams on 2 very different strategies throughout this Reload tournament so far. It feels hard to say. It felt like PSG Talon were just trying to win 1 round. Yeah. I feel like they felt that they'd already lost the game and they just wanted to get 2 tomorrow where they can maybe go for it a little bit more. Not the best thing to say about a team because obviously you always want to win, but they never really looked in it at all. I think from a mate team, the big thing for them was course-correcting some of their mistakes yesterday. You know, we saw Hot and say it in the interview. They felt that some of the things they did yesterday wasn't them, and they improved, and they put out a dominant performance. That's exactly what they needed. There was probably pressure on them to get the 7-0 rather than just to get the victory. They've achieved that as well, propelled themselves up that leaderboard.
Gentlemen, to wrap this final game up here, our Blacklight Detail, brought to you by, of course, Blacklight, one of our sponsors here at Reload in Rio. What do you got for me?
It's actually Kino's C4 replaced in electrical, so in IT, sorry. If we can take a look at it, you'll see here. Take a look at the lineup. So as you can see, there's a whiff here from Yas that you should never get, never lose that. Look at this setup, you can reuse that in ranked. Through the Mira window, free kill. Because the Mira window was breached, you can now basically have that replaced. And you just, with that lineup, send a C4 through the Mira, free kill on the Maverick.
So good.
Something you can reuse whenever you want.
That's the new lineups in game as well. You don't even need to land necessarily a pixel to look at. You just need to line that up with the overlay that you will have in game as well. And I will say, ask any Breach player playing Maverick on the IT Breach is
it's a nightmare.
Horrible.
It's a nightmare.
It's a nightmare.
It's very scary.
Because you're trying to Maverick, C4 comes out and gone.
There's nothing you can do. You can't rappel quickly enough, so yeah.
Nah.
Free kill. Freebies to use in ranked.
Yeah. Simple.
All you have to do is just be really, really good at the game.
Yeah, you need to hope that Jasper's on you and you can kill him, and then you get your free C4 kill. But yeah.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much. We've had some incredible games today and a lot of surprises that put us back on track when it comes to our schedule. So let's talk about some of those games. We've picked 3 to recap this Playday number 2. What were those 3 games that really stand out?
Every single one of them was from the B stream that we get to see. So we picked, I think the very, very first game that we picked is going to be, I think it's Fnatic. Let's see. Yes, it is. Fnatic against Scars, the first flawless game of the day. 7-0. And actually, I keep saying it, Deepek and Sarks were in a 2 versus 5 at the start of this round. They brought it all the way back. And I will say, Scars, massive disappointment, not for losing. They've won 1 round across 2 fixtures.
Look at Tristan in the back there. They're so happy.
He actually said to me, I saw the Fnatic guys before the game. He said, we're going to win it 7-0. Like, he called it before. I can't prove it, but in the corridor with me, he said, we're going to win it 7-0. He believed.
What I think crazy, if you look at the stats here, Jaxu and Sarks both got more or equal kills than the entire team of Scars in the same matchup. You know, it's not just losing, it's actual like utter domination. It's 1 round across 2 games, like you've said. My biggest issue is that Scars actually had a decent shot at beating teams when Pion was there. You know, when with the previous iteration, they were actually they had some strategic level that was closer to Western teams. We're losing that right now.
It seems like something's gone. Like, you know, the way that I saw Scars in all tournaments was if Rek and Nina weren't popping off, then you know, they were going to struggle. Now it's just if Rek's not popping off because Nina's left for Enterforce, like, he's gone. So, yeah, I don't know. Something's going really wrong with Scars right now.
Some extra confidence for Fnatic. It's great. Take it away. Go in the next matchup. 3 bullets, 2 more than what they actually reloaded. So overall, pretty good thing for Fnatic.
From one end of surprises to another one, G2 today. What happened with them? Well, they actually almost got flawless today. BKFX taking down G2 7-1. I mean, I feel bad for Uno.
Yeah, he actually went the opposite of.
Do you really? I really feel bad. G2
for Uno,
all the support
for Uno.
They've got all the investment in the world, all the support, all the boot camps, everything they could ever want, everything they could ever ask for, with support staff, with everything, and they're putting in this performances.
I feel bad for Uno.
Do you
Just
really?
Uno.
No.
Uno. Uno, yeah.
No, but Uno's the IGL. He controls the direction of this team. It's not good enough.
There is no direction in this team. They did not look like they knew what map they were on.
They've got so much talent. It's not good enough, Milosh. It's just not.
Yeah, to be fair to them, they were also attacking on Skyscraper, on defense. Once again, I will reiterate this. I know we were focusing on G2 losing this. I know this is the big story, but another storyline. Let's not underline how Featurette has been playing. They've been amazing so far. They've rebuilt, like we've said, a Korean super team. I think that Rin was one of the, Rin and Woogieman and Coated, they were the core of them one. They were the core that went so far almost to a major grand final. You know, you have also Good Boy. You have Good Boy that was, one of the biggest, most promising Korean players. Mephi is the same story for me that used to play for T1. All of these guys, I actually played against them, scream against them when I was in Asia. They're full of talents. It's great to see them come together. And they will say, we beat G2 7-1 on 1 game.
Featurette is APAC's best hope at this event, by far. Like, they've put together a roster that makes so much sense, and they're backing it up in the server.
The more things change, the more they stay the same. Yes, it's not Damwon Kia that we knew back in the day, but it might as well.
It's the same.
It very much is BNK Featurette. Those great times that we had, 3.5 years ago in Sweden throughout 2021. However, our third and final matchup to highlight. What do we got? It's FaZe versus W7M. Again, a B stream banger.
Yeah, absolutely. We picked them all from the B stream. Obviously, we've been working the A stream games at the same time. What I will say, the reason this was a banger for me is this is two really high quality teams. Obviously, FaZe are the current world champions. Yep. W7M are the current major champions. And I think W7M lost themselves a little bit at 6 Invitational, it's fair to say, but they're back with a bang. Big win over M8 yesterday, big win over FaZe today. Like, they're really feeling it right now.
Yeah, and overall, we expected this matchup to be really tense. Two of the favorites for the event, let's be real. I think the addition of Palu to replace Dash is actually something that, you know, has triggered a new, you know, rejuvenation, I guess, in the team. Overall, like, one of the best bangers we've had so far, especially on Bank, to you know, a map that they absolutely love, where both of the teams are actually on an incredible level. And it's, you know, it's tough sometimes to see the difference between the quality of Siege in this matchup and the quality of Siege of certain teams today. It's the kind of things that, you know, should be the wake-up call when you get inspired from teams that play like this.
I love how they have the center player just completely up for FaZe on the graphic.
Fighting is just that big.
I don't know.
He's that tall. He's that good. You know,
with 11 kills, he's high up there.
He's rising, you know, to his expectations.
Yeah, we're used to seeing him really rise when they play SSG with Ashen on the other side. That's when tensions really go.
No, they're a big.
I hope those two teams pick each other, because that would be so good.
It's quite literally FaZe up.
Great. Hey, FaZe up, everybody. Now, that's what we got. However, we still have the draft show. For those who didn't catch it, we don't know what teams will play what teams tomorrow. We rely on the squads to actually do that themselves live on broadcast. So maybe SSG will say, oh yeah, we want to play FaZe Clan, and they will do it live, and we'll see the reactions from all of them, and we'll get commentary from our wonderful analyst plus Pengu, who'll be joining us here. So I really cannot wait for the draft show. That is in just a few minutes after the break. A reminder, it's Mother's Day. Give your moms a call, say hi, at least in the Western world. In the East, it's more like built around spring, but it's something different. We'll see you in just a bit for our draft.
back to Blast R6 Reload here in Rio. We are loving the music,
Yeah.
but what
Oh, yeah.
we're loving a little bit more is the draft show that we're getting at the end of every single day. Now, we're doing the draft show at the end of day 2, which means that we will be selecting the games for day 3, Leo. Why is that so important?
Well, this draft show will be one of the most important ones right now because we're switching from 2 bullets maximum that you could reload in the first 2 rounds to 8 bullets. Now, the ceiling is really high. The teams can get way more aggressive, have a riskier strategy. And we're here for it, you know? More risk, more reward as well.
Yeah, also different styles, right? Some teams might actually play for survival and take a safer approach, not, go all in. And some teams might go, you know what, we want the most amount of bullets possible, let's go for all 8.
Yeah, we've definitely seen teams on different strategies. Some teams opting to choose weak opponents, try and get those wins in the bank, get a high position secured in the draft. Some teams have gone a little bit, I would say, Fabian actually called it the loser strategy.
Yeah, I like that.
I think PSG Talon actually went for that. Pick a hard team, get whooped, but you will be earlier on in the draft pick.
Now, that is key because in round 4, the 4 teams with the most amount of bullets will qualify directly to phase 2 with the best possible seeds. So playing aggressive right now, reloading as many bullets as possible like Furia has been doing the whole time, will guarantee you a soft spot for quarterfinals with a really good speed.
I'm curious if Furia didn't know what they're doing and just saying, we're not sure what the system is. Let's just go 2 every single time. Because, JV's on that roster, and I feel like not much happens here, but he's a phenomenal player on the server.
Does he have 35 IQ as well?
Oh, not this again. No, it's like, in all the interviews, he says, oh, no English, no English.
Yeah.
The guy speaks English. The guy's playing all of us right now. He seems like he's a silly guy. He's super smart.
He definitely knows. Well, Scars are going to be the first team that will make a pick. So if we can bring up a graphic, we can see which teams they are actually available to pick from. Because obviously you cannot pick teams that you have played. Scars have played Wildcard and Fnatic, so they are not available, but they are going to get first choice out of everybody else. As you can see on the standings, they are at the bottom and it's DarkZero at the top.
Now, I will guarantee something. No one wants to be picked by Scars. No one wants that. The reason for this is you can only reload as many bullets as your opponents have. What does that mean is if Scars pick you, the maximum amount of bullets you can reload is 2, when all of the other teams will have a ceiling of 8. So that's going to be really, really tough for you.
So Milosh is ready in the arena with the teams, ready to do the pick, so we'll throw it over to him.
Thank you very much, gents. Yes, we are ready to have our first set of picks, and we're going to pull Scars up here to the stage and have a chat with them. Of course, we're joined by our wonderful translator, Victor. So we're going to have the question, first of all, how are you feeling after these first 2 days? It's been a bit tough.
この最初の2つの日はちょっと大変だったけれども、感想一言お願いします。どのような感じでしょうか。
そうですね。デイ1は自分たち的には内容は悪くなかったんですけど、結果ボロ負けしたんですけど、それを反省を生かしてデイ2挑んだんですけど、ちょっとコミュニケーションエラーとかその他もろもろひどい感じで終わっちゃったって感じですね。
I feel like they won. We didn't have enough information, like the scouting wasn't there maybe, so we lost. We really wanted to use this experience from day 1 into day 2, but it didn't transfer well. The communication wasn't exactly in place, and well, here we are.
Yeah, here we are. We got to watch all of it, so there's no more words to add at the end of it. But I do want to ask you the question, who will you pick to play tomorrow? You're the first team that gets to pick, and really, you have the whole choice. You have 19 other teams to go through.
スカーズは最初のチームなんですけれども、どのようなチームを敵にしますか？
クラウド9で。
Wait for okay from the admins. It is okayed. Cloud9 will be playing on it. Where's yeah? Come on in. Come on. So much joy. All right, come on over. Come on over. Let's have a chat over here. Could you stand right here? Yeah, you come here. You come here. Come on, either side. I want you to stare at one another's eyes. First of all, do you accept the challenge?
Of course, yes.
Why, of course, yes? I did not see you so enthused.
I mean, I think they're the worst team here, so.
Oh. Free Cash and the worst team here. What do you have to say to him now? C9 are really laying down the law.
スカーズは最低のチームだと言ったけれども、これをコメント一言お願いします。
最低なチームに負けたら恥っすね。
It's gonna be very, very bad for you if you lose to the worst team in the tournament, mate.
Fair words. All right, gentlemen, back to it. We'll send it to our casters and the studio.
Oh my god.
These teams are throwing shade already. I absolutely love it. I think, obviously, for Scars, they only had 2 bullets, so it was a pretty difficult proposition for any team to want to play them because there's limited returns that come back. But for Cloud9, they suck today, so they probably need a Scars game, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of theory crafting here that maybe they go with like CAG, familiar territory, but instead saying, you know what, we might not be ready for that because our performance hasn't been good so far. Let's go with somebody that doesn't know our playstyle in C9.
I
think theoretically, this kind of fits Cloud9's strategy. The reason I'm saying this is, yes, they lost today, but they're already on 6 bullets, if I remember well.
Yeah.
So they're not really, far down. They need to make sure that they win consistently a little bit more bullets to stay in the game.
They can hang in that midfield.
Exactly. So they should be happy with the amount of bullets they have right now. They're given a freer opponent right now, a weaker opponent. Yes, they can only make 2 bullets of that, but the reality is they only need 2 to be at 8, which would still make them in middle of the pack in round 4.
Okay, so with Scars and now Cloud9 off the table, PSG are going to be the next team to make the pick, so we can see the available opponents that they will have. Obviously, no M80. Obviously, no Cloud9, and obviously no Scars as well, because they're already off the board.
So I feel like PSG, they have 2 options right now. Either they go for a team and they go, all in, 3 bullets, so to speak, or whatever they can afford, and see what happens there, or they're gonna try and just play it safe and go 1 or 2 and just kind of play to live, scale, if you will.
Which one would you do if you was PSG?
Honestly,
technically you are.
I would go all in. Pick the team you are guaranteed thinking that you can beat and go all in, and then see what happens.
Is that Featurette?
No. Honestly, that would be a testament, wouldn't that?
Yeah.
First in Korea, see what can happen. But Featurette, after today, with that G2 matchup, I'm not sure you're going to go there.
If I have to theorycraft, if I'm in the shoes right now of Joker, I would go and probably go with Wildcard. The reason I'm saying this is they've got 7 bullets.
Yeah.
You can, reload quite a lot as possible. You could go reload 7 bullets and maybe, play the extended mag, try to add more 6 bullets. Go crazy on this one. Wildcard are playing well, but they're young people, they're rookies. Maybe you should be in full confidence going in that one. Try to target a weaker opponent at least that has a lot of bullets.
Should we see who they're going to pick?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Stop yapping, Leo. Let's see.
Let's see exactly who they're going to pick. All right, we're back here in the draft area, and PSG Talon, please come on over, Joker. To say that I'm disappointed would be an understatement. Yesterday, I put a lot of backing. Fabian said, they're ass. I thought I could maybe lift up your spirits, but that was not the case in the server. What happened today?
I mean, you looked at SI, we lose the first 2 games, we lose here the first 2 games, but they are not important games. I mean, 2 bullets, who cares? Now an extended mag, more bullets in the chamber, it's like so much more fun, right? So we're in a good position now. We can pick first or second almost.
You really learned the art of bullshit from Fabian, did you not?
I mean, not winning, so I mean, at least something, right?
At least something. Well, my question to you, who do you pick to play tomorrow?
I mean, we pick the APEC team, Elevate.
Elevate, come on up to the stage. We'll ask you the question. APAC team, right? That's an APAC flag here. No, where are you going? This is an APAC.
Brazilian, bro.
All right, so do you accept the challenge?
Yeah, of course. It's the best chance to come back to the championship because the free bullets.
Free bullets. Everybody's kind of eyeing up PSG. What do you have to say about today, actually, and that general performance of the team?
It's sad because my guys is the new guys in the championships tournaments, and that's it.
Okay. Seems like he's looking for free bullets with you. Do you have anything to say? It's very good, by the way. Very good.
I mean, they lost to an APEC team, and now, I mean, it's our turn. We can do it again.
Okay, let's see if you lose twice to an APAC team. That'll be to see tomorrow. There it is, locked in PSG Talon versus Elevate. Back to the studio.
Hooksaw does not look happy with that.
He's ready to fight.
All right. So some confusion amongst the analysts. You seem to disagree on whether this was a good choice or not.
Yeah, you want them to go all in, right?
Yeah.
You want them to go big style. I think they're playing for survival right now, trying to go for as long in the tournament as possible instead of playing for maximum value.
Yeah. I understand that. I also feel like this round, the round 3, is probably the one where you can take the most risk because there is one card we haven't spoken about yet called the dual card, and if you're facing elimination in round 3, you can play 1v1 for survival.
Yeah.
So you still have like this small parachute that you can hold on to.
Yeah.
And the reason I'm saying this is realistically there is 0 chance that PSG Talon is making it to quarterfinals. We all know that. We've seen their talent today.
Yeah.
So if they want to make it further, if they want to give them a chance, to play longer, they need to go all in. And the reason for this, for me, if you have to pick between Elevate and Wildcard, I feel like both are a pretty decent level, but also one that you can attack. Wildcard has 7 bullets. You could go all in. Elevate only has 3.
Okay, so the next team up is going to be G2. Obviously terrible today. Which teams can they pick?
Surprising that they're in this position. Right?
I think they're in a good position to pick, not in a good position in general. But when you look at this, they have
surely.
Surely they can go aggressive. They could go Wildcard, like I've been saying. They could go CAG as well.
Okay. I like a Fnatic situation, I'm not gonna lie to you.
G2 Fnatic?
Yeah, just because like, there's the Oric rivalry, there's the European rivalry, etc.
Your G2, you pick Fnatic, how many bullets do you reload?
I mean, if
do you go all in?
I go all in.
That's the thing, is the timing of it. Just with that conversation about PSG as well. PSG are trying to delay it out to day 4.
Yes.
Do G2 go for it on day 3?
I feel like the thing is PSG have nothing to prove, whereas G2, they need to prove something because like this is not the performance that we expect from them at all. They've been disappointing so far.
Okay, let's see who they pick. Milos is ready.
Yeah, so gentlemen, we've gone through 2 APAC teams here in Scars and PSG. Now we're going to talk to a bad team, G2. So please, coming up on the stage, Ramalho, let's ask you a question. What the hell happened today?
Nothing too much to say. Like that is not the way we want to start. But like I think like now it's like we want to know is like is our like when we are doing good in our bracket. So like now it's the start of the tournament for us.
Well, good. I'm glad you're awake. So who would you like to play against?
Wildcard.
Come on up. Let's ask the question. Would you accept the challenge of G2?
Absolutely.
And why is that the case?
I wanted to play these guys. These guys are BDS. Want some EU teams.
All right, look, I will join you in trash talking EU teams. Why then? What is it about EU teams that you think is terrible? Because I can go on as well.
Well, they only ever have 2 good teams, VP and Falcons, but VP's not here, so.
Falcons are barely here either.
Well, we lost to them, so.
Yeah, well, you get what you get. Anyways, you see here, Wildcard are throwing it down. They think you guys are just peanuts. What's going to happen tomorrow, you think?
Let's see what they have first. Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, please, back to your seats. We got it set. G2 versus Wildcard.
It was always going to be the case. We think G2 had to go for it in terms of this event, in terms of the situation that they were in, and they did.
Yeah, I think they made the right choice. I mean, I kind of wanted the Fnatic situation, but you called it perfectly, Leo. You said Wildcard.
Yeah, weaker opponent compared to the others, but great amount of bullets. I think it's a really good pick for G2.
The question is tomorrow, are they going to go big or are they going to go small? Because, come on, you got to go big, G2.
Yeah,
we need to know how many bullets they reload. That's it. I want to know now.
So tell us.
Yeah, I know. I wish we got to find out live just how many bullets they would reload.
Right then and there before the map veto.
I was honestly half expecting Wildcard to throw a chicken card out there and try and extend it a little bit.
But then just cannon fodder for the next big coming team, right? So I feel like, does that matter?
They can afford to lose a little bit of bullets. They could reload a little bit less in that matchup and then a lot in the next one.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next team that was on a loser strategy is going to be BDS. So let's see who they can pick. Obviously, they did lose against FaZe. They did lose against Furia, and there are a few teams off the board, Leo.
Yeah, it's been part of their strategy so far. They are now in the position to pick who they want. I think a Featurette pick makes sense. A CAG pick makes sense as well. A Fnatic pick would make sense as well.
Yeah, I'm with you. I will take the APAC teams over Fnatic just because of that lack of experience from APAC teams and easier to abuse.
I will say CAG are looking awfully juicy there. So
yeah.
You can reload into
sitting on 6 bullets.
Yeah, you get yourself a
sandwiched in.
I would be fancying CAG, I think, if I was BDS. But this is where their strategy comes into play, right? They've played against 2 really, really strong teams. They now get quite an early pick to be able to go for it.
I'm curious. I mean, we saw them today against Furia on Cafe, and it was a 1-7 loss. It was not pretty. So where will they pick? I just want to see them play 100% tomorrow.
Well, Milos is ready down at the studio, so let's see who they go for.
Yes, so we can go for our next team. Now, everybody's trash-talking EU teams, and honestly, fair enough. BDS, please, would you join us, Lilun, on the stage? Now, I understand the 6D chess that you were playing and only putting 1 bullet, and oh yeah, we go FaZe, then we go Furia, so we can play around other teams. Did I find what's going on in your head?
I mean, you know, they're the 2 best teams in the world. That was really good experience. That was really fun. Furia would prefer to be dumb at SI. It's much more fun.
I mean, you got to survive through this tournament.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. We do.
All right. Well, speaking of which, who would you like to play?
Cyclops, CAG.
Cyclops, Athid Gaming, Osaka. All right, join us on here, please. Of course, we have Victor joining us to translate, and that is indeed possible, but you have, if you desire, accept the challenge. Do you?
Accept.
We accept the challenge. CAG versus BDS. It's a game of throws. What do you have to say to BDS on the other side?
コメント一言お願いします。メッセージ。
まあ俺たちをピックしたことを後悔させようと思います。
You're gonna regret picking us.
Why? 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 What is the CAG secret sauce?
どうして？
なんていうかな。
What can I say?
What can you actually? Well, you know what? What's the secret sauce for CAG? What do you think makes you better than everybody else?
どうして他のチームより強いと思いますか？
やっぱ爆発力が俺たちはあるんで、それが活かせると思います。
We're a very explosive team, very unpredictable, and that's what we're going to use against them.
Unpredictable with the bans, yet seems like everybody's been predicting shields on the other side when it's available. What do you got to say back?
We'll see if they're unpredictable. Honestly, like we'll just be waiting for them. It's fine. They can come with their shield.
She's ready to go. All right, we've thrown it down. BDS versus CAG happening tomorrow. Locked in.
Milos is absolutely
loving
cooking teams out there today. I am all for it. Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones.
Looks like she was going to swing for it. It was great. But it was expected, right?
Yeah, it was called,
Yeah.
I think this makes perfect sense. It's a weaker opponent, I think. I think APAC for this event is just very abusable in the operator ban selection. We saw it made it against PSG, triple Heartbreach ban. They had no solutions.
6 bullets to gain from this matchup.
Yeah.
One of the weakest opponents that was left to pick.
Yeah.
Exactly falls into the place that BDS wants to. Once again, my real question is, are you going crazy and you reload 6 bullets knowing you only have 4? So if you lose, you're on the verge of elimination.
Yeah.
Or do you try and, maybe have 3 because you already have 4, and that way even if you lose, you're still in it.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next team that are available to pick, somewhat surprisingly, is actually SSG.
Oh.
They lost today against DarkZero, despite the fact that I think all of us think they're actually a really, really good team and maybe a contender. There's quite a few teams off the board here. We're starting to get into the realms
scary.
that they've got to pick an established, really, really good team. Who do you think they might go for?
I think now the strategy evolves. I don't think it's about gaining the most amount of bullets. These guys, they're sitting on 6, 7, 8, or 9. They're not that far away from each other. It's more about gaining a distance. So maybe you're aiming for 3 bullets. So now you want to pick a team that you're convinced you're going to beat. And out of them, I'm probably picking Fnatic or Featurette as the weakest ones.
Yeah.
Out of all the teams that are remaining here.
I think it's fair, but I would actually add Liquid in there, not because they're a weak team, but I think SSG's playstyle into Liquid, what I saw today, could fit pretty well. Yeah, could see that.
Well, their discipline is ready because they are on point. They're ready to pick. So we'll.
Are they here today? Yeah.
Yeah, they're here as well. That's great.
Our pick is indeed ready. We're gonna bring out. Who was it? We're gonna go with SSG now, right? Yeah, we already went through. I'm like, I would love to have you again. I love your face. It's just always good to have you by the side. Now, I'm glad you're here. Yeah. Welcome to the studio. Thanks for the Discord call last night. What happened there? Where are you running away from us?
I don't know. Gotta look caught up. Just forgot to show up, I guess.
No worries. Well, you showed up when it matters, which is definitely not here. Anyways, who would you like to face off against tomorrow?
Featurette.
Featurette on the other side. Now, chicken card has already been used here, Dark, so... do you accept the challenge?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Tomorrow have a good match.
You can't say no anyways. It's a trick question. What do you have to say then to SSG on the other side? Because you guys look incredible today.
I don't have nothing to lose, bro, so good luck.
Nothing to lose. Back against the wall. What do you got to say?
We got nothing to lose either. Just here to play.
Very good. Gentlemen, please shaking hands. SSG versus Featurette. I'm very much looking forward to it, especially after both teams' performance.
I think what's curious for me actually is how Featurette are going to play this one. They're the one that's a traditionally weak team internationally. Yeah. They're up out there in front at a high level. Will they look to try and just conserve that, do you think?
I'm also curious if they think they have beaten expectations or just met them themselves, because we don't know what to expect from them from the outside in.
I think, do they reload the minimum amount of bullets? Do they try to hold on to what they have right now? They're like, oh my god, we secured 10.
Yeah.
Is that unexpected? Okay, let's try and save as much as possible to try and hopefully make it. Do you think 10 is enough to make it to quarterfinals?
Probably not.
Probably not, no.
Yeah, we cannot
You had to get a win somewhere at least.
Our next team is the first Brazilian team to be making a pick. That's going to be Loud.
Woo!
And here's the opponents that they are now available from. There's lots of Brazilian teams remaining. Will they go for them?
Wow.
I think if you're Loud, you need to avoid Brazilian teams because they scrim so much internally. They probably know them so well.
It screams Fnatic, no?
It screams Fnatic.
Screams Fnatic.
Like blatant Fnatic. Unless you want to send a message.
Blatant, yeah. We picked FaZe and we're going to go all in. That would be great. I don't think it will happen, but it would send a message, certainly.
It would, yeah.
The pick is ready, so let's head straight to Milos.
I'm just saying, if you want to have fun. We want to have fun. We're just discussing here about the chicken cards. Like, guys, somebody's got to use it at some point, right? Yesterday, we got it from Featurette. What do we get here today? Loud, please join us on the podium. We have so much to talk about between all of us here. It's like a family reunion. First of all, how do you feel in general after these first 2 days?
Today, we were a bad team, but the championship starts tomorrow.
Literally everybody has said that down the line. It can't be where like 8 different teams start actually playing tomorrow. Anyways, who would you like to play against tomorrow?
Fnatic.
Fnatic. Can we get a zoom in? What are those? But
we're on holiday, brother. We're on holiday. We're on holiday. That's why we're here. We're here to have fun. Yeah.
Tristan, Mr. Tan, as you're officially called, what's the deal here? Fnatic, you're going into this team that a lot of people are still asking questions about, and yet today, you absolutely smashed it.
Yeah, I mean, look, everyone's made their jokes about scars here. Everyone's had a little bit of a laugh. Surprised that Cloud9 didn't use a chicken card. Look, honestly, we got a good side on Skyscraper. We knew it was going to be that way. We'd have been really disappointed not to win 7-0, and it'll be the same tomorrow.
Fair enough. So do you accept the challenge?
We do.
We do. Easy peasy. All right, gentlemen, that is it. Fnatic versus Loud. They're in for it. We're going to get to see this game, and maybe it'll be another 7-0 one way or the other. What do you think?
No.
Not a 7-0.
Not a chance.
Not do that.
No. Like,
if there is a 7-0, it's on the other way around.
It's not getting it for sure.
Yeah, no, I think that one was probably the most obvious pick of the day.
Yeah, now it gets tricky though, because now you got a lot of good teams left in the mix of backs here, a lot of Brazilians too.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to have a Brazil-Brazil match eventually.
Yeah, I was saying this yesterday actually. It feels like a FaZe Furia is coming at
Oh
some
my
point.
God.
Just because nobody's going to pick either of them.
No, they're
Apart from
not.
BDS, they were stupid enough to pick Furia, but, we move.
Yeah, they had a plan in mind.
So who else is after this? Is it FaZe?
It is going to be FaZe. They are actually technically the pick seed number 10 after that loss today. I think we can bring up the graphic to show their opponents that they can pick from as well. Maybe, if not.
The world champion, and they're left with
champion,
they're left with the best teams in the tournament in IMO. Like when we were out here, it's becoming really hard to rank the teams at this point. And who's better or not? Like honestly, like everyone is in really good shape, and all the matches that have been played have been extremely close.
Okay, so FaZe are ready to make their pick. No graphic, but we'll send it straight to Milosh.
Yeah, thank you, gents. I'm going to catch it back as you send it here. And look, it's FaZe now on the block. Come on up here. Reminder, as the analysts were saying, you cannot play the same team again. Today you played W7M. It was a really good game, but hey, que sera. What do you think about the first 2 days of competition so far for the team?
W7M is a good Brazilian team, so we made a lot of mistakes, and they punished us, so it's not a problem.
A very good punishment that we got to see today on the server. Now, who would you like to play against tomorrow?
Team Liquid.
Team Liquid. All right. Wait a moment. What? So you got to beat FaZe Clan today. What do you have to say about the game in general? But then why were you so surprised that they picked Liquid?
It's a classic Brazilian team. Is all the time I think is the most important match in Brazil.
Okay, you heard it here first from someone who has a lot of experience in the region, of course, W7M, who's been playing excellently over the past year and a bit. Now, Team Liquid, you've been put on here. You've been playing chess, right? This has been the whole strategy. Do you accept the challenge?
Of course.
Of course. All right, and why? Because this is El Clásico for many people. FaZe Liquid goes back years.
Well, we know how they play. We scrim them every week. So it's going to be a great game, I think.
Can't wait to watch a scrim between the two. There it is. Gentlemen, please, FaZe Clan, Team Liquid, shake your hands. We'll be seeing these two teams playing up against one another tomorrow. No chicken card invoked just yet.
FaZe against Liquid.
Yeah,
you guys predicted it actually.
Yeah, it's totally. But I also feel like there's a bit of respect being paid to M80.
Yeah.
Because they're seeing them as a bigger foe than Liquid, essentially.
There's never a world where Liquid can turn down a challenge against FaZe between those two teams and organizations. They just have to, because they would be mocked forever if they chickened out.
That's a good point.
There's another reality. If you chicken out of FaZe, you're also facing one of the best teams in the tournament. Are they necessarily better than FaZe? I don't know. So in general, right now we're left with the best, la crème de la crème.
It's gonna get exciting now.
Okay, so we can bring up the graphic for the next team that's going to pick. That's actually going to be Falcons, second place at the 6th Invitational, and all the majors, obviously as the BDS call the roster. And their choices are left being M80, Furia, and DarkZero.
I feel like they're in such a bad spot because they end up they lost quite a good amount of bullets, yet they were not given a good pick. They're literally left with the 3 best teams in the tournament.
Yeah, I would love the DC with the M80 match. I would always see the M80 specifically. We have a bit of EU with Fabian over there, But yeah, either or. Just don't take Furia, I think. That's
I think once you get to this stage of the draft pick, obviously all the traditional, can't say that, dear.
That's hard work.
All of the traditional weaker teams are now out. You're faced with, it's like the best of a great bunch, or the worst of a great bunch. Wow, I can't say anything.
Yeah. Looking at the first game of the day, MAT would probably be the best pick.
We're ready for the pick, so let's hand it to me because I need to learn how to speak.
Gentlemen, now we get to see Team Falcons. Of course, we have to go down the roster of all of the European teams. Now, please, would you like to stand on my side? Now, the Green Falcons are here. You're looking to actually play and maybe hit second, hopefully win the tournament. What's been the situation of the past 2 days?
I mean, it's a classic start for us. We always lost the first match, and we just have to fix some stuff after. And we did a great match, great game against Wildcard, so everything is okay now.
It's a game against Wildcard. I mean, they were leading in many ways, but we'll see if you get to pick one of the challengers. Who do you have in mind? Because it's not going to get easy at this point.
No, we want to challenge Team Secret.
Team Secret. Twister, come on up here, please. A representative from Team Secret. The gauntlet has been put down. Today, you guys looked incredible. How's been the vibe so far with the team?
It's been quite nice. We are feeling very comfortable with the tournament so far, getting the chance to play against different teams that we are used to, so it's been a good experience.
A good experience, but maybe Team Falcons can ruin that tomorrow. Do you accept the challenge?
No.
Chicken card! It's done, it's in! They play the chicken card, and we got to see it. Chicken card for... no, you don't get it. That's mine. No. No. Be lucky that I don't have something to whistle into your ear right now for it. A chicken card has been invoked. Twister, get the hell out of here. Go. Falcons now get to pick somebody else. Can we get some chicken noises in here? Can we do like a bacon? Thank you very much for that call. Now you have to pick somebody else. They can also invoke the chicken card should that be needed. So, who would you like to go for? You can't take your phone and text your team. No, you can't do that. MAT, come on over. The question will be the same. First of all, how are you feeling overall for these past 2 days?
We're feeling good. I don't know.
Very visible. Fabiano was behind. Everybody was having fun. But do you accept the challenge?
Yeah.
Easy peasy. But why? Because you seem to be quite comfortable. Is it just off of the momentum of these 2 games?
No, Fabian would beat me if I said no. He wants to beat these guys.
I can't comment if that would be true or not. There's some people in the room here that would be very much against any comments that I would reproduce about that situation.
I'm just kidding. Fabian doesn't hit us. Love that guy.
Yeah, blink twice.
No, we're good.
Anyways, so it's accepted. Team Falcons versus MAT locked in for tomorrow. Gentlemen, please shake your hands. We will be seeing this matchup tomorrow. Definitely one you do not want to miss.
We've had a chicken card invoked.
We have, finally.
So casual about this. Do you want to play them? No.
Nope. And he waited till the end just to go nope.
And I will say, the only time that this secret roster was able to beat the BDS core was when they did a triple shield crappy strat in EUL. Yeah. That's the only time they've ever been able to beat them. The chicken card, in a way, makes sense.
Yeah, I also like this matchup more personally, the MAD Falcons rather, so yeah. I'll take this.
And I was not surprised actually to see the secret pick initially, exactly for the reason you said. Falcons usually beat them, they have the upper hand mentally. Now it's all reversed and we only have a few teams left.
So Secret have chickened out, they get the next pick. Let's bring up their available teams because chickening out of Falcons might not be the best thing when you could only pick W7, Furia and DarkZero.
I mean...
I'm surprised they chickened out of that.
Yeah, it doesn't get better, does it?
Yeah, like, who do you pick there, honestly? Like W7M, they just beat FaZe, the world champions. DarkZero, they're on an unstoppable run. Same thing.
Yeah, I feel like the easiest playstyle matchup would be DarkZero, personally.
Yeah, okay.
That's what I would say.
And then you force Furia against W7M as well. Because obviously, essentially, Secret are in a great position right now, but because they can choose their match, but also the 2 opponents' match because they get forced into it.
Yeah, and I think W7M, they have something to prove against Furia. Like, they would want to go into that one, taking them down.
Should they arrive to play Furia for some reason, it's all about gun skill. All about gun skill. And honestly, Secret has what they have to beat Furia at gun skill.
Okay. This one is the one that I think is the most up in the air. So you could genuinely pick any of these 3 teams.
They totally could.
They have decent chances against everyone, and that does say a lot about what we feel and what we think of Secret so far, because we would not have ranked them the same way should we just arrive after Boston.
That's true.
Okay, they're ready to pick, so let's go and see.
Yeah, well, they are indeed ready to pick. Hey, cool it. You have to do some work yet. Come on up. We'll get to talk later. All right, were you always that guy in the back of the class that kept talking?
Sorry?
Our admin is confirming that is indeed the case. Well, you know what? Our jokester, we'll have to see. You'll be laughing after tomorrow, but we need to see what the pick here. First of all, Twister, I mean, you're here. We already chatted. You played the chicken card. Who do you get to pick now?
We pick Furia.
Furia. Come on up here. Let's have...
Now I have a news for my team. We have a blue super.
So, Furia, they haven't accepted yet. Cool. We haven't accepted yet. You don't know. Maybe the chicken out of it. Will you? Do you accept it?
Of course.
Of course. And why? Is it because to you deserve to be the best team in the world, or what?
Because we can do the job. So why don't I accept that?
God, he's so stoic. God damn. Got shivers. Well, gentlemen, please, it is a locked-in Team Secret versus Furia tomorrow.
That's a big game. I think out of the 3 that was available, we was not expecting that from Secret.
I think they want to bring the gunplay into this. I
Yeah.
think they're feeling super confident. They have nothing to lose going against Furia. Furia has a lot of bullets, so there's a lot to win. And they can just go crazy, you know. They can go very aggressive. Both matchups will you know, both gameplays actually matches, both playstyles matches. In the end, maybe it's just a BO1 and it works.
Yeah, and now or later, you know what I mean? If you overcome this obstacle, it's a massive confidence boost for the rest of the tournament as well.
So obviously our final match is now locked in, but we can just bring up the graphic just to prove that, is that W7M will be playing DarkZero as the only 2 teams left available. And obviously, like I say, that was pretty much Secret's pick. So do you think maybe the chicken in and the to be able to choose that was part of it?
Very possible. Completely possible.
That's going to be a great game. Norris looked like he was giving it a little bit to Kangaroo Kenny as well.
Yeah, he was having a great time over there. He was. I love Norris.
They're basically forcing like the best 2 teams right now in the best shape to face each other. They're taking, I think, the chances to the team that matches their playstyle the best. Once again, I think it's like they want a flip coin moment, you know, where they want to go really aggressive on one of the maps. If they land border, for example, I think it's the kind, you know, a border map Secret versus Furia. We're looking at team deathmatch. It could be absolutely crazy.
That could be great. Okay, so we're going to send it down to Milosh at the studio just to finalize the day.
Trust me, I can predict what game is coming up next, and that's my level of prerogative here as an analyst. Please come on up, W7M. No, sit down. Come on up. Now you're serious.
Yeah, now I'm serious. No joke more.
Okay, come here. Stand by my side. So, first of all, everybody here is already picked. You don't really get the choice in it, but it seems like W7M are rocking and really rocketing through the bracket. How are you feeling overall as a team?
I'm very grateful because is a start of the team, and Palu entered a good player, and now we're gonna win two matches. We are okay, safe on tournament, and wait to what DZ come tomorrow.
Oh, there it is. Now, Kenny, we can bring you up here. I thought you would be hopping on here. I thought the name Kangaroo Kenny did. Hey, nice. Now you have to accept it regardless, of course, but so far DarkZero have been looking fantastic throughout the bracket. I'm starting to even cheer for DarkZero for one reason or another. So what's been going on? What's the chemistry shift in the team?
We just made 2 brilliant pickups for what we needed. I'm excited for the future of this team, long term, and we're aiming for a trophy this year.
Well, in the short term, you're going to be facing W7M tomorrow. As everything's been accepted, anything you'd like to say to the squad that realistically you guys would be set on equilibrium?
Well, to be the best, you got to beat the best. They've won a major, so we're coming for you. I'm excited to play a new team, like a team for the first time, never played before. I think I've played 4 Brazilian teams now. I've played FaZe, Furia, Loud.
How many did you beat?
No, none.
Well, there you go. That's all you need to know. Do you think you're going to keep that streak down to 0?
No. But thank for the respect. I respect you too. And let's go for tomorrow. Let's go win the better.
It's going to be a good game between them. DarkZero and W7M are locked in for tomorrow as one of our matches. Please head on in. Thank you again, gentlemen. Ladies, please, can we give us a quick round of applause and appreciation for the entire staff and, of course, all of our teams that have participated in the draft. We hope that you guys had fun with our entire show back at home. This is what we want to do, really bring it in, really make you feel what all these players are going, because you're seeing the sweat kind of drip around with their phones, holding, texting the teams and seeing what they want to do and prepare next up. Though that is it for us today. To see how many bullets have been reloaded, because now the cap is pretty much all open, and any cards that have been invoked, plus the schedule for tomorrow, keep your eyes on very, very soon on social media for all of that and more. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night. We love you. Bye-bye.
Happy Mothers.
Felicidades de las Madres.
Bon fight de maio.
Feliz Dia das Mães.
3, 2, 1. Happy Mother's Day.